Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-33. Lu Yin looked at Master Xianxia in a daze. He had not seen Master Xianxia since he was thrown into Jiuxiao universe by tomorrow's beast. He did not expect to meet him under such circumstances. Wait, when did Master Xianxia return? Did he stop the 4 spacetime battleships from supporting the Xuanhuan universe? Thinking of this, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at Master Xianxia. Master Xianxia looked at Lu Yin calmly. It has been many years, but you are still as elegant as ever. No, you are even better than before. I heard that you are invincible in Jiuxiao universe, second only to Xianxia. Congratulations. Lu Yin's voice was calm. Senior, when did you return? Master Xianxia smiled. Return? Do you think Jiuxiao universe is Xuanhuan? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. How is the Xuanhuan universe? Are you asking about Xuanhuan or the 4 spacetime battleships? I want to know both. Lu Yin did not deny it. Master Xianxia put his hands behind his back and sighed. I did not expect something like that to happen. The relationship between spiritualization and Jiuxiao universe was exposed. It is my negligence, but this has nothing to do with me. Jingmen Xiangyu has already told me about your plan. Master Lu, let's follow your plan. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Senior, you did not stop the spiritualized universe from supporting the Xuanhuan universe? Master Xianxia shook his head. No. Are you willing to let the spiritualized universe's cultivators stay in the Xuanhuan universe forever? Lu Yin deliberately emphasized the word forever, wanting to see Master Xiangxiao's attitude. Master Xiangxiao's attitude was the same as always. He even smiled. Of course. Lu Yin frowned. Something was wrong. He looked at Jingmen Xiangyu. He could not see Jingmen Xiangyu's face, but Lu Yin could feel the stifling atmosphere. Seeing Lu Yin look over, Jingmen Xiangyu said, of course he is willing. The spiritualized universe, including Jiuxiao universe, is in trouble. Do you still remember the insect nest that was brought to the spiritualized universe by the little guy from the Xuanhuan universe? The Xuanhuan universe was right. The insect nest crisis has shifted from Xuanhuan to spiritualization. Endless insects are heading towards Jiuxiao universe. Lu Yin was surprised. Heading towards Jiuxiao universe? Master Xianxia said, it can be considered as spiritualization. After all, the two are too close to each other. Lu Yin now knew why Grandmaster Grass was willing. Since the insects could make Jingmen Xiangyu take them so seriously and even use the word danger, it meant that their numbers were terrifying. They were enough to pose a threat to the 9 Clouds universe and the spiritualized universe. At that time, the spiritualized universe's cultivators had been taken to the Xuanhuan universe to avoid the disaster. Therefore, the 9 Clouds universe would be the one to deal with the insect disaster. Man calculated and God calculated, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. Back then, he had wanted to get rid of the spiritualized universe's Zerg nest and use the spiritualized universe's cultivators to help the Xuanhuan universe get rid of the Zerg nest. Who would have thought that the Hive civilization had already set off? However, in this way the Xuanhuan universe had also avoided danger. Furthermore, the support of the spiritualized universe to the Xuanhuan universe was necessary. Otherwise, who knew when the bugs would turn to the Xuanhuan universe? He had already destroyed the spiritualized insect nest as quickly as possible, but he had still lured the insect over. This meant that the insect would be able to determine the location of the insect nest the moment it sensed its location. In that case, the Xuanhuan universe's location would definitely be exposed. It would be perfect for those spiritualized cultivators to be in the Xuanhuan universe, and Lu Yin would feel much more at ease if they worked together with the Xuanhuan universe. But now, Jiuxiao had to endure the insect tribulation first. Was this considered a calamity for the Jiuxiao universe? Lu Yin did not see any bugs within the square meter, so he could not be sure. However, based on startled Gate Xiangyu's expression, it might be possible. The current situation was very clear. The Xuanhuan universe would work together with the spiritualized universe to protect themselves in the Xuanhuan universe and deal with the bugs at the same time. The bugs' calamity would then be transferred to the Jiuxiao universe. Senior, did you see those bugs? Lu Yin stared at Master Xianxia and asked. Master Xianxia sighed. I saw them. They were endless and terrifying. What were you thinking when you saw them? Master Xianxia did not hide anything. Calamity. The spiritualized universe's calamity? That's right. That's why you're in a good mood now. The spiritualized cultivators have run away, Lu Yin said. Master Xianxia smiled faintly and looked at Lu Yin. I have to thank you for this, Master Lu. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's fine. Those cultivators have run away, but you're still here. That's enough. Master Qingqiao raised an eyebrow. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Senior Startle Gate Xiangyu wants to protect the Jiuxiao universe. Then I'll leave the immortal master of this bug nest to you. When Startle Gate Xiangyu heard this, he instantly felt much better. Although a group of cultivators had run away from the spiritualized universe, it did not matter. That group of cultivators was only large in number, but their strength was not strong. Any one or two forces in the Jiuxiao universe could surpass them. The important thing was that Master Qingqiao was still here. That was enough. One had to know that the immortal master was definitely an eternal realm cultivator. It was necessary for Master Qingqiao to test the immortal master. Master Qingqiao frowned but did not deny it. This was also what he was worried about. He was very sure that the immortal master would definitely come. He was happy that a group of spiritualized cultivators had left, but he could not leave. If he had known that the spiritualized cultivators had gone to the Xuanhuan universe, he would not have come back at all. If it were other creatures, even if they were eternal realm cultivators, they might not clash with the Jiuxiao universe. However, there's a 90% chance that the immortal master will come, Master Qingqiao said in a low voice. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why? Startle Gate Xiangyu said, the Jiuxiao universe covers the karma celestial phenomenon and even extends to the Tianyuan universe. This area is where the human race is. Generally speaking, eternal realm cultivators will not step in. Otherwise it would be a provocation. Moreover, the karma celestial phenomenon can cover such a large area as a warning to any creatures that see it not to provoke or expose themselves. Why is this hive civilization scattered in 4 directions? And they are very far from each other. Their speed? Master Grass said, with their speed, it is impossible for them to reach the 4 directions in such a short time, unless they have a special method. He looked at Lu Yin. There are too many strange species in the universe and there are many ways to travel in the universe. The Night Pillar and the battleship are the Jiuxiao universe's way. The eternal realm monster you saw has its way of moving, and the hive civilization has its own unique way. The scariest thing about the hive civilization is that it can continuously evolve. This is similar to the full sensory creatures. Evolution is full of unknowns, and the bugs can evolve using the advantages of the creatures in the universe where the hive is located. This makes it not strange for them to do anything. Stargate Lord said solemnly, I once saw a strange creature that used other creatures as a springboard to move. As long as it touched any creature, it would become the source of its activation. Even now, I don't understand the principle behind it. I also saw a creature that kept stacking the void and finally used the void as a spring to move. Lu Yin's eyes widened. There was such a method. Master Grass said, don't underestimate the universe. There are too many things you haven't seen. Before entering the Jiuxiao universe, did you think of the Night Pillar's method of movement? You definitely didn't think that the universe could move. Lu Yin frowned. Senior, your words remind me. Why can the universe move? The full sensory universe seems to be moving, getting closer and closer to the Jiuxiao universe. That's why the Night Pillar's expedition to the full sensory universe happened. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest star stepping update. Chapter 393, Star Stepping of Directions. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3934. Lu Yin's question made startled Xiangyu shake his head. Not everything can be explained. Maybe it's an internal factor or an external force. No one knows. Anyway, let's deal with these bugs first. Although there are no immortal realms, there are too many of them. You have to support the consciousness universe, where the forces and families of the western region are fighting. But you destroyed the Qing family and the Zhangtian city is in chaos. Many families have moved, causing the forces of the western region to weaken. This is also related to you. Lu Yin did not refuse. Although he wanted to return to Tianyuan, dealing with these bugs was the most important thing now. Otherwise, once these bugs spread throughout the entire Ninth Heaven universe, Lu Yin would be horrified at the thought of having hives everywhere. He wanted to destroy these bugs more than anyone else. The insectoid hive civilization was the most terrifying alien civilization that Lu Yin had ever encountered, and the battles between civilizations were the most magnificent and the most tragic. Besides, he also wanted to go to the consciousness universe. The ancestor was still there, and this was a good opportunity to take a look. Master Qingqiao sighed. I wanted to use Tianyuan as a shield, but I was schemed against by Tianyuan. Don't you feel dramatic, Startled Gate? Startled Xiangyu said lightly, no one is an absolute shield. Have you forgotten the crisis back then? Even Xuanhuan and your spirits can't stop it. If we couldn't hide that time, ninth heaven would no longer exist. But we will try our best to help you escape, especially the Xuanhuan universe. At least, we can preserve the spark of humanity. Luyin looked at startled Xiangyu. Was that so? Master Qingqiao did not deny it, which meant that he admitted it. The human race had to survive in the universe. For the ninth heaven universe, if abandoning the Xuanhuan universe could help them survive some kind of disaster, they would do so without hesitation. But if abandoning the Xuanhuan universe could not withstand the disaster, then they would try their best to protect the Xuanhuan universe and preserve the spark of humanity. Therefore, this was what the Great Master had said. It was both a shield and a burden. Is there a problem with supporting the consciousness universe? Startled Xiangyu asked. Luyin said, the biggest problem of the hive civilization is not the strongest Qingxian but the hives. No one knows how many hives there are in the universe. That's why the Xuanhuan universe has not completely resolved the crisis. I suggest we send more cultivators. They don't necessarily have to participate in the direct battle. They need to search every corner and find the nest. Also, speaking up to this point, his expression turned serious. The hive is a desire. Some people wish to take revenge, wish to become stronger, wish to do what they couldn't do in the past, so they will be driven by their desires, resulting in the creation of a hive. This is very dangerous. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu said, I will list the insect nest as a taboo. Whoever dares to hide it will be committing a crime. That's not enough. Let's think of something else. Since the death hillock exists, it means that there are still people who break the rules. That means that there must be someone hiding a hive, Luyin said. The grass master agreed. We still have to think of a way to completely stop the spread of the hive. Luyin suddenly looked at Master Grass. What's your relationship with eternity? Jingmen Xiangyu also looked at Master Qingqiao. Master Qingqiao smiled faintly and looked at Luyin. It's all right. Luyin narrowed his eyes. If you hadn't made an agreement with the ninth heaven universe not to go to the Xuanhuan universe, the Eternals would not have developed. Eternity is quite famous in the ninth heaven universe. At least the death hillock knows of his existence. Master Grass said, not letting the ninth heaven universe go to the Xuanhuan universe is for your own good. I don't want the Xuanhuan universe to become the next spiritualized universe. Of course, it's not really out of kindness. It's just that the Xuanhuan universe can become a second universe for the spiritualized universe's cultivators to survive in. He did not avoid it. If one day there are only 2 eternal realm cultivators left in the ninth heaven universe, I can take the spiritualized universe with me. There's nothing to worry about. If the ninth heaven universe wants the spiritualized universe, I can give it to them. At most, it will be an empty shell. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu's tone turned cold. You can't leave. Master Grass laughed. That's why I said to wait until there are only 2 eternal realm cultivators left. Luyin still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Master Grass. Little guy, I have no obligation to answer your question, but I can kindly remind you of one thing. Find your goal, find your direction, and see this universe clearly. Whether it's the human race or some other creatures, they are too bloated. In fact, the purpose of everyone's existence is just to survive. It's that simple. As long as you can survive, you can pay any price, right? After saying that, he left. Luyin looked at Master Grass's back as he left. The words, survive, kept repeating in his mind. Was it really just to survive? It seemed like a very simple reason, but when one saw the universe clearly, it was the most difficult. Luyin suddenly wanted to laugh. In the past, he cultivated to become stronger, to control a region, and even to become a dominator. But when he really reached this level, he realized that cultivation was just for freedom. However, if he continued to cultivate, he would realize that the ultimate purpose was to survive. Even if the eternal realm cultivators could theoretically live forever, they still had to work hard to survive. It was ridiculous that in the end, cultivation was just to survive. There was no possibility of prolonging the lifespan of a mortal for 100 years. Even if they wanted to live, they couldn't work hard. On the contrary, many people worked hard to live more comfortably and freely. Cultivators were not as good as mortals. Cultivation was a circle, and the universe was also a circle. All creatures from birth to death could not avoid that circle. It was the same for the eternal realm. What was the purpose of cultivation? What was the meaning of his existence? Cultivators had no meaning at all. This universe was truly eternal. In front of Luyin's eyes, the universe model of the ninth heaven suddenly crashed toward him. He stood still and the model shattered, turning into light spots and dissipating. He turned around and looked at Jingmen Xiangyu. Jingmen Xiangyu also looked at him. Everyone's state of mind is different. Immortality exists in the individual. Don't think too much. It's useless for you to think too much now. Lu Yin's forehead was dripping with sweat. He did think too much just now, so much so that his mind was confused and he almost went mad. Once he really went mad, whether it was cultivation or fighting, there would be hesitation. Even if it was difficult for him to detect the hesitation, it would become the biggest obstacle to a breakthrough in the future, and he might even die on the battlefield. If it weren't for Jingmen Xiangyu, he would be in danger. Thank you, senior. Lu Yin bowed deeply. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at Lu Yin. How was the full sensory universe? Lu Yin had forgotten that he had returned to report the situation of the full sensory universe to Xiangyu. Lu Yin told him about the battle with the transparent moth. Jingmen Xiangyu listened calmly. It was very dangerous. If it weren't for your support, they would have been wiped out. This is the war of the universe. Sometimes numbers can't decide. When Lu Yin was in the full sensory universe, he wondered if it was a trap or something. Qing Xing's words kept reminding him, but now that he thought about it, he knew that he had thought too much. That transparent moth, in the entire Ninth Heaven universe, except for himself and the three Supremes, who else could deal with it? A powerhouse like Dan Hong might be able to escape unscathed, but the cultivators on the Night Pillar definitely couldn't be saved. The goal of that battle was to eliminate the full sensory universe creature. In the entire Ninth Heaven universe, only he could provide support. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at Lu Yin and said solemnly, "Don't underestimate any universe creature. Some creatures may seem weak, but they may be our nemesis." Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Ninth Heaven universe, Western region. There was a huge mountain range that looked like a human palm from the sky. It pressed down on the ground. That was the Five Palm Mountain where the Great Five Palm sect was located. The Great Five Palm sect was the most unpredictable and lawless sect in the Ninth Heaven universe. Their goal was to defeat the Supremes, and their dream was to overthrow the Supremes. Every generation of the Great Five Palm sect's master had challenged the Supremes, but only the first generation had succeeded. No one knew why the Great Five Palm sect was established. It was speculated that the first generation's master had a conflict with the Supremes, but it wasn't to the extent of continuing the conflict to the next generation. The ultimate goal of the Great Five Palm sect was to defeat the Supremes, but before that they kept repeating their goal of defeating the Supremes. Challenging those of a higher level was what they did most often, and if they wanted to do that, they needed to fight. If they wanted to fight, words alone were useless. They also needed to be capable. In the words of the Great Five Palm sect, they would root out the strong and help the weak. They would roar when they saw injustice and they would take action when needed. In the words of others, they were meddling in other people's business. No matter how others saw it, that was the style of the Great Five Palm sect. Most of the time, the Great Five Palm sect's members didn't even dare to come back because there were too many troublemakers. Everyone blocked the Five Palm Mountain and stared at it. It was like a second Hefeng Mountain. In fact, the Great Five Palm sect had originally occupied a much larger area, but after the third generation's master, they had become much more secretive. Yi was still a very troublesome enemy. Lu Yin appeared at the foot of the Five Palm Mountain, and when he looked up, he saw that the enormous mountain range really did look like a palm pressing down on the ground. This place was extremely far away from Hidden Sky City, and the mountain range didn't press down on the ground, but rather on the yellow sand. Many cities had been built around this place and they were all built by the families or independent cultivators who didn't like the Great Five Palm sect. If the Great Five Palm sect found trouble with others, others would find trouble with them as well. This was why Si Jiosher didn't dare to use his identity as one of the Great Five Palm sect outside. There were people everywhere at the foot of the Five Palm Mountain, and they were all constantly watching. That brat went in, right? Fourth junior sister said that she saw him go in. Brothers, spread out and we'll definitely be able to keep an eye on him. Don't be careless. These shameless bastards have done this many times. It's impressive that he was able to escape, but he can forget about leaving. Third brother, are we just going to keep an eye on him? What else can we do? In order to force father into a battle with her, that bitch actually dug out all of father's secret stashes. The family is in a mess now and mother's family won't let this matter rest. We can hide here and have some peace. But she's really powerful. She actually defeated father. This is the Great Five Palm sect, where the junior defeats the senior. Father is just one realm higher than her. If he was 2 realms higher, this wouldn't have happened. Brother Mu, we're here. Thank you, brothers. That despicable person forced Brother Mu many times, and Brother Mu's condition isn't good, which is why he lost. This time, with our support and Brother Mu's continuous hard work, he will definitely be able to wash away this humiliation. That's right. I'm just afraid that the despicable person won't dare to accept the challenge. That can't be. Brother Mu personally went to the Five-Palm Mountain. But that despicable person's realm is the same as Brother Mu's. The Great Five-Palm Sect's rules state that the junior defeats the senior. No matter what, I must fight him. The junior defeats the senior? Dream on. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-35. Lu Yin scanned the area with his consciousness, and his lips curled up. That's right. This Five-Palm Sect is even more hateful than I thought. Interesting. He stepped forward and disappeared. There were many people at the foot of Five-Palm Mountain, but there weren't many on top of it. Ah, look, it's that guy. I punched him once and he's still holding a grudge. He actually chased after me. 7th junior brother is mighty. 6th senior brother is here as well. Is there anyone looking for trouble? For loser. So what if he lost? He actually wants to fight me at the same realm. What a joke. Do you think I'm such a casual person? That's right. If you're not a realm higher than us, you won't have the right to fight. Look, Senior Lu is so beautiful. She's so valiant. She's not just beautiful. Senior Lu is too ruthless. In order to force someone to fight, she spent half a year investigating that person's mistress. That person had no choice but to fight. Her condition was that no one could reveal the secret regardless of who won or lost. And the result? Of course, Senior Lu won. That's not right. I passed by a group of people on my way back and they seemed to have heard about it. How did it get leaked? Sure. It was Senior Lu who leaked it. She said that person was shameless and disregarded his promise to his first wife. That's why Senior Lu didn't keep her promise. Senior Lu is like that. That family sent people to watch her and beat her up as soon as she leaves. Hey, isn't that Senior Lu? When did Senior Lu come back? Not far away, xianxia was sitting in a beast carriage. He pulled open the curtains and smiled from time to time. The disciples of the Five-Palm Sect bowed to him everywhere, including Senior Lu. She seemed cold, but she was extremely respectful to xianxia. xianxia was the third-generation senior of the Five-Palm Sect. He was a progenitor, and there weren't many in the sect who had a higher status than him. He hid his identity outside, but when he returned, he was the center of attention. It was very comfortable. Soon the beast carriage disappeared. Senior Lu is so impressive. I heard that he's good friends with Mr. Lu. I heard that too. Senior Lu was able to ascend the 7th night pillar to witness the restart of the Orchid universe because of Mr. Lu. Senior Lu. Rumor has it that Martial Granduncle fought with Junior Palace building Luo Ning at the 7th night pillar. Even though he lost, it was still a glorious defeat. Why did I hear that he was beaten up badly? I heard that Martial Granduncle was tricked by Great Dream Sky's wuxia. There's no such thing. With Mr. Lu around, who would dare to provoke Grandmaster? That's true. He's really a ruthless person. In the distance, Lu Yin smiled as he watched the beast carriage depart. Fate was something that was destined by the heavens, and one would encounter it wherever one went. The beast carriage headed directly below the Five-Palm Mountain. The Five Palms Mountain looked like a palm, but everyone in the Great Five-Palm Sect knew that it was not as simple as a palm. It was a palm that came from the first generation of the Great Five-Palm Sect. His palms faced downwards and swelled up high. Below his palms, there was a terrifying power that continuously pressed down and peeled off the void. This was the Great Five Palms technique. Everyone in the Great Five-Palm Sect had to cultivate there and constantly feel the pain of being pressed down by the palm. They persevered day after day and cultivated day after day, gradually developing the ambition to overturn that palm. They did not want to be suppressed by others, and they wanted to overturn everything that was above them. This was the origin of the Great Five-Palm Sect's atmosphere. Some things did not need to be said. A unique environment could create a unique atmosphere. Inside the beast carriage, xianxia lowered the curtains and looked forward. I'm back. He was very unwilling to return, as he did not know if there were any enemies waiting to cause trouble for him outside. However, he had no choice but to return. He would run into Lu Yin wherever he went, be it the Eastern Domain, the Northern Domain, or the 7th Night Pillar. He did not know where to go, and it seemed that returning was the safest option. Martial Granduncle was also unlucky. He had heard that Xuanhuan, that crazy woman, had dragged him to the 5th Night Pillar, and that Lu Yin had been the head of the 5th Night Pillar. Now that the 5th Night Pillar had returned, Luin did not know if he would stay in the full sensory universe or something else. He also did not know how the war in the full sensory universe was going, but he hoped that Luin would stay there for a while longer. Martial granduncle, your character is not good, so you can't blame others. Luin could not help but smile. He felt the thrill of revenge. Why are you smiling so happily? A familiar voice rang out. It was right beside him. Xianxia subconsciously replied, Martial granduncle Lang Ryu was dragged to the fifth night pillar, and that Luin is there as well. I feel sorry for Martial granduncle. Is that so? Xianxia's expression suddenly changed and he turned around in a daze. His mouth gaped open as he screamed like he had seen a ghost. The carriage stopped abruptly and the driver rushed in. When he saw Luin, his face paled and he immediately bowed. Mr. Lu. Luin nodded. We meet again. Keep driving. Yes. The carriage door closed. Luin grinned at Xianxia. You don't seem happy to see me. Xianxia stared at Luin in disbelief. Why are you here? Why am I at Five Palm Mountain? Are you surprised? Luin asked. Xianxia was stunned, unable to process the situation. Surprised? How could he not be surprised? How could he not be surprised? This was Five Palm Mountain, not the Night Pillar or the startling Sparrow Terrace. Why was Luin everywhere? He couldn't have been following him, could he? The carriage moved, heading down Five Palm Mountain. Luin parted the curtains. The scenery here isn't bad. The disciples are lively and the atmosphere is good. I like it. Xianxia suppressed his shock and looked at Luin bitterly. Mr. Lu, why are you here? Weren't you in the omnisensory universe? How's my uncle? The war in the omnisensory universe is over. Your uncle stayed there to deal with the aftermath, so I came back first. Then why are you here? I'd like to ask the Great Five Palm sect for a favor. Xianxia felt like the sky had darkened when he heard this. It was a huge cauldron that came crashing down on Five Palm Mountain. No, he couldn't agree. But how could he refuse? Luin frowned at Xianxia. You don't seem to welcome me. No, of course we welcome you, Mr. Lu. Please don't misunderstand, Xianxia hurriedly said. Luin grunted. That's good. I know myself well, so if I'm not welcomed I'll just leave. I don't like to make a fool of myself, right? Xianxia smiled. Right my ass. If Luin really wasn't welcome, he suspected that Five Palm Mountain would be torn apart. Didn't you see that the Jin clan didn't do anything but inexplicably suffered a palm strike just to divert the conflict? This guy was simply lawless. Everyone said that the Great Five Palm sect was lawless, but compared to this person they were too pure. Not long after, the carriage stopped and the driver said, Mister, this is as far as I can go. Luin stepped out of the carriage and looked ahead. In front of him was the area directly below the Five Palm Mountain. The void was twisting and Luin recognized it as the Great Five Palms technique. Before coming here, he had never thought that the Great Five Palms technique would be displayed so openly. But if he really wanted to learn the Great Five Palm technique here, it would be a pipe dream. The Great Five Palm technique relied on stripping and banishing the void. No matter how one tried to escape, they would be trapped within a single palm. It contained many variations and was constantly sealed. It wasn't something that could be learned just by looking. Lu Yin's Great Five Palm technique wasn't the real thing. It was merely a simulation of its power. If he and Xianxia were on the same level, they would be able to determine who was the stronger one. But even if it was fake, few people would be able to see through it. So what if it was fake? Even if it didn't have any mysteries behind it, there were only a handful of people in the entire ninefold universe who could block it. Xianxia stood slightly behind Luin, and the disciples of the Great Five Palm sect walked out and bowed when they saw him. Mr. Lu, I'll report to the sect master that you've arrived. No need. Luin clasped his hands behind his back and looked forward. The next moment, the void split apart, and the disciples of the Great Five Palm sect who had been about to come out were all moved to other positions. Only one person walked out. When Xianxia saw who it was, he was shocked. Sect master? This person was the current sect master of the Great Five Palm sect. He was known as the master of the Great Five Palm sect, Mr. Tideer. The previous masters of the Great Five Palm sect had all been fat and muscular, but the current Mr. Tideer had a scholarly air about him. He looked weak and fragile. But no one dared to underestimate him. Mr. Tideer had been a weak scholar who had accidentally entered the Great Five Palm sect. In just a few years after joining, he had gone from being a skinny kid who had been bullied to a genius who was both civil and martial. The Great Five Palm sect's disciples were adept at challenging those who were stronger than them, but Mr. Tideer had specifically challenged those from the same sect. In his era, everyone in the Great Five Palm sect had been beaten into submission, and no one dared to challenge him. After the third master of the Great Five Palm sect had been defeated by Yuya and disappeared, Mr. Tideear had taken over the sect and become the fourth master of the Great Five Palm sect. Many people said that Mr. Tideear had become the master of the Great Five Palm sect purely because the sect needed to change, and the results were just as many had guessed. The Great Five Palm sect was no longer as lawless as it had been in the past. Even though they still challenged those below them, they kept a much lower profile, not even revealing their identity to a third-generation disciple like xianxia. But only those from the Great Five Palm sect knew that Mr. Tideear had fought his way to the top. No, he hadn't even made a move, as no one could compete with him. As for why the Great Five Palm sect kept a low profile, that was because they had too few disciples, and several cultivators of the same generation as Mr. Tideear had died when returning with the sixth night pillar. When the sixth night pillar had been cut off, several experts from the Great Five Palm sect had died as well. The Great Five Palm sect welcomes Mr. Lu. Mr. Tideear's temperament was gentle, and he stood in front of Lu Yin with a refreshing smile. Lu Yin politely replied, "Sorry to disturb you, senior." Mr. Tideear smiled, "It is the Great Five Palm sect's honor to have you here. Please. Please." Xianxia had nothing else to do, so Lu Yin followed Mr. Tideear into Five Palm Mountain and gradually disappeared. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Since he wasn't called, there was no need for him to go. He looked out of Five Palm Mountain and hesitated whether or not he should leave. He had to leave. Something good must have happened for Lu Yin to come here. Just as he was thinking this, Mr. Tideear's voice rang out, "Ninth Fatty serve tea. Due to various issues, the address has been changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Stomper update. Transin Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures. Editor, Transin for Tea." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-36. Xianxia's face twitched. Serve tea? Did he hear wrong? When did he learn how to serve tea? He had no choice. Since Mr. Tidestar had asked, he had to do it. Helplessly he entered Five Palm Mountain as well. Five Palm Mountain is split into two peaks. Go up and drink tea and go down to cultivate. The pressure of the Five Palm Mountain is used to train the disciples' temperament. If they can overcome their superiors, then they can go up and drink tea. However, what they taste is not tea but the fruit of victory. Along the way, Mr. Tidestar introduced the Five Palm Mountain to Lu Yin. The disciples they met along the way all looked at Lu Yin as if they had seen a ghost. It was as if a god was standing among mortals. Even though the Five Palm Mountain specialized in overcoming superiors, they had only succeeded once in defeating the Divine Defense. Lu Yin was an even more ferocious existence than the Divine Defense. His sword had cut through the four regions, Startled Sparrow Terrace, Lunar Cliff and Star Sail. It was said that he had even defeated Yusang Tian. He had even said that Dan Xiong was no match for him, which meant that besides the dead Rushi, he had single-handedly suppressed four lesser gods. He was a true powerhouse second only to the superior god. Yu Jiuxiao's support had always been the eternal ruler, but Lu Yin was an exception. This meant that in the eternal ruler's eyes, Lu Yin was qualified to be a match for him. Now that such a person had suddenly appeared, even the Five Palm Mountain's disciples would not ignore him. Sometime later, Mr. Tidestar brought Lu Yin up the mountain to a pavilion at the highest point. He gestured for Lu Yin to take a seat. Lu Yin looked into the distance, his vision clearly encompassing the entire Gate of Five Palms. He could even see the troublemakers outside the Gate of Five Palms. He laughed. Mr. Tidestar's hobby is very unique. Mr. Tidestar laughed. The Five Palm Mountain doesn't have a good reputation because of this hobby. While accomplishing your goal, you can befriend 3 to 5 disciples and watch the people outside looking for trouble. To be honest, the first time I experienced this, I felt uneasy. It felt like I was being immoral, but I'm used to it now. Xianxia arrived and respectfully served tea. Lu Yin's lips curled into a smile. At least the 5 great sects don't do anything that offends the heavens and reason. They don't have any bad morals, which is much better than wuxia. Xianxia was shocked. Wuxia? Mr. Tidestar was surprised. Sir, you met wuxia? At the 7th night pillar. When the Guanlan universe rebooted. He won't make trouble for Sir, will he? Lu Yin smiled and sipped his tea. He wants me to slap myself. Xianxia's hand trembled and he instantly sympathized with wuxia. Master Tide listeners smiled bitterly. This wuxia has used Dream of 1,000 Years to trick many people over the years. Moreover, with Dream of 1,000 Years as his backing, no one can do anything to him. It's his bad luck to have met you. Lu Yin glanced at Si Jiushi and asked, "Do you have any enemies outside?" Si Jiushi smiled hastily and said, "Mister, you must be joking. I've never offended anyone in the continent of the 9 clouds. Nobody knows who I am." The Jin clan didn't come either? Lu Yin was curious. Si Jiushi shook his head. No. He didn't understand why Lu Yin had suddenly brought this up. The Jin clan's matter had nothing to do with the Great 5 Palaces. If the Great 5 Palaces knew, then the Jin clan knew as well. Since he knew that it was fake, why did he come and find trouble with the 5 great sects? Mr. Tide listening took a sip of tea and said nothing. Lu Yin put down his teacup. "I was the one who did that to the Jin clan. Does Mr. Tide sounding know?" Mr. Tide listening looked at Lu Yin. "Yes, Ninefeng mentioned it. I apologize for letting the Great 5 Palaces take the blame." Lu Yin raised his teacup and looked at Mr. Tide listening. But Mr. Tide listening didn't raise his teacup. Instead he stared at Lu Yin. "The Great 5 Palaces have a bad reputation, but we admit to everything we do. If we did something, we did it. If we didn't do it, we won't admit it, and we won't allow others to wrongly accuse us. Mister's actions are not very good." Si Jiushi blinked. The Great 5 Palaces were mighty, and there weren't many people who dared to speak to Lu Yin like this. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. "That's why I want to apologize." Mr. Tide listening turned his teacup but didn't raise it. "There's no need to apologize." He turned to look outside. "Look at them. Many people have reasons for their resentment, and some reasons are worthy of their resentment. The Great 5 Palaces don't do things according to reason, but according to what we need. Sometimes it's inevitable that things aren't light or heavy. If apologizing was useful, they wouldn't be there. We look at them with amusement, and you look at us the same way. The spectators don't care about this kind of amusement, but the ones being looked at will feel aggrieved. The Great 5 Palaces aren't willing to suffer such grievances." Lu Yin put down his teacup. "So, what do you want to do, Mr. Tide listening?" Mr. Tide listening stared at Lu Yin. "Here we only believe in 4 words. The weak subdue the strong. I've heard that you're still in the primordial realm, while I'm at tribulation transcendence." Lu Yin understood. "You can teach me at any time." The pavilion fell silent. Mr. Tide listening continued to stare into the distance, not in a hurry to act. Si Jiushi slowly backed away. He should have thought of this. How could Mr. Tide listening take the blame without saying anything? No matter how powerful Lu Yin was, the Great 5 Palaces weren't afraid of him. Si Jiushi had been suppressed the first time he met Lu Yin, but even he wanted to fight to the death, let alone Mr. Tide listening. It was fine to make the Great 5 Palaces take the blame, but it was also fine to make them feel aggrieved as long as they showed their strength. Lu Yin's display of invincibility had left the entire 9-fold universe speechless. The Great 5 Palaces were definitely not his match, but Si Jiushi couldn't be too cowardly. How could the weak subdue the strong? How could they inherit the Great 5 Palaces' integrity? Mr. Tide listening didn't want to defeat Lu Yin, but he wanted Lu Yin to give him a reason to be convinced. The Great 5 Palaces only believed that the weak subdued the strong. When Si Jiushi retreated 100 meters away, Mr. Tide listening looked away and poured himself a cup of tea. Lu Yin stopped him. "I should be pouring tea for you, Mr. Tide listening." Mr. Tide listening acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued pouring tea. Lu Yin tapped his finger on the stone table, causing the tea in the teapot to spill out. The small teacup rippled as it spun around, but it couldn't fill up. It was clearly a small cup, but it seemed bottomless. Mr. Tide listening's gaze turned cold. His left arm that was pouring tea pressed against the stone table. A light breeze swept past where the stone table was connected to the ground. Si Jiushi was almost flipped over by this light breeze that came from the bottom of his feet. He looked at the bottom of the stone table in bewilderment. He had never imagined that he would be flipped over by the Great 5 Palaces from the bottom. Mr. Tide listening pressed down on the table, trying to use the Great 5 Palaces to fill the cup to the brim. But no matter how hard he tried, the whirlpool wouldn't stop. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he stared off into the distance. Aside from tapping his finger on the stone table, he did nothing else. With a sigh, Mr. Tide listening put down the teapot. "I'm impressed." Lu Yin looked at Mr. Tide listening and smiled, picking up the teapot. "I told you I'll pour this cup." He poured the tea, filling it to the brim. "Please." Mr. Tide listening picked up the teacup and faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin picked up his as well, and they both smiled before downing the contents in one gulp. Drinking tea brought out the heroism of wine. Xianxia stepped forward and poured tea for the two once more. As for the matter with the Jin clan, it was over. Mr. Lu, your strength is unparalleled in both ancient and modern times, and your sword can suppress the 9 firmaments. But I'm curious, where did you learn the great 5 palaces? Lu Ying glanced at him. You didn't tell Mr. Tide Listening? I did, Xianxia hurriedly replied. Mr. Tide Listening laughed. Ninth Fatty told me that Mr. Lu's great 5 palaces came from the 3rd generation's master. Yuya took over the body of the 3rd generation's master and fought with Mr. Lu. That was when Mr. Lu learned of our feud with Yuya, but in theory Mr. Lu shouldn't have been able to learn the great 5 palaces under those circumstances. Louis nodded. That's right, it was fake back then. But that was real, Mr. Tide Listener said. Would you believe me if I said that I just learned it? Mr. Tide Listening stared at Lu Ying in a daze, then sighed. Mr. Lu's talent is rarely seen in both ancient and modern times. I'm impressed. Xianxia looked at Lu Ying like he was a monster. This guy's great 5 palaces had been fake, but he'd been able to learn it just by walking around 5 Palms Mountain once. How could there be such a person in the world? Lu Ying took a sip of tea. Now that your doubts have been cleared, it's time for me to get down to business. Mr. Tide Listening's expression changed. Please, Mr. Lu. Do you know where the 3rd and 8th night pillars went? Lu Ying asked. Mr. Tide Listening nodded. Anyone with some ability in the Nina Firmament's universe knows about the alien threat. People from all 4 filaments have gone to war, and my great 5 palms also sent people to join the night pillars. Is your visit related to this matter? Lu Ying looked at Mr. Tide Listening. I hope that the great 5 palms can help me bring more people to the consciousness universe. You want to reinforce the consciousness universe? That's right. As far as I know, the consciousness universe is defended by cultivators from the western regions. Many of my disciples have gone as well, joining the ranks of wandering cultivators. If you can help, the consciousness universe will be stabilized. What's the point of having an extra 5 palms? Mr. Tide Listening was confused. Lu Ying slowly explained the characteristics of the insectoid hive. The more Mr. Tide Listening and Xianxia listened, the more serious their expressions became. That's why the threat of the insectoid hive isn't focused on the insects that have already appeared, but rather on the hives. Only by finding all of the hives can we resolve this crisis, or the Nina Firmament's universe will forever be in the eyes of the insectoid hive. You should know that Emperor Mijin once said that this is the greatest weapon in the universe. You know your limits. That's why the Nina Firmament's universe cannot be exposed. But my great 5 palms doesn't have that many people. Even fewer than the Bitter Abyss, Mr. Tide Listening said. The Bitter Abyss had fewer people, but they were noticed because they were the strongest power in the northern regions. The Great 5 Palms actually had fewer people than the Bitter Abyss, but because they didn't have the same reputation as the Bitter Abyss, not many people cared about them. With the characteristics of the sect, the fewer people there were, the better. The Great 5 Palms only accepted disciples based on luck. One had to know that there were many enemies of the 5 Palm Mountain outside. It was extremely difficult to enter the 5 Palm Mountain to become a disciple. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest Star Treader update. Henyi Translations Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Editor, Henyi Translations Free Instruction. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 39-37. Lu Ying chuckled and pointed outside. The 5 great gates have fewer people, but they have more. Mr. Tide Listener and Xianxia stared blankly outside. What did he mean? The next day, Lu Ying left 5 Palm Mountain and headed for the 13 cities. The 13 cities weren't actually 13 cities, but rather a single city called the 13 Cities. This was the Spirit Alliance's base, and it was formed by 13 outer universe lifeforms. They had teamed up to deal with the bullying of cultivators from the 9th Heaven universe, which was why the city was called the 13 Cities. If one more outer universe lifeform was added, it would be called the 14 Cities. A few days later, Lu Ying arrived outside the 13 cities and looked into the distance. It was very lively. At the same time, outside 5 Palm Mountain, angry shouts could be heard everywhere. What did you say? That bastard is running? Not that bastard, those bastards are running. The entire 5 Great Gates. Yes, I heard that the 5 Great Gates are moving. It wasn't just outside 5 Palm Mountain. The entire 9th Heaven universe was filled with angry shouts. The 5 Great Gates always had a way to drive people crazy. In the western region, many figures were heading towards 5 Palm Mountain. Father has a mistress? Not good, the family will really fall out if this is revealed. Stop her. Not long after, another group passed by. Brother Mu, I heard that despicable person wants to announce your defeat to the entire Ninth Heaven universe. He's too despicable and now he wants to run. We can't let him go. Not run? But support the universe of consciousness? With Luin? Is Mr. Lu going to support the universe of consciousness too? Luin is going to support the universe of consciousness with the 5 great gates. Under the yellow sand, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, and discussions could be heard. The eyes twitched and then closed again as if they had never opened. At the peak of 5 Palm Mountain, Xianxia's expression turned ugly as he put down his thoughts. My reputation is gone. Mr. Tide Listener looked at him sympathetically. Jiupeng, don't think too much. Xianxia was about to cry. How could he not think too much? On the surface, he didn't reveal his identity, but in the dark, he used his various identities to cause trouble for others. And those people who were causing trouble for him were on good terms with Xianxia on the surface. If that wasn't the case, how could he cause trouble for those people? Just now, in order to find more people to go to the universe of consciousness, he had revealed his identity. Then he had been scolded and cursed. Some people were afraid that he would reveal some secrets. He had threatened them, so many people were on their way here. Why should we help Luin? Xianxia asked bitterly. Mr. Tide Listening clapped Xianxia's shoulder and said, Mr. Lu is aggressive and unscrupulous, but what he does is for the good of the continent of the 9 clouds. Besides, his promises are too valuable. Luin had the Great 5 Palms use all sorts of methods to attract cultivators to follow him to the consciousness universe. He had promised to make the Great 5 Palms the second Dream Sky. Dream Sky had been passed down by Jin Xianghu, and no one dared to provoke them, not even a bastard like wuxia. In essence, the Great 5 Palms were no different from wuxia. They just liked to challenge their superiors and didn't do anything outrageous. Thus, Luin was willing to stand behind them, which gave the Great 5 Palms enough confidence to prevent the tragedy of the 3rd-generation master of the Great 5 Palms from happening again. Hui gestured for him to sit. Please take a seat, mister. Luin didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. Hui sat across from him and poured tea for him. No need. I drank a lot at the Great 5 Palms sect. I have something to trouble you with. Please tell me, mister. It's no trouble at all. I'll do it as long as it's within my means. Hui was very sincere, perhaps because she had been the housekeeper of Sky Beyond. Although Lan's status was noble and seemed to be on the same level as Sang Tian, she still had to bow to Sang Tian. The housekeeper of Sky Beyond was the person who served you, Sang Tian. When such a person was sincere, no one could find any fault with her attitude. Find more people to accompany me to support the universe of consciousness. We can also publicize that the Hive Civilization. The Hive Civilization wasn't just a threat to the 9th Heaven universe, it was also a threat to the Tianyuan universe. Luin wanted to completely remove this threat, not just support them. This matter involved the entire human race. Hui didn't delay and gave the order to use the Spirit Alliance's influence to inform the entire 9th Heaven universe of the Hive crisis. This was just the Spirit Alliance. The Startled Lord must have taken action as well. The Startled Lord's power wasn't something the Spirit Alliance could compare to. Don't worry, mister. The 13 clans will definitely send people to support the universe of consciousness. I've already ordered them to send people, Hui said. Luin nodded. Thank you. You're welcome. Luin took out Mount Supreme and released a person. It was the woman who led the team to approach the palace from Etienne, Quebec. This woman had mentioned the Spirit Alliance before and said that they could help people get the Spirit Alliance's protection. She had a deep relationship with the Spirit Alliance, so Luin let her out. If she was really from the Spirit Alliance, it could be considered as returning a favor. Moreover, he didn't need those people to stay in Mount Supreme anymore. He might as well let them all go. Most of those people were from various large families. Some of them belonged to powerful forces such as the Luo family in Death Hill. After the woman came out, she immediately bowed to Luin without hesitation. The reason was Zhang Yushu from the Lonely Swan Island. Zhang Yushu had been released twice. The first time was in Songtian City, when Luin let him contact the Lonely Swan Island to snatch Duke Xian's corpse. The second time was when he saw xuanhuan. During this time, Zhang Yushu returned to Mount Supreme and communicated with the captured cultivators of the 9th Heaven universe. The few words that xuanhuan revealed to Zhang Yushu made the captured cultivators give up any thoughts of resistance. They didn't even have the thought of negotiating. They immediately bowed after they came out. I have offended you, senior. Please forgive me. The woman was extremely respectful and didn't even look around. Lu Yin gestured for her to look behind. The woman looked behind and saw Hui. She was pleasantly surprised. Senior Hui? Hui looked at the woman in confusion. You are? The woman said excitedly, I am Lian Shuang. Senior Hui might not remember me, but Lian Shuang still remembers that it was because of Senior Hui's help that I was able to avoid dying in that sandstorm. Senior Hui, do you remember that sandstorm outside the 13 cities? We remembered. I remember you. You're the first little girl I rescued. Lian Shuang hurriedly bowed. I'm indebted to you, Senior Hui. I've always wanted to find you to thank you for saving my life, so I stayed in the 13 cities to cultivate. By chance, I obtained a scab and went to Yehai to try to become a disciple of the Azure Lotus Emperor. I failed, but I was chosen to be the guide of the Azure Lotus Emperor. I was in charge of leading the young cultivators of the Ninth Heaven Universe to the Consciousness Universe to train. I wanted to find you after I came back, but I didn't expect. She looked at Lu Yin. Hui also looked at Lu Yin and understood that he had captured her in the Consciousness Universe. The Azure Lotus Emperor was the only connection between the Consciousness Universe and the Ninth Heaven Universe. Many cultivators of the Ninth Heaven Universe could apply to go to the Consciousness Universe every once in a while to get close to the palace. No one knew what was in the palace, but they guessed that it contained the memories of an eternal life realm cultivator. Everyone thought that it was a test and opportunity given by the eternal life realm. However, after so many years, no one had been able to get close to the palace. She had been tempted and wanted to go, but she didn't have the qualifications. Those who didn't belong to the Ninth Heaven Universe couldn't go. Lian Shuang had been captured by Lu Yin, and it was said that the palace was separated from the Consciousness Universe. This meant that Lu Yin had already passed through that separation and tried to get close to the palace. This information flashed through Huey's mind for a moment. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. National Day was too busy and it was hard to take a break. It was tiring. The web version is slow. I'll provide you with the fastest star-stepping update. Henyi Translations Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Editor, Henyi Translations. In the 13 cities. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3938. Lu Yin looked at Lian Shuang. It seems that you were lying when you said you could ask for Spirit Alliance's protection. Hui looked at Lian Shuang. Her face paled and she lowered her head. I didn't know you were powerful and lied to you. Please forgive me. Lu Yin didn't care. You didn't lie to me. I just wanted to let you go as a favor to Spirit Alliance, but I can't do it now. Hui hurriedly said, I like this girl and want to take her as my daughter. If you are willing to let her go, Spirit Alliance will be very grateful. Lu Yin looked at Hui. Hui was very sincere. Lu Yin looked away and nodded. When will the people from Spirit Alliance arrive? Gather at 5 Palm Mountain. I will take the one-leaf green lotus to the Consciousness Universe. The first batch will take about 2 months. After all, Wuxiao Universe is too big. The second batch will take about a month. There is no need for the second batch. Let's just take the first batch. The 5 Palm sect also has people gathering. We was surprised. The 5 Palm sect has people? Lu Yin smiled and didn't say more. He led out the rest of the Wuxiao Universe's cultivators from Mount Supreme. The courtyard was filled with people like Lian Shuang. They bowed to Lu Yin as soon as they came out without any complaints. Let them go back. Then he disappeared. In the courtyard, the Wuxiao Universe's cultivators were relieved when they saw Lu Yin leave. They looked around. Lian Shuang bowed deeply to Hui. Thank you, Senior. Hui smiled. I said in front of Mr. Lu that I want to take you as my daughter. Why did you call me Senior? Are you not willing? She was overjoyed but also nervous. I know Senior just doesn't want Mr. Lu to feel that he owes Spirit Alliance a favor. I'm not that ungrateful. Hui shook her head. That is only one of the reasons. Secondly, you and I are fated. I like you too. You can be my daughter. Lian Shuang quickly bowed and cried with joy. Greetings, mother. Hui smiled and helped her up. I didn't expect to have a daughter when my time is almost up. Mother doesn't have anything to give you, so I'll pass on my life's cultivation to you. At least I have a descendant. Tell me about what happened with Mr. Lu in the Consciousness Universe. All right. Not long after, Huey's expression turned serious. According to Lian Shuang, when they had first met this Mr. Lu, he had not been a match for Yu Sang Tianma, but he had improved extremely quickly. Lian Shuang did not know exactly how strong Lu Yin was, but Hui was very clear that he was the #1 person under the Eternal Ruler. Tian was very strong, but he was far from this level. And how long was the time span? It was very short, so short that even mortals with slightly longer lifespans could witness it. This Mr. Lu's progress in cultivation was frightening. Lian Shuang and Lu Yin had not interacted much in the consciousness universe, but even that brief interaction had changed Huey's impression of Lu Yin once again. It wasn't scary for a person to be strong. What was scary was that they were strong and improved quickly. Especially when they were unbridled and intelligent. Such people were hard to deal with. Hui heaved a sigh of relief. She was glad that she had expressed her stance from the beginning and was friends with this Mr. Lu. Otherwise the Spirit Alliance would be finished. The Spring and Autumn Jade was much more powerful than the Spirit Alliance. If Lu Yin wanted to destroy a loose organization like the Spirit Alliance, he wouldn't even need to do anything. Mother, does this Mr. Lu have a very high position in the continent of the Nine Clouds? Asked Lian Shuang. Zhang Yushu had told her that Lu Yin was very strong, and that he could destroy a colossus like the Spring and Autumn Jade. Huey's actions had changed her understanding of him. Hui wasn't an ordinary person. Even though the Spirit Alliance couldn't compare to the Spring and Autumn Jade, it was still a powerful organization. And yet, Lu Yin didn't even dare to owe her a favor. Hui murmured, "This person is the strongest person in the continent of the Nine Clouds below the Immortal Emperor." Lian Shuang was astonished. The strongest person in the continent of the Nine Clouds below the Immortal Emperor? Hui looked at Lian Shuang. Back then only one person had that title. That person was Mi Jin Xiangyu's disciple. He was said to be the strongest person in the continent of the Nine Clouds below the Immortal Emperor. But after Mi Jin Xiangyu died, that person drank all day long. No one knows where he is now. Not many people know about him. He's very famous. You just need to know that in the continent of the Nine Clouds, in the continent of the Nine Clouds, there are many universes. Apart from the three immortal emperors and the spiritualized peerless emperors, the next one is Mr. Lu. Lian Shuang hadn't thought that Lu Yin's status would be so high. By the way, there's also the Great Leader. He's unfathomable as well. But no matter how strong the Great Leader is, unless he breaks through to the Immortal Emperor level, he'll only be on the same level as Mr. Lu. You can't offend him. Lian Shuang's face paled. She thought back to what had happened in the consciousness universe. She had offended Mr. Lu, but luckily he hadn't cared. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to stay here. She couldn't offend him. She definitely couldn't offend him. Lu Yin went to Five Palm Mountain and waited. He was waiting for the Five Palm Mountain and the Spirit Alliance to make their move. Very quickly, half a month passed. Five Palm Mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. The Five Palm Mountain were really good at causing trouble. Many people were furious and started cursing at them. It seemed like they wouldn't give up until they attacked. The members of the Spirit Alliance gathered on the other side of the mountain and watched the commotion. Some of them had been annoyed by the Five Palm Mountain before, but most of them hadn't. After all, the Five Palm Mountain didn't have that many people. These people were just like the first time Lu Yin had been there. They were filled with amazement. They had never heard of any organization being cursed at by so many people. How could that Mr. Tide listener endure this? People continued to arrive, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. More than 100,000 cultivators had gathered outside Five Palm Mountain. Tens of thousands of them had been attracted by the Five Palm Mountain, while the rest were mostly cultivators from the Spirit Alliance. They all had strange appearances and were different from normal people. Aside from cultivators, there were even more Shi. There were at least 200,000 of them, and their appearances were even more unique. These cultivators were all explorers who could explore the universe, and they were all explorers in the Tianyuan universe. At first, when Lu Yin had been cultivating, he hadn't thought that there were many explorers. However, as his horizons had broadened, he had seen the outerverse outside of Frostwave Weave, the innerverse, the neoverse, the astral tree, and finally, the parallel spacetime continuum. He had seen too many cultivators who could explore the universe. In the universe, explorers had just begun to cultivate, and cultivators below that level didn't even have the qualifications to fight. And that was just the Tianyuan universe. After leaving the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin had seen the spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, and now the Nine Heavens universe. He clearly understood that explorers were the minimum requirements to enter the battlefield. If one couldn't even reach this standard, how could they fight? There was no lack of people who used various methods to allow cultivators to explore the universe, and Lu Yin had done so in the Tianyuan universe. He had used his dai to upgrade materials and create universal armor. This method could be used in the Tianyuan universe. After all, there was an internal war in the Tianyuan universe, and such people were still qualified to enter the battlefield and use microarray weapons to fight. But in the Nine Heavens universe's battlefield, it was not enough. A powerhouse who had crossed the bitter calamity could casually sweep through a large area, and even if the aftermath of their attacks did not touch a cultivator, it would still be enough to interfere with the operation of universal armor, including some of the stars in the universe. Even if a meteorite flew past, it could shatter the universal armor. In such a battlefield, if one could not explore the universe, then they would definitely die. Even progenitors were considered weak and had to rely on luck to survive, let alone a mere explorer. The Nine Heavens universe and the spiritualized universe relied on their countless years of development to withstand such a large-scale war. However, if the Xuanhuan universe were to participate in such a war, then all of the explorers would be wiped out in one go. Many cultivators had gathered at Five Palm Mountain, and it attracted the attention of the western regions. Various great clans including Xianxia City had sent people over. People from the Zhu and Yu families were also watching, but they did not understand what was happening. The commotion was too big, and this was exactly what Lu Yin wanted. The bigger the commotion, the better. He wanted the Five Palm sects to cause a ruckus in the western regions. Lu Yin's doubts were answered as the Spirit Alliance's understanding of the threat posed by the Hive civilization spread. The Five Palm sects and the Spirit Alliance would accompany Mr. Lu to reinforce the consciousness universe. Any cultivator who wanted to participate in the war could ascend the One-Leaf Lotus in 10 days. News of the war caused some cultivators to leave Five Palm Mountain. No matter how much the Five Palm sects provoked or threatened them, they refused to participate. However, there were still some who took the initiative to participate. The mighty momentum spread throughout the western regions. 10 days later, the One-Leaf Lotus would arrive. It could be big or small, but big enough to accommodate all the cultivators. Under Lu Yin's command, countless cultivators ascended the lotus. Under the gazes of countless people in the western regions, they flew into the distance and disappeared in an instant. The western regions quieted down. The area outside Five Palm Mountain was almost completely emptied, with only a few cultivators scattered around. Many people from the Spirit Alliance also left. The entire cultivation world of the western regions suddenly became much quieter. In Xianxia City, Heartless looked into the distance and left. Most of the cultivators in the consciousness universe were from the western regions, and the Zhu and Yu families were responsible for the majority. Zhu Ling and Yu Jing had both gone, as well as Zhu Ro and the other juniors from the Zhu and Yu families. Heartless did not go as she had no interest in war. Zhu Ro had to go. Although the girl was soft and weak, she was the next head of the Zhu family. She had to go through the battlefield, and it was already fortunate that she did not have to participate in Yu Jiuxiao's expedition to the outer regions. No one knew how this war would turn out. 2 of the 3 eternal emperors had left, which made the Jiuxiao universe uneasy. The eternal emperors were the greatest source of confidence in this universe. The One-Leaf Green Lotus took away the hustle and bustle of the cultivation world of the western regions, as well as Lu Yin. Just after the One-Leaf Green Lotus disappeared, a pair of eyes opened under the yellow sand of the western regions. There was no sadness or joy in the pupils. At first they were dull, but then they became lively. They turned and looked to both sides. In front of him the yellow sand shook. A hand reached out and grabbed the owner of the eyes. What is this? It looks like hair. Master, I seem to have found something. His pupils turned and stared at the hand. Not long after, a figure walked out from under the yellow sand. His dry long hair fluttered in the wind, and sand flew out from his clothes and hair. The figure was an old man with a face full of vicissitudes. Deep wrinkles drooped on his face as if he would die at any time. The clothes on his body were tattered and almost decayed. The old man raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Has he left? He's finally gone. It's time to move. After saying that, he turned and looked in the direction of Xianxia City and walked. After the old man left, blood seeped out from under the sand. Due to various problems, the address has changed. The new chapter provides you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 398, Translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation in silence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3939. Outside of Xianxia City on Mount E, many cultivators were dejected. We failed again. Let's go. We'll come back in 10 years. We try to break the spell every 10 years, but we always fail. Maybe we should give up. After all, we didn't even see how dangerous the spell formation was. We can't give up. Did you forget? Mr. Lu came here before, which means the people inside aren't simple. Why didn't we go with Ye Qinglian just now? It's because of the spell formation and the people inside. As long as we can see the people inside, we're willing to try again. Indeed. One battle can last 100 years or 1,000 years. 10 times, 100 times. There's always a chance of success. We won't give up. If you really don't want to give up, I have a way. Maybe it will work, said a beautiful woman. She looked at the spell formation in front of her. When the people around heard her, they hastily asked, Fairy Nan, what is it? Please tell us. Of course we trust you, Fairy Nan. Fairy Nan's expression was solemn as she took out a pouch from her cosmic ring. A few days ago, someone gave me this item and told me to follow his instructions and throw it into the spirit treasure array. If I can successfully throw it in without it being destroyed, then I can trust that he will be able to break the spirit treasure array and help us enter. If this item is destroyed, then I can't trust him. The people around looked at the treasure and asked, What kind of person is he? Said Fairy Nan, An old man. I didn't trust him at first, but now I have no choice. Fairy Nan, do you have any proof that you don't trust him? Asked someone. His eyes were twinkling. Fairy Nan nodded and said, Because that old man said that there was no spell formation in the continent of the 9 clouds that he couldn't break. The 3 clans of Tsangtian City were just chickens and pottery dogs. When she said that, everybody's heart sank. Crazy. He's not just crazy. He's crazy. No wonder Fairy Nan doesn't believe him. No one would believe him. Forget it. We'll try again in 10 years. The shrewd man looked at Fairy Nan and said, No matter what, let's try throwing the remembrance inside. Since Fairy Nan is willing to bring the remembrance with her, it means that she has some expectations. Just treat it as an explanation for yourself. Fairy Nan looked at Huixi and hesitated. I'm just afraid that throwing this thing in will make the senior inside unhappy and disrespectful. The surrounding people frowned. This was a problem. Forget it then. Don't offend the senior that even Mr. Liu had to meet personally because of a lunatic. Yes, forget it. You can't believe the words of a lunatic. Fairy Nan looked at the shrewd man. Brother Liu, what do you think? The man pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth. Throw it. Brother Liu, think about it carefully. Don't let our decades of hard work go to waste because of a madman. If that's the case, it's better to join the battle with Mr. Liu, someone advised. That Brother Liu's expression was solemn. In life, if one is afraid of the slightest thing, how can one achieve anything? Mr. Liu even dared to make a move on the sparrow shocking platform. Do you think we don't even dare to throw out a single bosom sea? At most, we'll all kneel down when we throw it out to show our sincerity. Everyone felt that it made sense. Fairy Nan said, Brother Liu is right. Everyone should kneel down to show that we don't mean to disrespect the senior. Okay, since that's the case, we'll give it a try. Kneel down. We're not disrespecting the senior. Fairy Nan, please throw it in. Kneel. Everyone knelt down, including that Brother Liu and Fairy Nan. When everyone knelt down, Fairy Nan took a deep breath and held Huixi tightly. Thinking about the senior's words, she stared at the spiritual treasure array, found the right direction, and threw it. At the same time as she threw Huixi, Fairy Nan used several forces to support her, allowing Huixi to fly in the predetermined direction. Then Huixi was thrown in and disappeared. Fairy Nan, Brother Liu, and the surrounding people were all stunned. She really threw it in. The spiritual treasure array contained killing intent. Anything that entered would be destroyed unless they saw the flaws. They couldn't even get in, let alone Huixi. But now Huixi was thrown in. Fairy Nan was excited and her face was red. That senior didn't lie to her. She could really throw it in. She actually threw it in. That's great. Fairy Nan, where is that senior? Let's go and visit him, someone said excitedly. That senior may not be as powerful as he said, but he's definitely not bad. Maybe he's about the same as the senior on Mount E. Being able to receive guidance from a senior will benefit me for a lifetime. Fairy Nan suppressed her excitement and suddenly thought of something. Since Huixi can go in like this, can we go in? The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at each other and then at the spiritual treasure array. Brother Liu said, We can't go in. When Huixi went in, the killing intent of the spiritual treasure array changed. We've been looking at the killing intent on the surface, but in fact the inner array has been changed by Huixi. Going in is just suicide. That's right. Forget it. Let's go find that senior. Fairy Nan, please lead the way. Soon after, a group of people followed Fairy Nan out of Mount E and went in a direction. At the same time, Li Guo was sizing up Huixi. He had heard those people talking about how they were kneeling and throwing Huixi at him. He didn't care at first and thought that they were crazy, but that person actually saw through his spirit treasure array. Throughout the Nine Clouds universe, there were less than 5 people who could do this. Who was it? Was he deliberately looking for trouble? He said that he could break all the spiritual treasure arrays in the Nine Clouds universe. The Ju clan and the Yu clan were just clay chickens and pottery dogs. Although Li Guo looked down on the 3 clans, the hidden power of the 3 clans could not be underestimated. That person dared to look down on them. He looked outside Mount E and looked at Fairy Nan's group. He wanted to see who was looking for trouble. At this time Huai was shocked. Li Guo's eyes flashed and he connected. A light screen appeared. There was only a dim shadow that made a sound. Li Guo frowned and stared at the light screen. Who are you? You deliberately used that group of people to find me. Tell me who you are. There was no answer. There was still only a dim shadow and a sound. Although there was a sound, it was like a whisper in the wind. It couldn't be heard clearly. Who are you? Li Guo shouted. He inexplicably felt cold. After cultivating for so many years, this sense of crisis was very clear. Still there was no answer. However, the dim shadow moved. Li Guo stared at the shadow. The shadow moved again. Li Guo stared for a while and his eyes suddenly widened. That was a mouse? It was a very ordinary mouse hiding in the ground. It was blocked in some way. Even Li Guo took a long time to see it clearly. It was a very ordinary mouse. Someone was playing with him. They were using a mouse to play with him. Li Guo was angry. He was the leader of Mount Pianyu. Who dared to play with him? Just as he thought of this, a sharp pain suddenly surged from his body. It came from his arms, thighs and even cheeks. It was as if countless sharp blades were stabbing out of his body. With a screech, the bones of Li Guo's left arm pierced through his skin and flesh, revealing the white bones. Blood dripped down the bones and dyed the ground red. At the same time, the bones of the sole of his foot also pierced through his skin and flesh. Li Guo was shocked. Were those his own bones? Were they uncontrollably leaving his body? Suddenly, he thought of the skeleton he had been looking for. It could be sewn up like clothes. It could be sewn up or taken off. But how could he? We finally meet Li Guo. A voice came from outside the spiritual treasure array. Li Guo stared outside and gritted his teeth. Who is it? A person slowly walked over. Like Lu Yin, he passed through the spiritual treasure array and came in front of Li Guo. It was that Brother Lu. Li Guo stared at Brother Lu and frowned. You are not this person. Brother Lu smiled and his appearance changed. His bones, height and eyes were all changing. Finally he turned into an old man. He looked very old and looked at Li Guo as if he was looking at an object. Let me introduce myself. I am called Xuanhuan. Li Guo's pupils shrank. You are 100 Kill Tian Cheng's younger brother, the one in charge of finding the skeleton on the last page of the Cheng clan's secret scroll? Aren't you dead? Xuanhuan smiled. If I am dead, how can I appear in front of you? Long time no see, Li Guo. No. Strictly speaking, we have never met. We have only heard of you. Li Guo stared at Xuanhuan. You are not Xuanhuan. You are that skeleton. You are wearing Xuanhuan's skin. Xuanhuan smiled. Maybe. Come with me. Then his eyes turned cold. The bones of Li Guo's left arm came out of his body. The white bones were like sharp blades stabbing towards Li Guo. Li Guo grabbed the bones of his left arm with his right hand. Blood spilled on the ground. Under his feet, Mount Shao cracked. The spiritual treasure's murderous spirit rushed to the sky and surrounded Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was surprised. You were prepared? You were prepared for the 3 clans. You really want to destroy the 3 clans. While speaking, he avoided the spiritual treasure's murderous spirit and stared at Li Guo again. Li Guo's right arm was in pain. His skin was torn and his bones were about to break through his skin. Li Guo was shocked. What kind of method could control his bones? Impossible. No matter how powerful Xuanhuan was, he was still at the peak of the Kuei realm. He shouldn't be controlled by him. Suddenly he remembered the whisper from Huai. Could it be that? No matter how powerful Li Guo was, no matter how powerful he was in the spiritual treasures array, if he couldn't even control his own bones, he would be easily killed. Xuanhuan sneered. Once the bone language was planted, it was useless no matter how strong you were. This was a power beyond human cognition. It was a power that brought death. It was beyond the entire Jiushao universe and beyond the human race. This kind of power should appear. This universe should also change. Li Guo was the leader of Mount Pianyu on the Death Mound, one of the top cultivators of the 9 Heavens Universal Spiritual Treasure Formation. He alone could threaten the 3 great clans, but now he was like a dead dog, unable to even resist. Li Guo vomited blood. His head was in pain. His skull seemed to be penetrated. His eyes were red and he couldn't think of anything. Xuanhuan let him have no power to fight back. Xuanhuan approached Li Gua step by step. Don't resist. The more you resist, the closer you are to death. I can let you live in a different way. Human beings are not the only species in this universe. Li Gua squatted on the ground, not daring to move. The more he moved, the more his head felt like it was exploding. The skin on his back and limbs were cracking. A monster was about to rush out of his body. This feeling was too horrible. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3940. Xuanhuan walked in front of Li Gua, and his shadow shrouded Li Gua. Let's go. Li Gua slowly raised his head, and the shock in his eyes changed. There was mockery and laughter. Have you seen bright moon and few stars? Xuanhuan's expression changed and he suddenly turned back. The sky above Shao Mountain had changed. The bright moon was in the sky and the stars were wiped out. What brought Li Gua's shadow was not the sunlight, but the moonlight as cold as frost. The next moment, the bright moon dispersed and everything turned into stars. Everything was wiped out. Xuanhuan's pupils shrank. Roll 1. Outside his body, his clothes turned into ashes, and then it spread to the surface of his body. His hair also began to turn into ashes. It was extremely domineering. The Yu clan's book matrix ranked first. Roll 1. Bright moon and few stars. Li Gua struck with his palm. The bones in his left arm were out of control, so he used his right arm. Xuanhuan dodged and turned back to stare at Li Gua. You really want to die? Why bother talking nonsense if you want to kill me? I want to see if you want to catch me yourself or if there is someone else behind you. Li Gua shouted. Who do you think I am? I am the master of Pinyu Mountain. You want to kill me with just roll 1? Xuanhuan raised his hand, and the void engraved murderous intent. In an instant, the murderous intent of the spiritual treasures blasted towards the bright moon and few stars. Li Gua was surprised. Instant 17? He had forgotten that Xuanhuan not only had the ability to control bones, but he was also a member of the Qing clan, and the younger brother of 100 Kills Tianqing. Moreover, he had cultivated the Qing clan's method of engraving murderous intents to instant 17, second only to 100 Kills Tianqing's instant 19. Instant 17, 17 spiritual treasures murderous intents blasted towards the bright moon and few stars. The sky above Shao Mountain was broken. 2 huge spiritual treasures murderous intents blasted against each other, causing the sky to shake. Shao Mountain turned into ashes and spread to Zhangtian City, and even to the entire Yellow Sand Western region. Countless people looked up and were shocked. Run. Spiritual treasures murderous intents fell like raindrops, smashing towards Zhangtian City, the Yellow Sand Earth and the surrounding cities. Inside Zhangtian City, Zhu Qing immediately ordered the cultivators of the Zhu clan to protect the city. The Yu clan was the same. They all looked at Shao Mountain, who was fighting Li Gua. That was a pure spiritual treasure attack. Apart from the 3 clans, who else could use spiritual treasures to attack Li Gua? Who else could do that? Mounty disappeared and on the ground, Li Gua coughed up blood. He had guessed correctly. Xuanhuan had suddenly appeared not to kill him, but to capture him, so he would not let him die. Even if this person could control his bones, what use would a skeleton be if he died? Otherwise he would have died just now. Not far away, Xuanhuan was panting heavily. Bright moon and sparse stars was, after all, the number 1 scroll formation of the Yu clan on the surface. It wasn't easy to deal with. If he was just a little bit off, he wouldn't be able to blast it apart. Fortunately, scroll 1 couldn't withstand instant 17. Xuanhuan, since you don't dare to kill me, then let me see how the person from the Qing clan who can cultivate to instant 17 has accomplished in the Tao of Spirit Treasures. Li Gua sneered. His gaze turned, and the killing intent of the spirit treasures that were falling from the sky continued to gather around him. He was setting up a spirit treasure array. Xuanhuan was furious. Li Gua, don't force me. You can try. Li Gua shouted, you're underestimating the people of Death Hill. After saying that, the spirit treasure's killing intent continued to gather. Xuanhuan's expression changed. Scroll 5? Let's see. There's still scroll 6? How do you know all of them? Li Gua laughed. Don't you know how much your 3 clans fear me? My talent isn't something you can understand. If it wasn't for the void wall, I could cultivate the so-called method of carving killing intents until your ancestors jump out of their graves. Xuanhuan's eyebrows jumped. He didn't expect things to develop like this. This Li Gua saw the situation clearly and was completely unafraid of death. He thought he could easily capture him. It was easy to kill this person but difficult to capture him. And how did he know about the Void Wall? The three clans each had their own secrets that wouldn't be spread. Li Guo, believe me, it's easy for me to kill you. Xuanhuan took a deep breath, and his killing intent soared. Li Guo nodded and grinned. You have to believe me too. If you don't kill me, I can kill you. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes and hesitated. At this time, Scroll 3 and Scroll 5 both headed towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan once again used Instant 17 to bombard the treasures and stared at Li Guo. You're courting death. Li Guo spat out blood and the white bone pierced his chin from the corner of his mouth, but Li Guo didn't stop. Instead, he used the linear concept to transform Scroll 3. Xuanhuan was surprised that Li Guo could even learn the linear concept. At this time, the treasures floating above his head rose again, and a bright moon slowly appeared. It was still Scroll 1, but the moon was bright and there were few stars. When the moonlight shone down, Xuanhuan clenched his fists. He could either kill this person or retreat. There was no third way. Li Guo was more difficult to deal with than he thought. Scroll 1, Scroll 3 and Scroll 5 were at his fingertips. He also knew the linear concept, and he was also a consummate crossing bitter disaster powerhouse. He could easily see through the situation. No wonder he was the master of Death Mount Pinyu Mountain. He really wanted to kill Li Guo. But Li Guo couldn't die. He was very useful. At this time, a touch of red fell from the sky and crashed not far from Li Guo and Xuanhuan. They looked over and saw a figure walking out of the smoke. He was covered in scarlet, and every step he took distorted the void. The space seemed to be burning. Soon the figure came into their sight. Li Guo was shocked. You're from Wangfu? Xuanhuan was surprised and stared at the man who suddenly appeared. How could Wangfu's people appear? The man looked indifferent. He looked at Li Guo and Xuanhuan numbly, and then looked around as if he was looking for something. At this moment, the moonlight from the bright moon shrouded the man as well. There was blood at the corner of Li Guo's mouth. Today is really a good day. White Bones and Mang have both appeared. Once I catch you, the biggest mission of the Death Hill will be over. Stay here. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed as he stared at the man. Wangfu, let's kill Li Guo together. Wait, why do I feel that you look familiar? The man and Xuanhuan looked at each other. Under the moonlight, the scarlet airflow on the surface of his body dissipated and turned into ashes. He was affected by the moonlight. You are Jiezun. Li Guo exclaimed as he recognized him. Xuanhuan also recognized him. You join Wangfu? Jiezun was a strong cultivator from the same era as them. They had thought that he had died a long time ago. Surprisingly, he had appeared again and had reached the top of the Kuei layer. Li Guo was the leader of Piaoyu Mountain in the Death Mount. He knew a lot about the strong cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds, especially Xiezun, the ancestor of the Xie clan. The Xie clan had been destroyed by the Death Mound. They had robbed cultivators. Apart from Xiezun, all the other members of the Xie clan had died. Back then, Xiezun had been crossing Ku adversity, but he hadn't reached the maximum level of Ku adversity. But at that moment, Jiezun had reached the top of the Kuei layer. He had become a cultivator. The three strong cultivators had all become cultivators at the top of the Kuei layer. Jiezun, Li Guo is from the Death Mound. He's Wangfu's enemy. He destroyed the Jie clan. Get rid of him, shouted Xuanhuan. He remembered the Jie clan because it was one of the clans in the western regions. Li Guo gritted his teeth. Whether it was Baigu or Wangfu, they were all on the Death Mound kill list. He looked up at the starry sky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moonlight was erasing Xuanhuan and Jiezun's bodies. Jiezun rushed towards Li Guo. His pupils were scarlet vertical eyes that looked terrifying. He punched out, the scarlet chi flowed along his arm as he punched out. In front of Li Guo, the spiritual treasure's murderous intent gathered, but it couldn't stop the punch. It was blown away. The moon and stars dispersed because of Li Guo's injury. Xuanhuan sighed. With Jiezun's help, he only needed to catch Li Guo at the critical moment. But then Jiezun turned around and punched him. Xuanhuan was stunned. Why did Jiezun hit him? They had nothing to do with Wangfu. Jiezun's punch was filled with scarlet energy and terrifying destructive power. It tore apart the spiritual treasure's murderous intent between Li Guo and Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan dodged and stared at Jiezun. Why did you hit me? Jiezun's eyes were emotionless. He stared at Xuanhuan with his scarlet eyes. He took a step and disappeared. Xuanhuan's face changed. Wangfu was not an ordinary force. If the Death Mound was the strongest force in the Nine Clouds universe, The only force that could compete with the death mound was Wangfu. Wangfu had existed for too long. It was an existence that made everyone pale. He thought that it disappeared with the death of Mijin Xiangyu. But now it appeared again. And it was a top master like Jiezun. Li Gui guessed right. Xuanhuan couldn't easily control the bones of a master who had passed Ku Ai. He needed to plant the bone language. That was why Huixi whispered. If Li Gui hadn't been careless and heard Huixi's whisper and was planted with the bone language, Xuanhuan wouldn't have dared to attack. He wasn't Li Gui's opponent. But Jiezun didn't have the bone language planted by him. It was difficult to plant the bone language. He couldn't bear Jiezun's power. 17 seconds. In front of him, the powerful spirit treasure's murderous intent destroyed the void. 17 rays shot out, chaotic the sky. Jiezun still punched out. The deep scarlet power collided with 17. The murderous intent of the spirit treasure dispersed and was pushed away. 17 seconds wasn't weak, but its weakness was obvious. It couldn't be condensed. It was weak against strong opponents. Jiezun took a step forward and dispersed 17 seconds. The power of his punch smashed into Xuanhuan's body. Xuanhuan vomited blood and was pressed to the ground. Xuanhuan was in a sorry state. Half of his body was festering. Only his bones emitted a pale light. Jiezun punched again. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan stared at Jiezun and kept whispering. Boom. Mount Shao was penetrated by Jiezun's punch. Cracks spread along Cangtian City and divided it into two. The scarlet power soared into the sky. Countless people were stunned. This was an extremely terrifying power. It was enough to suppress a master who had passed Ku Ai. Jiezun retracted his fist, turned around and walked toward Li Gui, leaving a footprint in his footsteps. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3941. Li Gui breathed heavily as he watched Jiezun walk towards him. He laughed bitterly. I didn't expect to die in your hands. If I had known, I would have participated in the hunt for you. You wouldn't have escaped. Jiezun approached Li Gui step by step. Li Gui squinted his eyes. Can you tell me what Wangzhu is before you die? I'm very curious. Jiezun clenched his fist and punched. Li Gui rolled his eyes. Since he didn't want to say, then forget it. Jiezun punched, but the bones in his arm suddenly tore through his skin and pierced through his body. Jiezun's punch missed. He looked at his arm with only skin and flesh left. The bones had already torn through his skin. He was obviously at a loss. Far away, a skeleton appeared. Li Gui looked and grinned. I knew you wouldn't die so easily, Minghongyuan. Jiezun turned to the skeleton and was even more at a loss. The skeleton was Minghongyuan. Jiezun's punch destroyed his body. At the critical moment, he abandoned his body and escaped with the skeleton. Although the skeleton escaped, half of its body still collapsed. It was very miserable. Fortunately, before his body was destroyed, Minghongyuan planted part of the bone language in Jiezun, causing Jiezun's punch to fail. The bones in Jiezun's arm suddenly pierced towards his face. Jiezun grabbed the bones, crushed them and threw them away. He then raised his left arm and punched Li Gui. Li Gui stopped pretending to be dead and quickly dodged. He knew Minghongyuan was not dead and was testing his position in Minghongyuan's heart. Now he had the answer. His position was more important than he thought. Minghongyuan, think of a way to kill him or you and I will die. Minghongyuan's skeleton turned his head and stared at Jiezun, whispering. Jiezun's body suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Minghongyuan. He kicked. Although Minghongyuan was a skeleton, he was very agile. He dodged Jiezun's kick and turned around. In an instant, the void wall was imprinted on his bones. The spirit treasure's murderous intent attacked Jiezun. At the same time, Li Gui also used the scroll 3 linear intent realm. Jiezun was drowned in the spirit treasure's murderous intent. The scarlet power on his body was suppressed. His body was constantly being ravaged by the spirit treasure's murderous intent. Especially when the white bone in his left arm came out of his body, Xuanhuan let out a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to use Jiezun to deal with Li Gui, but he didn't expect Jiezun to kill both of them. Fortunately, now that Jiezun was dealt with, Li Gui was at her limit. He looked at Li Gui and raised his hand to grab it. The ghastly white bones were horrifying. Li Gui was already prepared. Facing the white bones of the Crimson Plains, she stood in place and said, Heaven, earth and man, 3 links. The void was fixed, and a spirit treasure's killing intent fell from the sky, connecting to Li Gui. At the same time, There was another killing intent from the ground connecting the sky and Li Guo, forming a triangle. Xuanhuan felt something was wrong and hurriedly sped up to get closer to Li Guo. However, he could not do it. The moment the triangle was formed, a sense of horror that he had never felt before appeared. This is... Li Guo smiled. Congratulations, you're the first person to see my self-created secret scroll of formation. Xuanhuan was incredulous. Lai Wan, secret of formation? The hidden heritage of the Yu family is the secret scroll of formation. I don't need to learn from them, I can just create it myself. Li Guo's eyes were bloodshot. Heaven, earth, and man's secret scroll of formation. Xuanhuan stared at Li Guo. Li Guo's back was suddenly torn open and the white bones broke out. Li Guo, don't force me to kill you. It's too late, the formation has been formed and I can't control it. Li Guo spat out blood. The triangle expanded, including Xuanhuan and Jiezun. Xuanhuan was shocked and turned to run. Li Guo was right, the heaven, earth, and man formation was already out of control, so killing Li Guo was useless. Especially since Li Guo was able to create the secret scroll of formation, his talent was even greater than expected, and his value was even greater. He couldn't die. Li Guo smiled bitterly. This was the reason why he took the risk to test Xuanhuan. Only by confirming his own weight could he decide whether to use this spirit treasure formation. If Xuanhuan was willing to kill him, he wouldn't be able to set up the secret scroll of formation. Ever since I was forced out of the western region by you three clans, I've completely changed. What a pity that 100 killed Tianqing died and couldn't see it. Otherwise, his expression would be very interesting. You three clans have personally forced a talented and simple-minded heavenly spiritual array master to become such a scheming person. Xuanhuan secretly scolded Li Guo for being a madman. Run away from this formation. The formation hadn't fully activated yet, so they could escape. Just as Xuanhuan fled and Li Guo laughed, an extremely deep red light soared into the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. Finally, it spread out in the sky above the western regions, turning into dark red ripples. Li Guo's laughter stopped abruptly, and he stared blankly at the ground in front of him. That was the place where Jiezun was drowned in murderous intent. Xuanhuan turned back and also looked there. Jiezun? Jiezun walked out from the ground. At this moment, Jiezun was filled with an extremely oppressive and terrifying aura, like a monster walking out of the abyss. His eyes were so red that his pupils couldn't be seen clearly, and the surface of his body was twisted and boiling with dark red power. With a casual move, it shook the void and brought a bone-chilling coldness. The air gradually turned red and then it spread to heaven and earth. Everyone in Songtian City saw heaven and earth turn dark red. When he raised his hand, wisps of air streaked across, cold to the touch, with the smell of blood. What's going on? Li Guo looked at Jiezun in horror. He had never experienced this kind of power, and it gave him an indescribable sense of foreboding, as if he had come out of the abyss of death. Previously, although Jiezun's power also gave him this feeling, it was not so obvious, similar to the feeling Xuanhuan gave him. Now Jiezun's power had more than doubled, and this feeling was infinitely stronger, which made his heart sink. What kind of power was this? Xuanhuan stared at Jiezun, and at this moment, Jiezun made him feel cold. What did this person do? He was simply a monster. Jiezun walked out from the ground, looked up and roared. The deep scarlet light soared and expanded in an instant, drowning the secret formation of the three paths of heaven, earth, and human, and directly blasting the formation apart. Li Guo took a few steps back and looked in horror. How could he break his formation with just the power of cultivation? Impossible. Who else could do it except for the eternal life realm? Impossible. The scarlet power covered heaven and earth, shrouding Jiezun's entire body, and even his face could not be seen clearly. He looked at Li Guo and raised his hand. Suddenly heaven and earth seemed to collapse, bringing an unparalleled pressure. Li Guo looked at that hand. I'm dead, I can't resist at all. In the distance, Xuanhuan did not move. No matter how he ran, he could not escape from Jiezun's pursuit. He did not expect to encounter a monster at this juncture. What kind of existence was Wangdi? Such a monster actually appeared. Was there no upper limit to that scarlet power? Other than the eternal life realm, who could be a match for such a monster? Why did he appear here? Jiezun's palm was aimed at Li Guo. His entire body was enveloped in the dark red light, and his palm was even more red, deep and terrifying. Li Guo looked at the scarlet. This was the last color he saw in his life, and it was similar to his own blood. Unfortunately, he could not take revenge. The leader of Death Hill's Piaoyu Mountain had changed. Lord, I'll take my leave first. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew and it was bone-chilling. The earth cracked and Jiazun took a few steps back. There was a loud bang between heaven and earth. Li Guo looked at the familiar figure in front of him in a daze. Why are you here? It was Lu Yin who stood in front of Li Guo. Lu Yin looked at his palm and then at Jiazun, his expression solemn. A very strong palm beyond the eternal life realm. Is this universe's Wangdi so powerful? In front, Jiazun stared at Lu Yin. He clenched his left fist and punched out. The surface of his body boiled and poured out fiercely. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth shook. Even Li Guo and Ming Hongyuan were shaken by the power of the attack. Lu Yin raised his hand and infinite power flowed. The seal the heaven sequence particles spread out and grabbed. Boom! A crack appeared between heaven and earth. From bottom to top, it pierced the sky of the entire western regions, causing countless people to be stunned. Lu Yin grabbed Jiazun's fist and did not retreat half a step. Jiazun's scarlet eyes shrank in disbelief. At this moment there was actually someone who could stop him. Lu Yin exclaimed, "You are the strongest person I have ever met under the eternal life realm. You have surpassed tomorrow's beast. With your combat strength, even the god of defense may not be your opponent. I'm very curious, what have you been hiding for all these years?" Jiazun wanted to withdraw his arm, but he could not do it. He was caught by Lu Yin and could not even move. Li Guo was also in disbelief. Not to mention the current Jiazun, even the previous Jiazun was difficult to resist. They had to join forces with Cheng Hongyuan to drown him. Now that Jiazun's strength had skyrocketed, it was not something they could resist. How could Lu Yin catch him so easily? No wonder it was said that this person was the limit of combat strength under the eternal life realm. This combat strength was too much. Jiazun's eyes widened and he stepped back forcefully. With a tearing sound, his arm was torn off. He turned and ran. The bones of his right arm were exposed and his left arm was torn off. Both of Jiazun's arms were useless. Lu Yin took a step forward. Jiazun could not escape. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed his head. "You can keep your arm, but let's see how you can keep your head. Speak, where is Wangdi? Where is the eternal life realm?" Jiazun raised his leg and hit Lu Yin with his knee. Lu Yin's palm landed and broke Jiazun's leg. Jiazun's whole body fell to the ground, but he did not give up. His other leg stepped on the void, and his body rushed along the ground to the right. However, halfway, a hand fell and grabbed the back of Jiazun's neck and lifted him up. The scarlet power on Jiazun's body boiled and roared in the void, but he could not resist Lu Yin. Li Guo was wrong. Jiazun's power was indeed unfathomable in general. He could also be called the most powerful complete cuckoo adversity, but he had not yet reached the ultimate level of combat power under immortal life. He was only strong in terms of pure strength, but when faced with a powerhouse like Lu Yin, there was no possibility of resistance. Jiazun was truly unbeatable in his area of expertise. Li Guo stared blankly at Lu Yin as he crippled Jiazun's remaining leg. He loosened his grip and let Jiazun fall to the ground. The deep scarlet color of Jiazun's body was like blood, illuminating Lu Yin like a god or a demon. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3942. From the time Lu Yin appeared to the time he completely destroyed Jiazun, he had only attacked 4 times. The first time he saved Li Guo, the second time he destroyed Jiazun's left arm, the third time he destroyed his right leg, and the fourth time he destroyed his left leg. It was that simple. Before that, Li Guo and Cheng Hongyuan could barely destroy Jiazun's right arm. Lu Yin looked at Jiazun lying on the ground. "You should be conscious." In Jiazun's body, the deep scarlet power gradually dimmed, and the sky returned to its original color. His pupils could be seen clearly again, the scarlet vertical eye that Lu Yin was very familiar with. Lu Yin squatted down and stared at Jiazun. "Tell me the answer and I can bring you back to life." Then he raised his hand and scarlet divine power appeared in his palm. Jiazun's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Yin's palm. He did not expect to see such familiar power on Lu Yin's hand. In the distance, Li Guo was also shocked. "Mang's power?" Lu Yin looked up at Li Guo. "You know about it?" Li Guo frowned and stared at Lu Yin. "How do you have Mang's power?" "I used it when I destroyed the spring and autumn scroll, but no one recognized it then," Lu Yin said. Li Guo said bitterly, "Since Mi Jin Xiangyu died, Mango has also disappeared. It hasn't appeared in the continent of the 9 clouds for a very long time. Not many people in Death Hill know about it, let alone outsiders. If you hadn't used that strength, I wouldn't have recognized it. There are many people who use red strength, but that doesn't mean it's Mango." So, you were also testing just now? Lu Yin smiled and looked at Li Gua. Li Gua sighed and sat on the ground exhausted, testing for a bad answer. Are you also one of Mang's people? Lu Yin looked away and did not explain to Li Gua. He looked at Jiazun. Answer me, where is Mang? That door, where is it? As he spoke, he used karma to penetrate Jiazun's body. He did not really think he could get an answer from Jiazun. Neither the Everlasting nor Mang had the concept of surrender. Li Gua did not understand what Lu Yin was talking about. What door? The door of Shock Gate? Jiazun opened his mouth and stammered, Traitor? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and was about to ask something when Jiazun's body surged with a scarlet power that melted him like magma. Lu Yin quickly tried to absorb the power, only to find that it was different from the eternal God's power. It came from the same source, but it was different. It was difficult to absorb, and he could only watch as Jiazun melted into liquid. Even his spirit seed was melted. Karma did not give him an answer either. Jiazun's karma only allowed him to see a fixed scene, which meant that Jiazun had stayed in one place for a very long time. Even though karma didn't allow him to see anything, he still discovered that Jiazun had two spirit seeds. Whether it was the Jiuxiao universe or the spiritualized universe, cultivating with a spiritual seed was just a spiritual seed. There was only one exception, Tianxi in the past and eternity now. With the turbid treasure spirit seed, the heavens gave him an extra chance to molt, which was equivalent to two spirit seeds. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. Even the lesser defense god did not have two spirit seeds to cultivate. And Jiazun actually had two spiritual seeds. Lu Yin slowly got up and stared at the scarlet ground in a daze. In the distance, Li Gua coughed up blood and exhaled heavily. Lu Yin looked at him. I thought you had a spiritual seed out of your body. Li Gua laughed. Speaking of which, the cultivators of the Jiuxiao universe have two lives, but that's at the lower level. When you reach the progenitor realm or even higher, who would have a spiritual seed out of their body? That kind of cultivation is not real at all. Only when you experience a war in the Jiuxiao universe or clearly participate in a fight to the death, will you have a spiritual seed out of your body. If I died just now, I would have really died. Then he looked at Lu Yin with a pale face. It's the same now. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. Do you think I will kill you? Li Gua asked back. Won't you? Because I cultivated the power of Wangda? Wangda deserves to be killed more than a taboo, Li Gua said solemnly. Lu Yin didn't say much to him and looked in another direction. That skeleton is called xuanhuan? Li Gua nodded. You didn't expect it, right? The Cheng clan is not destroyed and xuanhuan is still alive. Yes, I will tell you when I come back. If you don't chase after it, it will really escape. Then Lu Yin stepped out and disappeared. Li Gua was surprised. Not killing him? What did that mean? Was he testing him? Or was he fearless? No matter what, Lu Yin had used Wangda's power, and this matter had to be reported to the Death Hill. Li Gua wiped the corner of his mouth and took out his vest. Today's fight had been really miserable and he had almost died several times. Even after using all his trump cards, he still had to be more careful in the future. He couldn't stay here any longer and he didn't know why xuanhuan wanted to capture him. Wait, the Great Master wouldn't use him as bait, right? Thinking about the Great Master's style, it really was possible. Li Gua sighed. At the same time, even farther away, two figures stood quietly, looking in the direction of Pyrolite Mountain. Cultivators could see very far, and the higher their cultivation, the further they could see. However, even a powerhouse who had crossed bitter adversity could not see this distance. Only a powerhouse who had reached the peak of bitter adversity might be able to see it. My lord's plan is flawless. Lu Yin really did come back. The Great Five Palms Gate caused such a big commotion, and then he led the Great Five Palms Gate and the Spirit Alliance to support the Cosmic Fruit. All of this was just a pretense, Qing Shui exclaimed. The person in front of Qing Shui was the Eternal. Yongheng smiled. I know him too well. Given his style, he wouldn't make such a big show of support and let everyone know about it. Especially since the disciples of the five great sects have attracted so much hatred. It's obvious that he deliberately spread the news and let everyone think that he left. Qing Shui was puzzled. Why did he do that? The Eternal said, I don't know, but his actions must be fake. From the results, he succeeded. Not only did he get rid of Jiazun, but he also tracked down xuanhuan. This was the Great Master's plan after confirming Lu Yin's whereabouts. If he didn't deliberately expose Jiazun, then Lu Yin would at most find xuanhuan. Qing Shui was Hongyuan's daughter, but she had no feelings for xuanhuan. The Eternal's gaze was deep. Yes, xuanhuan. Lu Yin's goal might be xuanhuan. Qing Shui was puzzled. it's a fact that the Qing clan was destroyed. How could Lu Ying know about Hongyuan's existence? You're underestimating karma. If he hadn't comprehended karma, I wouldn't have set up such a trap. I just want to use him to help me find deathly stillness and the existence of Slayer. I hope that Lu Ying doesn't disappoint me, the Eternal said. But then again, Zhu is indeed well hidden. I thought you could lead me to it, but I didn't expect that even you don't know where it is. If it was so easy to find, those Eternal Realm cultivators would have found it long ago. Cheng Shui suddenly thought of something. Great Master, if Lu Ying doesn't know about deathly stillness, will he think that Hongyuan is the skeleton that appeared on the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll? If so, we won't be able to find deathly stillness after he killed Hongyuan. The Eternal said slowly, Hongyuan will let him know the truth as long as he doesn't want to die. Cheng Shui thought for a moment and understood. If Lu Ying really thought that Qing Hongyuan was the skeleton on the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll, then he would not hesitate to kill Qing Hongyuan. From Qing Hongyuan's point of view, he had to find a way to prevent himself from being killed. The only way was to let Lu Ying know that he was not the skeleton, and let Lu Ying find the skeleton through him. Only then would he be able to live. This was his value. Everyone had to have their own value when they came to the world. When the value disappeared, there was no need for people to exist. Lu Ying was smart, but Hongyuan was not stupid. In the western region, above the yellow sand, a city was floating. Lu Ying stepped on the void and kept chasing after Hongyuan's skeleton. Hongyuan couldn't hide at all. Either he didn't come out or he couldn't escape once he came out. He wanted to see what Qing Hongyuan was planning. The death crisis that the Nine Clouds universe had encountered before was related to the skeleton. So, the so-called Qing Hongyuan might not be the real Qing Hongyuan, but the skeleton was the skeleton. If he couldn't do it, he could just kill it. That was Lu Yin's original plan. But when he saw the second skeleton appear and rush towards him, that thought vanished into thin air. Lu Yin saw with his own eyes that Hongyuan let the skeleton in a person's body tear open the flesh and break out of the body. It rushed towards him as if it had a consciousness. It wasn't a skeleton, but more like a parasitic creature in the body. But it was clearly a skeleton. How could this be? Lu Yin was shocked, and the feeling of horror appeared again. It was like the feeling of seeing the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll for the first time. That kind of horror was unforgettable. Now that feeling reappeared. Hongyuan could control the skeleton in other people's bodies? Then was Hongyuan's skeleton the skeleton on the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll, or was it really Hongyuan's skeleton? He couldn't kill it. Lu Yin's gaze was piercingly cold. He had to find that skeleton. The skeletons rushed towards Lu Yin one by one, fearless of death. Lu Yin killed the skeleton casually, and the karma spiral whistled out, heading towards Hongyuan's skeleton. He wanted to use karma to see if Hongyuan was himself and where that skeleton was. As his karma pierced through Qing Hongyuan's white bones, karma threads appeared one after another. At the same time, Lu Yin was able to see certain scenes, but they were all in the dark underground. The only difference was that he saw a woman talking to Qing Hongyuan. That woman had called him father. Hongyuan also had a daughter? If this woman called him father, did that mean that Hongyuan was really Hongyuan? Then, the skeleton in front of him was controlled out of the body by the skeleton on the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll. He was Hongyuan himself. At this time, the collision of karma threads also made Lu Yin see the suspicious point of the Battle of Shao Mountain. Actually, Lu Yin didn't wait in the western region from the beginning. He really did leave with Ye Qinglian, but she was too fast, so he was a little far away. When he returned to the western region, Hongyuan, Li Guo and Jiezun were already fighting, so he didn't see how Jiezun appeared. Now he saw it through Hongyuan's karma. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3943. Jiezun had clearly appeared by accident. Based on Lu Yin's understanding of the Eternals and the fact that Wang Di had been hiding for a long time, Jiezun would not be so careless as to suddenly appear in Pyrolite Mountain. There was only one reason for his appearance. Someone had deliberately exposed him. Lu Yin immediately thought of the Eternals. Exposing Jiezun would not benefit Wang Di, and only the Eternals would do that. He knew Wang Di well and was Wang Di's traitor. Up ahead, Qing Hongyuan continued to flee. Lu Yin subconsciously slowed down and stopped staring at him. He wondered why the Eternals had deliberately exposed Jiezun. What was the point? Did they stop Qing Hongyuan from capturing Li Guo? Or did they let Jiezun deal with Qing Hongyuan? Or were they waiting for him to make a move? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Eternals understood him, and he understood the Eternals as well. The Eternals had already calculated everything, and Jiezun's appearance meant a lot. Jiezun himself did not know how he had been exposed, but Lu Yin was 90% sure that he was from the Eternals. If Jiezun could not get an answer, then could xuanhuan give him one? What was the Eternals trying to do? Lu Yin used karma again, wanting to see through xuanhuan. At the same time he spread his consciousness in all directions. If the Eternals had deliberately exposed Jiezun, then he must be watching somewhere. Lu Yin could not find the Eternals no matter how he spread his consciousness. He kept a close eye on xuanhuan's skeleton and hid himself. Xuanhuan could not find the enemy even if the skeleton left his body, so he could only flee on his own. However, xuanhuan knew very well that Lu Yin was watching him, and he could not escape easily. He was facing the peak power of the Eternals. He had experienced Jiezun's strength, but he could not fight back against Lu Yin. The moment Jiezun tore off his own arm and retreated, xuanhuan had fled. He knew that Jiezun was finished, and if he waited any longer he would be finished as well. He did not know if Lu Yin had seen the Qing clan's secret scroll, but he could only do his best to show his value. Even if he died he would not die for no reason. Everything he was doing now was based on Lu Yin's knowledge of the Qing clan's secret scroll and his desire to track down the skeleton. Now it seemed that he had done the right thing. Otherwise he would be dead by now. Lu Yin could not be detected, but that did not mean that he had lost. Xuanhuan guessed that Lu Yin wanted to find the skeleton. In the distance there was a mortal city. It was pitch black and there were only a few flickering lights. It was already night time and there was a curfew in the city. Only the patrolmen were walking back and forth, giving the ordinary people a sense of security. Winter, there was an orderly knock on the door, and the wooden door slowly opened. 5 or 6 young people in official uniforms were waiting expectantly. Behind the door was a small shop where fragrant glutinous rice balls were being cooked. "Quick, old you, this is too fragrant." "Sir, don't be in such a hurry. No matter how hungry you are, you still have to cook it before eating, hee. "You old geezer, we already said that we're eating now, why didn't you cook earlier?" Alright, it's here. Please enjoy. It's so fragrant, I haven't eaten this for a long time. My hands are frozen from patrolling in the cold night. "Old you, do the people in the 3rd Division often eat this?" This old man can't say. The higher-ups are really heartless. They didn't even arrange for us to eat when they were patrolling. I think it would be good to let old you cook for us. What do you think, old you? This old man doesn't have the energy to do that. I'm going to sleep soon. Thank you for your hard work. Alright, here's the money. Go to bed early. We'll eat another bowl tomorrow morning. After that, we'll sleep for the rest of the day. Alright, this old man will prepare more for you tomorrow morning. After that, the wooden door was about to close. Suddenly, the young men turned their backs to Old Yu and stopped moving. Old Yu was about to close the door when he saw that they didn't move. He was puzzled. "Sir, what's wrong?" No one answered. Old Yu frowned. Sir? In the next moment, several people's bodies were torn apart. White bones walked out, bringing with them terrifying blood that flowed all over the ground. Old Yu was horrified and screamed in extreme fear. The lights in the city were constantly turned on, and shrill screams spread through the sky. Outside the city, Xuanhuan's white bones rushed in and sneered. He let half of the city's white bones come out to hide. He wanted to see how Lu Yin could find him. Far away, Lu Yin saw the changes in the city. His eyes narrowed and killing intent rushed to his head. Bastard, this Xuanhuan actually did this kind of thing. Farther away, Eternal saw it. He avoided Lu Yin's consciousness and barely saw it at the limit of the vision of a perfect stage powerhouse. Not good, this fool Xuanhuan actually did this kind of thing. Qing Shui was puzzled. Sir, what's wrong? Eternal's face was ugly. Let's go, don't follow. Qing Shui looked at Eternal, full of doubts. The Eternal spoke in a low voice. Lu Yin is a ruthless person who takes revenge without mercy. However, he is compassionate. He claimed that Hong Yuan had killed half of the city's people. This was something that he absolutely could not tolerate. Even if it was to find me in that skeleton, he would not tolerate it. Tolerating it would only cause more deaths. Qing Hong Yuan is finished. Qing Shui said, "It's just some ordinary people and they are from the 9th firmament universe. What does it have to do with him? Compared to these ordinary people, aren't Sir and the white bones more important? He should see the overall situation clearly." Eternal laughed. Why should he see the overall situation clearly? Qing Shui was even more puzzled. The so-called overall situation is just a choice made because he can't control the situation. For the current Lu Yin, unless it involves eternal life, there is no situation that he can't control. With him we have to hide. This is a very simple principle. Instead of sacrificing those ordinary people to find us and sacrificing his compassion, it's better to follow his heart. Eternal looked at Cheng Shui. When you reach his height, you will understand. Cheng Shui frowned. Isn't he afraid that Sir will break through to eternal life? But we are more afraid that he will break through to eternal life. Eternal replied and turned to leave. Cheng Shui looked into the distance again, then followed Eternal. In the distance, in the mortal city, Lu Yin stood high in the sky, watching the white bones fleeing and killing. He closed his eyes, exhaled, and his consciousness suddenly pressed down. All the white bones turned into powder. Only one white bone still existed. It was originally hidden among the many white bones. At this moment, seeing the surrounding white bones destroyed, it wanted to use the bone language again to let the rest of the white bones out of its body, but it found that chains had descended from the void and bound it. Heaven and earth were locked, locking its cognition and all means, including voice and even emotions. Lu Yin descended and appeared in front of the white bones. Xuanhuan stared at Lu Yin. He had expected this person to follow him, but he didn't expect to make a move at this time. Why did he make a move? Did he not want to follow him to achieve his goal? Xuanhuan didn't expect that what he did had crossed Lu Yin's bottom line. If not, he could continue to escape. Even if it took a long time, he could still escape. Unfortunately, he didn't understand Lu Yin. The moment Lu Yin attacked Xuanhuan, he knew that Eternal was no longer around. Eternal understood him and knew that he would attack Xuanhuan. But if he left, then so be it. As long as he was here, unless Eternal broke through to the eternal life realm, he would not be able to come out. Hide like a mouse, don't let me catch you. You shouldn't have attacked these mortals. What's wrong with them? They just want to live peacefully. 100 years old is already a long life, a life without waves, children happy. You don't understand this feeling, but it is our life's pursuit. Xuanhuan was in a daze because of this? Because of these ant-like mortals? Because they gave up on tracking him? Ridiculous, too ridiculous. To be able to cultivate to this level, who wasn't a godlike existence. Why would he care about those mortals? Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, enveloping Xuanhuan. In a situation where only Lu Yin could see, karma soared into the sky. The self-illuminating heaven technique. He wanted to calculate Xuanhuan's past, calculate the karma of their intersection, and even calculate the future. Karma could be cut off, hidden, and searched. Heaven and earth could not hide. However, this method consumed too much karma. When Lu Yin comprehended the self-illuminating heaven technique, he noticed that someone was watching him. He used karma to calculate, but it was cut off by a sword. Later, in the consciousness universe, he also calculated the possibility of the verbal law, and now he achieved it. Unfortunately, the verbal law was useless on this skeleton. This skeleton had another power to control it. Then he would calculate directly. Xuanhuan opened his mouth. What do you want to know? The Qing clan didn't perish? I can tell you. Lu Yin's gaze was extremely cold. The Qing clan? He did not care. What he cared about was eternity in that skeleton. However, Xuanhuan could not tell him these things. Karma suddenly pressed down, penetrating Xuanhuan's skeleton and turning into a tornado that connected heaven and earth. Unfortunately, only Lu Yin could see this spectacular scene. Only I am not here, I will replace it with benefits. Only I can change, I will replace it with non-existence. My heart is clear, I am not afraid of selfishness, I am as firm as a rock, I am not afraid of myself, I illuminate the heavens. The wheel of karma, I am facing the heavens, looking at the endless distance, protecting the return of all life in the universe. When Xuanhuan heard the self-illuminating heaven technique, his body seemed to be transparent. Everything about him was seen clearly, and an inexplicable fear filled his mind. How could this be? What kind of power was this? Karma was constantly consumed like fuel to calculate everything that Lu Yin wanted to know. He saw Xuanhuan's past, and under karma, he also understood why he pretended to be dead. It was because he was controlled by the skeleton. Xuanhuan really found the skeleton, but the moment he found it, he was controlled. As for the skeleton, Lu Yin also saw it. However, it was not a skeleton but another person. It was completely different from the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll. The skeleton had new clothes. Xuanhuan had always been hiding under the yellow sand of the western region. Cheng Shui told all the disciples of the Qing clan to Qinggong. They were also the ones who led Qinggong to think of a method to exterminate the descendants of the Qing clan, forcing the Qing clan to fight with Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not care about these. What he wanted was Jiazun, eternity, and where was the skeleton now? He saw Jiazun and karma continued to calculate. Finally, he sensed the connection of karma in the distance. Luin saw it. He stared at the karma and suddenly turned his head. His consciousness spread out and streaked across the starry sky, descending into the distance. At the limit of his vision, eternity was no longer there. As expected. When xuanhuan attacked half of the people in the city, eternity was no longer there. There was another person with eternity. That woman, xuanhuan's daughter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3944. Suddenly, karma was consumed at an accelerated rate, directly consuming 1/10 of it. Luin couldn't care less because karma had been affected. Somewhere a pair of eyes opened. The empty eyes were deep and dark, looking at Luin through karma. Luin saw the eyes, crossing time and space to look at it. Were those human eyes? No, they were the eyes of death. Those eyes weren't looking at him, but at death, the inevitable end of the existence behind him. Those eyes were more terrifying than a skeleton wearing new clothes. Luin clenched his fists and continued to consume karma. He wanted to see where the skeleton was. Suddenly, the white bones of the Crimson Plains turned into ashes. Everything happened so suddenly. The ashes were blown into the distance by the wind, disappearing without a trace. Luin was stunned. The skeleton disappeared and so did his karma calculation. Everything happened in an instant. He only looked at the skeleton's eyes for a moment, and a low voice sounded in his ears. Enter my death, give me death. Immortal and indestructible, I will live forever. The skeleton had noticed him. Karma was used to calculate the past and future. Using karma to calculate would be detected. The skeleton either had a shocking cultivation or a unique ability, such as being able to see and even interfere with karma. It was impossible for the skeleton's cultivation to be shocking. Luin was already at the limit of combat power below eternal life, unless the skeleton was in the eternal life realm. If the skeleton had been in the eternal life realm, Luin would have been in trouble if the skeleton hadn't turned to ashes. If the skeleton had been in the eternal life realm, the three from the Wuxiao universe would have noticed. It could only be said that the skeleton was special enough to detect and interfere with karma. Luin stood in place, the words echoing in his mind. Enter my death, give me death. Immortal and indestructible, I will live forever. Was this a warning from the skeleton or something else? Death. The master had said that the Wuxiao universe had encountered a crisis of death. The skeleton had looked at him as if it was looking at death. Could it be that this death was not a state but an existence? Luin rose into the air and looked around the city. There was fear and sorrow everywhere. These people had not provoked anyone, and they had suffered a disaster for no reason. Who would sympathize with them? Decades later, what happened today would only be recorded in a few lines of words in the city records. But he could see clearly the tragedy that had just happened. The memories of pain and suffering would forever exist in the hearts of the living. Where were the dead? Did they see it? After watching for a while, Luin turned around and left. Back in the Xuanhuan universe, he had said that he would guide people to do good. This was not something that could be done just by saying it. Words were not enough to restrain him. Perhaps one day, with a single thought, he would be able to restrain the cultivators and protect the mortals. This could also be considered an ambition. Born in heaven and earth, how can one be at peace? Not long after, he returned to Pyrolite Mountain. Mount E was already gone, Hidden Heaven City was affected by the battle, many cracks appearing on the earth. People from the Zhu clan and the Yu clan came to Mount E and saw Li Gua. They had a conversation but they couldn't get any more information. Lu Yin's appearance left everyone at a loss. Hadn't he gone to reinforce the consciousness universe? Why was he here? Lu Yin landed on the ground and found the flesh that had been torn apart by White Bones Ming Hongyuan. He collected the blood, hoping that this was truly White Bones Ming Hongyuan's blood. It was said that Hongyuan had a daughter by Eternal's side. Then with this blood he might be able to find her. But now was not the time. Eternal would definitely be very vigilant. Wait for a period of time. Some things had to be done unexpectedly. What about Hongyuan? Li Gua asked. He waved his hand to disperse the surrounding people, including those from Zhu clan and Yu clan. They were all chased away. Lu Yin said, he's dead. Li Gua raised his brows. You didn't capture him for questioning? Lu Yin looked at him. It's useless. Li Gua frowned. You can't even find out about his karma? Many people knew that Lu Yin had comprehended karma, and it was no longer a secret. Lu Yin shook his head. He had made a karmic deduction about Hongyuan, which had cost him quite a bit. In the end, all he had done was look at that skeleton, which made his heart ache. How difficult was it to increase karma? He even wanted to throw Li Gua and the others into the hell of general appointment platform. Fortunately, the transparent moth from the full sensory universe had also helped him increase his karma, so his losses were not as great as before. Otherwise, his heart would ache even more. Luin looked at Li Gua. Have you contacted the master? Li Gua nodded. The master said to contact you when you arrived. Why did Xuanhuan attack you? Luin was not in a hurry to contact the master. Li Gua was helpless. How would I know? It seemed like he was determined to capture me. I'm not safe right now. What value do you have? Luin asked directly. Li Gua was speechless. I feel like you're looking down on me. Luin looked at him. This is very important. I have to report to the alarm gate about the skeleton on the last page of the Qing clan's secret scroll. Li Gua's eyes widened. You have clues? No, so I want to find some clues through you. Li Gua leaned against the stone looking very tired. He pointed at himself. I would be dead if I had any clues. Also, talking to you makes my teeth hurt. Luin looked at Li Gua's mouth. You already have a toothache. Li Gua's chin was pierced by his own bone. It would be strange if he didn't have a toothache. Li Gua was curious. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be supporting the universe of consciousness? Don't tell me you knew all this in advance and made me suffer so much that I almost died. Luin said casually, when I killed 100 Kill Tian, I used karma to check on him and found that there were a few descendants of the Qing clan that he didn't know about. Li Gua understood. So you think there's a problem? 100 Kill Tian, as the head of the Qing clan, has a domineering personality and full control. There are descendants that he doesn't know about but are known by the Duke. Obviously there's a problem. There must be someone behind the Duke. Luin said. Li Gua snorted. I was wondering how the Duke could kill all the descendants of the Qing clan so easily. So that's why. Luin was not interested in this matter. No matter what, even if there were still people alive in the Qing clan, they were just ants. Even if they were not from the Qing clan, there would be others working for the skeleton. He just wanted to know what was the value of Li Gua and why Xuanhuan wanted to capture him. What's your value? Or do you have something? For example, turbid treasure? Luin asked. Li Gua rolled his eyes. I have no value, okay? Okay, I'll tell the alarm gate lord. Luin said directly. Li Gua opened his mouth and said angrily, my value is the spirit treasure array. It's my greatest value and only value. It can be said that, looking at the entire history of the Ninth Heaven universe, there's almost no one who can surpass me in this, except for the superior deity. There are 3 major clans in the Tsangtian city. The Qing clan used the void wall to carve the spirit treasure array. Let's not talk about that. The Zhu clan doesn't have the Tsangtian array. That's a relic of the Tsangtian universe. I've also understood their linear concept. The Yu clan created the scroll array. I can understand it just by looking at it once. Luin raised his eyebrows. Li Gua said proudly, and I created the heaven, earth and human 3-path scroll array. The Yu clan must have a stronger spirit treasure array, but it's also from the Tsangtian universe. As for me, I created it myself and almost killed Xuanhuan and Jiezun. Isn't it amazing? Luin saw the heaven, earth and human 3-path scroll array. It was indeed amazing. He could break this spirit treasure array, but it was more difficult to learn it. It would take a long time to create it himself. Li Gua's talent in the spirit treasure Dao was indeed very high, surpassing anyone he had ever seen. No, except for Huizhu. Huizhu's cultivation was low, and he didn't have time to slowly study it. He had planned for thousands of years, and he had to consider far more than just spirit treasure array. If Huizhu was allowed to devote himself to the study of spirit treasure array, it was hard to say what kind of spirit treasure array he could create. At this time, Li Gua's pocket scroll vibrated and connected. The great master's voice came out, let Luin go to the startling sparrow terrace. Li Gua looked at Luin. Luin looked up and was about to go when a door appeared in front of him. Li Gua was envious. Startling Gate Xianghu was personally picking him up. What was this guy's status in the eyes of Eternal Gate Xianghu? Luin walked through the door and appeared at the startling sparrow terrace. He thought that the great master was also here, but he found that there was only startling Gate Xianghu on the startling sparrow terrace. Startling Gate Xianghu looked at Luin. What do you think? Senior, you know about the battle in the western region, right? Luin asked. Startling Gate Xianghu nodded, of course. Then why didn't you make a move? It's useless. Luin looked at Startling Gate Xianghu. Startling Gate Xianghu said faintly, The people of Mang Fu have appeared many times. We have also made a move to find the door, but we can't stop the people of Mang Fu from dying. As for the people sent by White Bones, yes, White Bones and the people it controls, we call them Dead Silence. Dead Silence? Luin thought and looked into White Bones' eyes. Very appropriate. Startling Gate Xianxia said, Dead Silence's people can't get anything. They are two completely different cultivation methods from the Ninth Heaven universe. One comes from the Eternal Realm powerhouse who died together with me Jin Xianxia. The other comes from the cosmic civilization that almost brought death to the Ninth Heaven universe. They are not easy to deal with. There is darkness in the Ninth Heaven universe and a threat that even we can't remove. Speaking of this, she looked at Luin. You have ridden the Night Pillar twice. What do you think of the square-inch distance? Luin said solemnly, it's very dangerous. The Ninth Heaven universe made the right choice. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3945. Stargate Xianxia said slowly, death brings death to other civilizations. When we first noticed that civilization, we knew that the Ninth Heaven universe was in trouble. If we couldn't avoid it, we could only fight to the death. Fortunately, we avoided it. Can we win? Luin asked. Stargate Xianxia laughed. Win? You think too much. At that time, we were thinking of throwing the Xuanhuan universe out. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. When a civilization encounters an unsolvable disaster, what we have to do is find a way to continue. I believe that in the Xuanhuan universe, you also encountered a situation where you needed to continue a certain force or family. Raising this situation to the entire human race was what we were thinking at that time. Even the killing maniac Shueta didn't plan to fight. All he could do was throw the Xuanhuan universe out as far as he could. Stargate Xianxia looked at Luin. In fact, compared to spiritualization, the Xuanhuan universe is very fortunate. It's neither robbed of resources nor changed of cultivation methods. It's also not bound together for good or ill. The Xuanhuan universe seems to be the furthest, but it's also a barrier and sometimes the last chance. Luin, you can carry the Xuanhuan universe to spiritualize and break into the Ninth Heaven. We admire this very much, and this is also why we have always supported you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have tolerated you just because of your understanding of karma. Luin remembered that Gu Duanca had said that other than the Eternal Ruler, no one in the Ninth Heaven universe could keep the Xuanhuan universe's Eternal Ruler, including the lesser gods. At that time, he wondered if the three superior gods were too good to him, as if the Xuanhuan universe was their own son. At that time, he knew that the Eternal Ruler's vision was on the entire human race and not limited to the Ninth Heaven. But now, it seemed that his understanding of the Eternal Ruler was still too low. They not only had a realm of cultivation but also a realm of thought. This realm could only be achieved by transcending everything. Immortality was not divided into good and bad. Senior, although I couldn't find the skeleton in Wangda, I know that there was a mastermind behind the Battle of Mount Shao. It was the Eternal, Luin said. Stargate Xianxia was surprised. That traitor? Luin nodded. Stargate Xianxia pondered. After a while she said, the Eternal is very special. He is a traitor to humanity in Wangda. In fact, he is also a traitor to Deathly Silence. Luin knew that the Eternal was a traitor to humanity in Wangda, but he didn't know that he was related to Deathly Silence. What happened? Yonggong is a mysterious person. He's existed for a very long time. People say he's a human, but he's different. People say he's not a human. At first nobody could tell. He betrayed the human race, then he betrayed Manchuria, then he disappeared for a while. When he reappeared, he was already with the Deathly Silence. But not long after, he betrayed the Deathly Silence. At that time he was very famous. The whole continent of the Nine Clouds wanted to catch him, but he managed to escape. Back then no one knew where he fled to. As news of the Xuanhuan universe spread, we learned that he had established the Eternals in the Xuanhuan universe. He planned on using the Eternals to replace the Xuanhuan universe and dominate it. And the reason why he was able to hide was because of Master Qingqiao. You asked Master Qingqiao about the Eternals, but he refused to tell you. I don't know much about this person either. He has always been hiding in the dark. Luin felt that this was absurd. He controlled Xuanhuan, had transformed into a battle spirit, suppressed his consciousness and rushed into the nine firmaments. He had seen the Eternal Ruler before, but he had only been hidden away by an Eternal. It was like a thorn in his side. It wasn't just a thorn in his side, it was a thorn in the continent of the Nine Clouds, and even Mango and Deathly Silence. What was going on with this eternal? Xianxia interrupted Lu Yin's thoughts. The Battle of Mount Shao allowed you to see the hidden dangers of the continent of the Nine Clouds, but we don't have to worry about them for the time being. We haven't been able to find them for so many years. We wanted to see if you could break through with your karma, but it seems like it was in vain. I'll take this opportunity to tell you something so that you don't have to make wild guesses. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Wild guesses? What did she mean? Xianxia was pointing at him. Did she see something? Lu Yin had indeed had his suspicions. Ever since Qing Xing had reminded him, he had another guess about the three eternal rulers. Although it was mostly due to his vigilance, he hadn't been so vigilant in the past. The Nine Firmaments universe had used practical actions to dissolve Lu Yin's vigilance about restarting Tianyuan. It had made Lu Yin subconsciously stop being hostile to the Nine Firmaments universe. But Qing Xing had made Lu Yin return to his original vigilance. Xianxia slowly spoke, recounting the past. A person once appeared in the Nine Firmaments universe. Her name was Chisu. She was the fourth eternal ruler of that era. I wasn't even born at that time. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Eternal ruler? Xianxia recalled, but she wasn't from the Nine Firmaments universe. No, how should I put it? She wasn't human. She was a collection of emotions. At first, Xianxia didn't know. Although her arrival in the Nine Firmaments universe made them vigilant, the battle of eternal life was no trivial matter. They didn't kill her immediately, which led to a disaster. Chisu spread her emotions to the Nine Firmaments universe, magnifying the greed and desire of countless people, causing them to kill each other. By the time they found out, at least 1/5 of the cultivators in the Nine Firmaments universe had fallen into hatred. In desperation, Xianxia and the others launched a series of battles with her. Chisu was very strong, but in the face of 3 eternal life cultivators, she had no choice but to retreat. She was constantly injured and tried to escape, but she didn't leave the Nine Firmaments universe. Instead she hid. After that, Wang Mi appeared. Then a long chase ensued. Chisu brought disaster to the Nine Firmaments universe because of her unique ability to control emotions. Against Xianxia and the others she was fine, but against other cultivators, even those who had reached the peak of Kuai couldn't escape. Luckily, Xianxia created a skill called the Great Dream of 1,000 Years. People who practice the Great Dream of 1,000 Years don't have a corpse, they don't have a spiritual seed, they only have a dream spirit. Dream spirits can track people's emotions, just like how sentient creatures can see emotions. Dream spirits can also see emotions. Because of the power of dream spirits, Chisu can't bring disaster to the continent of the Nine Clouds. In the final battle, Chisu died. She and Xianxia perished together. At that time, it wasn't that they didn't want to help Xianxia, it was that they couldn't. Only Xianxia could catch Chisu. Lu Yin understood now. No wonder Qing Xing had said that 2 people would run away and 1 would fight to the death. He didn't doubt Xianxia's words. The immortal Xianyu wouldn't be so despicable. He just didn't understand. The 3 Xianyu had already severely injured Chisu. Why did Xianxia perish with her? Xianyu smiled bitterly. Do you think it's so easy to die in the eternal realm? Not to mention at that time. She paused and didn't say anything else. Instead she said, it's difficult for an eternal realm to die completely. Chisu hasn't died yet. Lu Yin was shocked. Didn't you say that they perished together? Yes, they perished together, but Chisu's power still remains in the Nine Firmaments. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia in a daze. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. 7 fairies? Xianxia nodded and looked at Lu Yin. Chisu and Mijin perished together. Before her death, Xianxia divided her control over her emotions into 7 parts and hid them in the karmic celestial phenomenon. But as time passed, these emotions continued to dissipate. If this continued, it would have been discovered one day. So, he had no choice but to extract the 7 emotions and integrate them into the bodies of 7 women. They are the 7 fairies now. So, the 7 fairies more or less have some personality flaws. They bear this flaw in the 9 firmaments. Wait. Lu Yin interrupted Xianxia. He didn't care about being rude. He had too many questions. Are the 7 fairies from the 9 firmaments universe? Also, who noticed? Senior, you seem to have something you didn't say just now. I don't have to know. I just want to confirm it again. It's best if I know. Xianxia smiled faintly. There are some things that I don't want to say, so don't ask. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's not the right time. You already know more than everyone in the 9 firmaments universe, including the Great Master. You should be content. As for the 7 fairies, one of them does not belong to the 9 firmaments universe. At that time, one of them lost control of her emotions and escaped from the 9 firmaments universe. Fortunately, Qinglian Xiangyu caught her in time. In a limited time, she integrated into the body of a woman from the 9 firmaments universe. So, that woman was brought back and became one of the 7 fairies. As for who noticed it, her face was solemn. Do you think Chisu came by accident? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There's someone behind her? She's an eternal realm cultivator. Jingmen Xiangyu clasped his hands behind his back. I can also say that there are people behind me. Qinglian Xiangyu and Shueta Xiangyu are older than me, aren't they? Immortality doesn't mean supremacy. Lu Yin looked at Jingmen Xiangyu. Then who's behind her? Jingmen Xiangyu said, I said there are some things that I don't say, so don't ask. You will know what you should know. In short, you have to know one thing. Chisu's death must not be spread out. It must be sealed in the 9 firmaments universe. For this reason, Qinglian Xiangyu paid a huge price and used the karma celestial phenomenon to preserve Chisu's ability. It's not easy. It can be said that the news of Chisu's death is equivalent to bait, a bait that can catch danger. Lu Yin was speechless. There are too many baits in the 9 firmaments universe. Jingmen Xiangyu was helpless. There's no other way. The more contact there is, the more bait there is. Any bait here is enough to make us suffer. It's very likely to bring disaster. Now, do you still want Xuanhuan to integrate into the 9 firmaments universe? To be honest, Lu Yin hesitated. He felt that the 9 firmaments universe was more dangerous than Xuanhuan. He had encountered many dangers in the Xuanhuan universe, but at least he knew who the enemy was. However, in the 9 firmaments universe he didn't even know who the enemy was. The distance of a square inch was like a lake. Nothing could be picked up. If you picked it up, you would lose your life. The speechless suffocation in his heart made Lu Yin very uncomfortable. Of course, there's no need to be too pessimistic. We humans are not weak. We have 3 immortal stage warriors, and that is enough to rule the universe. We just need to be careful not to run into those fishing civilizations. Haven't we wiped out a few space civilizations as well? In other words, we are not good people, alarmed Gate Xiangyu said. Senior, your words don't make me happy. On the contrary, I believe in karma, Lu Yin said quietly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3946. After hearing Lu Yin's words, alarmed Lord was speechless. He glanced at Lu Yin. This kid really didn't know how to talk sometimes. No wonder Green Lotus was so thick-skinned that she wanted to give him the 7 fairies. Then what about his daughter? But from another perspective, such a person was more reliable. For a moment, she looked at Lu Yin with even more admiration. Lu Yin thought of someone else, Yuya. Yuya's consciousness was also at the eternal realm. When the matter involved an eternal realm, it was strange. Chishu, Yuya, xianxia and so on. He rubbed his head. Only by attaining eternal life could he sweep through everything. Right, he suddenly thought of something. Senior, that Chishu can control human emotions and full sensory creatures can see human emotions. Could they be related to each other? Lu Yin asked. Alarmed Lord pondered for a moment. I don't know. According to what you said, those full sensory creatures originated from the transparent moths. The transparent moths have been hiding in the full sensory universe for too long and have never been willing to come into contact with other universe creatures. Then it should be unrelated to Chishu. But it's really a coincidence that they have similar abilities. She then sighed. Chishu is a strong enemy that was carefully selected for us humans. Humans have emotions, and even if they attain eternal life, they can't be completely erased. Chishu is too suitable to deal with us. This is the cruelty of the universe. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Selected? This was not a good word. What was behind this Chishu? Inexplicably, he thought of the meteorite and Che. Could it be related to him? Previously, at the startling Sparrow Terrace, Master Grass had said that eternal realms could not enter the area covered by the karmic phenomenon. Otherwise, it would be a provocation except for the immortal master of the insectoid nest. Then what was up with Che? How did he come in? After thinking about it, Master Grass must have some understanding of the insectoid nest. Otherwise he wouldn't have said that. Then why didn't he take action when the insectoid nest was first discovered in the Tianyuan universe? This Master Grass had his own ideas, and Lu Yin felt that his ideas were very cruel. Senior, where did Qinglian Lord and Shueta Lord go? You won't know even if I tell you. Then what about me now? Supporting the universe of consciousness? After all, I don't have the confidence to find white bones in Wangda. Xianxia nodded. For the time being, deathly stillness and Mangda have appeared because of the battle at Mount E. They were even taken care of, so things will be quieter now. That's good. During this time you should focus on taking care of the bugs. It's not just the consciousness universe. Maybe other places will need your help too. Luin replied, it might not be quiet. Xianxia was surprised. What do you mean? Luin looked down and said, eternity is still here. The Battle of Pyrolite Mountain is related to him. I don't know what he's planning. Maybe he'll succeed, maybe he'll fail. But when I'm not in the ninth heaven universe, he'll definitely do something to achieve his goal when I return. At this point, Luin suddenly felt that something was amiss. It sounded like he was looking down on Xianxia, as if eternity only cared about Luin. Luin hurriedly said, this junior is not being disrespectful to senior, and I have no intention of disregarding senior. However, this junior understands this eternity too well. Xianxia raised his hand. There's no need to explain. I'm not a narrow-minded person like Shueta. Luin? Xianxia said indifferently, there are some hidden schemes that I can't see. The eternity realm is not omniscient. Otherwise, how could deathly stillness in Wangda exist? Ever since we entered the ninth heaven universe, we deliberately learned about the past of the Xuanhuan universe. The establishment of the Eternals was completely under the glory of the celestial sect at its peak. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Your ancestors can't see this, and we may not be able to see it either. The history of the Xuanhuan universe has reminded us. You can do whatever you want. Use your understanding of the eternity. Although this person is not an eternity realm, he's very special. We can't say when he'll break through. Luin nodded. This junior understands. I also have a question that I'd like to ask. Speak. Is there a way to cultivate 2 spirit seeds directly? Xianxia frowned. You saw it? From the body of Mangda? Yes. Normally there's no way. Even us eternity realm cultivators can only cultivate 1 spirit seed unless the spirit seed is special. However, no matter how special it is, it will eventually lead to the same destination. Using 1 spirit seed to step into immortality is unchangeable. Thus, the ninth heaven universe has never pursued cultivating 2 spirit seeds, except for Wangda. They don't seek immortality, they only seek to increase their combat power. That method is not something we can achieve with our strength. Luin pondered. Was it something that could only be done by external forces? We've known for a long time that Wangda cultivates 2 spirit seeds, so be careful when you meet them. Their limit may not be 2 spirit seeds, Xianxia reminded. Luin thought of the terrifying combat power that Jiezun had displayed. It had made Li Guo and xuanhuan breathless. If he had 1 more spirit seed, what level would he reach? Where did they get so many spirit seeds? Wangda is the forbidden force that has robbed cultivators the most since ancient times. Luin understood. He thought of the box in the spring and autumn bamboo slip that could block the perception of the spirit-seeking technique. The word reminded him that it was related to the mysterious eternity realm, and that mysterious eternity realm was related to eternity. The relationship between eternity and Wangda was too complicated. He wanted to tell them about the mysterious eternity realm, but in the end he didn't. Eternity, these secret forces without eternity realm cultivators couldn't solve it, let alone a hidden eternity realm cultivator. Moreover, if the ninth heaven universe knew that there might be a hidden eternity realm cultivator in the Xuanhuan universe, no one knew how it would affect the Xuanhuan universe. At least for now, the eternity realm cultivator didn't stop him from cultivating. Then the only thing he had to do was to step into the eternity realm. That would be the time to flip the cards. There's more. Xianxia looked at Luin. You don't have to worry about the 7 fairies. Xianxia is just idle. Don't worry about it. Luin blinked. Then what about Wangfu? Mr. Tide Listener was surprised. You went to deal with Wangfu? Sort of, Luin answered with his back to Mr. Tide Listener. Mr. Tide Listener sighed. Wangfu are killers that have existed in the darkness for a long time. They violate the rules, plunder cultivators, and wantonly slaughter cultivators. They are the biggest target of Death Hill. Why did you find them? I ran into them by accident. Senior, how much do you know about them? Mr. Tide Listener thought for a moment. Not much. There are records of them in the Great Five Palms. The first master of the Great Five Palms killed several of them, but he left a warning to contact Death Hill immediately if you run into them. Don't attack without permission. I've never run into them. Luin nodded. That's right. If you run into them, contact Death Hill immediately. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3947. He recalled the battle at Pyrolite Mountain. That Jezun was already very powerful, and he had even undergone spiritual cultivation to become a perfected Ku adversity transcendence cultivator. The divine power that he had released was completely different from eternity, allowing him to explode with unparalleled strength. Afterward, he had borrowed the power of 2 spirit seeds to explode with unparalleled power, and he had suppressed Li Gua and xuanhuan to the point of suffocation. How had he done it with 2 spirit seeds? The alarmed protector reminded them that there might not only be 2 spirit seeds, but that the upper limit might be even higher. The 2 remained silent as they calmly looked ahead. The 1 azure lotus leaf headed towards the consciousness universe. From the 1 azure lotus leaf, it would take more than half a year to travel the distance. It was outside the consciousness universe and it was 3 degrees north. Countless insects flooded the heavens. Most of them were the most basic insects that had been born from the hives, but there were also many that had never appeared in the Tianyuan universe before. Some of them shuttled through the void, constantly flickering. Every time they flickered, they would leave behind a burning dot in space. These dots connected to one another and formed a flat surface that covered a certain area, burning all the cultivators in that area to death. Some of the insects carried enormous arrows on their backs that were incomparably sharp. Some opened their mouths and spat out beams of light that obliterated the void. Some of the insects combined to form a giant that grasped the heavens. Even further away, countless insects combined to form weapons that resembled warships. They launched countless attacks that covered a large area. Similarly, the human cultivators on the other side also launched countless attacks that clashed with the insects. Swathes of insects were obliterated, and swathes of cultivators died as well. The Shouwu were the weakest of the insects participating in the battle, but they still had the strength of a hunter. 100,000 of them combined into a weapon that was enough to obliterate a peak emissary. Qianli caused many cultivators to howl in grief, and some could not help but commit suicide. Qianli had become the most terrifying insect on the battlefield. The stone dragons were powerful, and when 10,000 of them combined, they were like a disaster that swept through the heavens. The heptastar sword moved at a speed that was close to parallel time, and when combined with its unparalleled impact, it continuously obliterated cultivators. Frisia continuously transferred the energy it had devoured to Ghost Orchid, and it rapidly multiplied in the void. Ghost Orchid obtained Frisia's strength and continued to grow, and even progenitors were devoured along with their flesh. The brocade Azura was everywhere, and its strength as a half-ancestor became a nightmare on the battlefield as it tore cultivators apart. Blood spilled across the heavens. It was a nightmare for humans. All kinds of insects made the cultivators of the continent of the 9 clouds retreat. If they hadn't used the spiritual treasure deployment spell, they would have died long ago. At the very back of the worm, there was a huge square stone floating in the air. There was an eye on the stone, lively but full of killing intent. It was called the longevity steel. It was a type of creature that was also born from the worm nest, xianxia. The green immortals were the most terrifying creatures that the hive had ever produced. They were formed based on the strengths of all the creatures in the universe they had been born in. They had outstanding cultivation talent, terrifying cultivation speed, and superb intelligence. Any one of the green immortals was equivalent to a genius among humans. The longevity monument was born in a universe filled with stone life forms. There were only stone life forms in that universe, and after the longevity monument appeared, it became the most talented stone life form in that universe. It personally destroyed that universe, and the monument suppressed the galaxy. Sitting above the longevity steel was a young man with a smile on his face. That's right, he was a person. However, this person was also Qingxian. His name was Danju and he was from the 3rd stronghold. Behind the longevity steel was another Qingxian. It was a purple spherical life form that looked like a planet. Its size was comparable to a planet and it was incomparably huge. It rotated slowly and its surface was full of protrusions. To go and play. I can't wait to see another human. I really want to see if it's one of those fellows who escaped before, said the man sitting on the longevity steel with a smile. Behind him, the purple planet rotated faster. It went around the longevity steel and headed towards the battlefield. On the other side of the battlefield, many spiritual souls appeared. From time to time, blood would spurt into the sky. Howls of anguish never stopped. Qianli made all the cultivators afraid. They would rather die than endure that kind of pain. Juro's face was pale. She looked at the battlefield in front of her. Was this a battle with foreign creatures? The universe wasn't as beautiful as she had imagined. Those cultivators she was familiar with died one after another. Their corpses floated in the air, but they were smashed by the worms and even eaten. This scene made her tremble. Was this what she had to accept? Second miss, be careful. Someone pushed Juro away. Brocade Azura appeared in her place. This jade-colored centipede was very exquisite, but it was also very deadly. It was unharmed when faced with a cultivator's sword. It turned around and tore apart the cultivator who pushed Juro away. Juro attacked. She gritted her teeth, remained silent, and endured. This was what she had to bear. Brocade Azura was killed, but Juro wasn't weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen as the next clan head of the Ju clan. She also had the cultivation of an ancestor, but her battle experience was much weaker. There was a battlefield in all directions. The anguished howls of those cultivators made her even more silent. She could only attack silently, unleashing a large number of attacks to kill as many worms as possible. However, there were too many worms. There were too many of them. They came from all directions. Not far away, Juling retracted his gaze and sighed. This girl had finally grown up. Juling, we can't go on like this. We will be torn apart sooner or later. Look at the furthest distance. That thing is coming again. Yu Jing's voice transmitted over. Juling looked towards the back of the battlefield. There, a purple planet had appeared. It was xianxia. Tuesday 2's appearance made Juling's expression turn ugly. This thing could spit out poison. Anyone who touched it would die. Even if it was an expert of the sequence laws, they would die without a doubt. That thing had the battle strength to cross the bitter calamity. Its poison was extremely strong and rare. It could also change continuously. There was no way to deal with it. Everyone retreat. Juling shouted. On the battlefield, the cultivators stood back to back, constantly retreating. Those who cultivated the soul shock gate blocked the outermost area. If it weren't for the souls, the casualties would be even more tragic. Outside the cultivators were the Shi. All kinds of Shi blocked the outside. The number of Shi's deaths far exceeded the cultivators. Yu Jing, how many scrolls do your Yu clan have left? Juling asked. Yu Jing's expression turned ugly. There aren't many left who can use the scrolls. Juling said solemnly, how long are you going to hide? If this continues, we will all die. Do you see the end of the sea of worms? There are still worms that haven't attacked. Moreover, I see a person. These words made Yu Jing's expression turn ugly. I see it too. How can a person be with worms? Where did that person come from? Now is not the time to study this. Your Yu clan's many years of accumulation is not limited to this. It's time to use it. Juling said. Yu Jing stared at Juling. Then what about your Ju clan? Do you still want to hide? Juling squinted his eyes. I have brought the unmovable sky concealing formation. However, now is not the time to use it. I promise you that if we meet with danger, we will use it. Yu Jing sighed. It really is the unmovable sky concealing formation. You have hidden it well. Then what about your Yu clan? Heaven and Earth unification. Juling's eyes narrowed. The heaven and Earth unification of the hidden sky universe? Yu Jing looked at Juling with a smile that was not a smile. Heaven and Earth unification and the unmovable sky concealing formation, aren't they the best combination? Back then, even Shueta Shangyu was injured. Juling nodded. Then make your move. Yu Jing looked into the distance. He took a step forward and disappeared. Juling arrived in front of Juro. At that moment, Juro's expression had changed. She looked completely different from when she had been in Hidden Sky City. She looked much stronger and colder. Watch carefully. You will see the Yu clan's hidden strength. Whether or not Hidden Sky City can remain one of the 4 influential groups of the continent of the 9 clouds will depend on how we use our hidden strength. Juro gazed into the distance. Hidden strength? A moment later they saw an incredible scene. In the starry sky of the universe, there was a boundless sea of insects. A beam of light had condensed into a line. It was a boundless line. That light had become an eternal symbol in many people's hearts. It was as if it could lead them to the light and disperse the darkness. That light had destroyed the enemy. But the line broke. Then countless insects' corpses fell from the sky. It looked like a rain of insects was falling from the sky. Juling's pupils shrank. This was the unification of heaven and earth, the most powerful array formation in the garnering heaven universe. It was also the foundation formation of the unmovable heaven hiding formation. The Yu clan had really hidden it well. Juro was astonished. Surprisingly, there was such a powerful spell? In the distance, above the longevity steel, Danju was astonished. You can do that? Tu is already dead. Then he smiled and said, how cruel. As expected, humans are good at hiding. But how many times can you do that? Did you see the longevity steel? Be careful. Next time don't get killed. Humans are despicable. Then the longevity steel turned around and left. There were still insects in the starry sky, but there was only 1% of them left. Following Yu Jing's order, cultivators rushed out and killed the remaining insects. Yu Jing had used the heaven and earth unification technique to turn the tide of the battle. All the cultivators admired the Yu clan's strength. The Yu clan had hidden such an invincible technique. All the cultivators' confidence had increased. They had decided to rely on the Yu clan when they went back. Some people also talked about how when Lu Yin had destroyed the Qing clan, the Yu clan had made an alliance with the Qing clan, but they hadn't done anything. If they had used that technique, the Qing clan wouldn't have been destroyed. Some people also wondered whether Lu Yin would have been able to resist the heaven and earth unification technique. Some people thought he would have been able to, while others thought he wouldn't. No matter what people said, the battlefield quieted down. She was sent out to clean up the battlefield and find an insect nest. Yu Jing and Zhu Ling met up to discuss what to do next. They knew that the insects wouldn't be defeated so easily. When they first came to the battlefield, there weren't as many insects as before. That was because their numbers had increased in a short period of time. Next, they had to clean up all the insects. Otherwise, they would have to face a sea of insects again. Especially the person sitting on the cube. They had to find out where he came from. The remaining bugs were easy to deal with, but they couldn't find the person sitting on the cube no matter how hard they tried. After a few months, Yu Jing and Zhu Ling discussed whether or not they should report back to Jiuxiao. The bugs that blotted out the sky and covered the earth appeared again. Half a year, it had only been half a year. How can it be so fast? Yu Jing's expression turned ugly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3948. Zhu Ling said in a low voice, can we use heaven and earth unification again? Yu Jing stared at Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling said, it's not that I don't want to use the immovable sky concealment formation, but I feel that it's not that simple. These bugs are definitely not part of our strength. You don't have to say anything, I understand. However, the opponent is definitely prepared this time. It won't be easy to use heaven and earth unification to deal with them, Yu Jing said. Behind Zhu Ling a figure walked out. His face was filled with vicissitudes of life. He looked into the distance and said, let me help you. Yu Jing looked at that person and was shocked. Xuanhuan? That person was an old woman. There was a smile in her eyes as she looked at Yu Jing. In terms of seniority, you should call me ancestor. When you were young, this old woman even hugged you. At that time, you said that one day you would definitely marry a girl from the Zhu clan. Have you forgotten? Zhu Ling was shocked. There was such a thing? If the Yu clan wanted to marry the Zhu clan, some people would not be able to sleep at night. Yu Jing smiled. Senior, please don't talk about what happened when I was young. Zhu Huang retracted his gaze and looked into the distance. I'm about to die. I won't be able to live for long. Before I die, I will help you and try my best to drag that guy over. It's impossible for him to survive. Let's all die in heaven and earth unification. Let me experience the strength of the Yu clan. Ancestor. Zhu Ling wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhu Huang. Protect the Zhu clan. Even though the Yu clan and the Zhu clan competed with each other, he did not feel comfortable seeing Zhu Huang die. If the Yu clan was destroyed, Zhu Huang would die. It was like the end of an era. I will go with you. Another person walked out from Yu Jing's side. Yu Jing looked at him. Yi Gu? The person who came was the path protector of the spiritualized universe, Yi Gu. He did not die but entered the 9 heavens and hid in the Yu clan. Now he also stood out. No one thought that he would choose to die. Yi Gu looked at the endless bugs. Even though I'm not about to die, the injuries I suffered in my early years have been tormenting me. If I wasn't sealed in ice all year round, I wouldn't have been able to take it. This time if I can survive. He looked at Zhu Ling. I hope that the Zhu clan and Yu clan will report to the god and ask him to help me heal. This is something I risked my life to do. Zhu Ling looked at Zhu Huang and nodded. All right. The insects continued to approach. Tens of thousands of cultivators and even more. She stared fixedly at them. Fighting the insects was too painful, but they had no choice. Behind the worms, on the cube, Danju's smile was full of playfulness. He did not care about the previous batch of worms that had been destroyed. This time there were too many worm nests. The immortal master had decided to destroy these humans. He originally thought that there was only one universe, but he did not expect there to be more here. However, this bug tide was enough to last until the immortal master arrived. Go extinct, humans. Just as he was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. The cube suddenly rotated, forming a huge force that spread out in all directions. Xuanhuan walked out, and the soul blood pagoda slashed down from above. Are you a human or an insect? Danju raised his head and looked at the blood pagoda falling down. He sneered and patted the cube. The cube quickly turned into countless fragments that wrapped around Danju. The blood pagoda slashed down on the cube, creating a metallic sound, but it was unable to harm the cube at all. Xuanhuang's expression changed. Although she was skilled in linear concepts, she also had the ability to kill. Although she had undergone spiritual cultivation and reached the great circle of crossing calamity, it was not to the extent that she could not harm this monster. How could his defense be so strong? Just as she was thinking, the surface of the cube fell off, instantly condensing into a whip that lashed towards Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang waved her hand, and behind her, the blood pagoda slashed horizontally, colliding with the whip. The starry sky distorted, and an arc of ripples spread out, shattering a group of worms. Hey, human woman, you deliberately threw the aftermath of the battle at the cute worms? That's not right, be careful of retribution. Danju mocked. Xuanhuang's gaze was cold. Are you a human or not? Danju laughed. If you beat me, I'll tell you. However, the prerequisite is that you don't kill me, human. After saying that, the cube slammed towards Xuanhuang. No matter how Xuanhuang attacked, she could not break the cube. Danju kept provoking Xuanhuang, but he did not attack. In the distance, Yu Jing and Zhu Ling watched anxiously. There is less than half an incense stick of time before the worms arrive. If we cannot throw that cube monster into the range of heaven and earth in half an incense stick of time, we will have failed. There is no point in killing these worms. Zhu Ling's eyes narrowed. Ancestor will not disappoint us. Xuanhuang kept attacking, but not only was she unable to hurt the cube, she could not even move it. Defense and power were not on the same level. Helpless, she could only use her linear concept. Why is it ineffective? Xuanhuang was shocked. Her linear concept had no effect on this cube. Inside the cube, Danju laughed. Human, you are really interesting. Using your concept to attack a rock. Haha, do you know that this is a real rock? Although it has life, it is only instinctive. It is like giving intelligence to a machine, but it cannot give birth to emotions. You seem to be saying words of love to a rock and you still want the rock to respond? Ah. Xuanhuang's expression was ugly. This bastard did not attack, but he kept provoking her with words. Thinking about it, she suddenly dispersed the blood pagoda soul and rushed towards the cube. Danju was confused. Are you looking for death? The cube whipped Xuanhuang's body fiercely. Xuanhuang suppressed her desire to resist. The moment the whip was close, she grabbed it. Now, Yigu appeared. His vast aura cooperated with Xuanhuang to grab the whip. Throw it over. Danju sneered and patted the cube. The cube caused the small cubes on the whip to shatter into even smaller pieces, but it could not get rid of Xuanhuang and Yigu. Danju did not understand. What was going on? The cube shattered again, but it could not get rid of it. Xuanhuang had her own methods. She realized that no matter how the cube attacked, no matter how the small cubes were shattered, they could not leave the original cube. In other words, it was like a person's arm could not leave the body no matter how long it stretched. As such, as long as the countless small cubes formed by the whip were in her hand, she could control the big cube. Xuanhuang and Yigu worked together and threw the cube towards the worms. Danju sneered. Child's play. After saying that, he stepped out of the cube and pointed at Xuanhuang. Human, don't hurt my cute mount. Xuanhuang did not move. She let Danju's finger pierce through her shoulder. She turned around and coughed blood. Let's die together. Then the blood pagoda enveloped them. Xuanhuang spat out blood. Outside, Yigu let go of the whip and pushed the blood pagoda. Their goal had never been the cube but the Danju. Powerful creatures were a threat, but intelligent creatures were even more so. Danju's expression changed. He wanted to break out of the blood pagoda, but he realized that it was unimaginably sturdy. I don't know what you worms are, but the blood pagoda is the power of the supreme god. You can't break it without reaching the eternal life realm. Xuanhuang smiled bitterly. She pushed two of her fingers and the linear intent swept towards Danju. Danju took a few steps back. His eyes were unfocused. I underestimated you. Even if I die, I will take you away. Xuanhuan spat out blood again. She forced herself to spit out blood to water the blood pagoda and strengthen its defense. Outside, the cube pushed Yiga back and hit the blood pagoda. Just like how Xuanhuan could not do anything to it, it could not do anything to the blood pagoda. The blood pagoda was thrown towards the worms. Far away, Juling was sad. She shouted, "Now!" Yujing sighed. Heaven and earth returned to one. The light appeared once more. This time, it swept across the group of cultivators. This light brought hope to all the cultivators. Now they were relieved. They could solve the problem again. Inside the blood pagoda, Xuanhuan looked at the light approaching. She smiled. Her face was pale with blood stains. This is the power of the Yu family. It is indeed strong. If the Yu family is not destroyed, I wonder if the three families can restore the glory of the Garbatian universe. On the opposite side, Danju looked at the light approaching. His face was terrifyingly calm. He raised his hand and a card appeared in his palm. 7-star ancient card, barrier. The universe was dark all year round. The light flashed and took away countless worms. Yujing closed his eyes. It was over. Juling looked ahead sadly. Farewell, elder. Juro's eyes were red. Farewell, elder. Many cultivators from the Ju family bowed. Farewell, elder. As the light dissipated, the worms were gone. The blood pagoda was gone too. However, a wall appeared. It was an ancient wall. There were various carvings on the wall. There were also dried black blood stains. Yujing and the rest looked at the wall. What was that? The wall collapsed and turned into powder. What appeared in front of everyone was an unharmed Danju and Xuanhuan, who was hanging in the air. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Everyone was silent. They looked at this scene in fear and disbelief. Yujing's pupils shrunk. Impossible. How can he block the return to one? Zhu Ling trembled. Elder. On the other side, Yigu covered his shoulder. Half of his body was smashed by the cube. He looked at it in disbelief. From his angle, he could see that Xuanhuan was not dead. His eyes were half open and his flesh was badly mutilated. Danju smiled. He grabbed Xuanhuan and looked into the distance. You humans are really interesting. You always do such self-righteous things. Who told you that you could kill me with that move? Who told you? I wasn't lured here by this woman on purpose. I just didn't want my cute mount to be hurt. That's all. What about you? You think you can kill me? After he finished speaking, he turned his arm and changed the angle. He let Zhu Ling and the rest see that Xuanhuan was not dead. Look, this woman really wants to die with me. She even sighed before she died. Interesting. I haven't felt this in a long time. Zhu Ling clenched his fist. Elder. Xuanhuan forced his eyes open and looked into the distance. He said intermittently, Don't care. I will kill him. He is not human. Danju was unhappy. Hey, why are you still scolding people? This is not good. Slap him. After he finished speaking, he slapped Xuanhuan's face. Blood splattered into the sky. Zhu Ling was furious. I won't do anything. Go ahead and snatch them. They're yours. Zhu Ling rushed out without hesitation and attacked the cube. Immediately after, Yu Jing and the other cultivators all attacked. The insect was wiped out by the unification of heaven and earth. Now there were only two enemies in the starry sky, Danju and the cube. They didn't believe that all of them couldn't do anything to them. The starry sky was overturned. Countless attacks landed on the cube, but it was unharmed. As for Danju, no one dared to provoke him. They only wanted to save Xuanhuan and Yigo. They didn't dare to attack Danju. Danju laughed maniacally. This was what he wanted to see. On one hand, the humans hated him. On the other hand, they didn't dare to touch him. On the other hand, they were toyed with by him. He knew that these people couldn't break the cube unless they used the numinous treasure array again. But did they have more? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, time passed day by day. Zhu Ling and the others gritted their teeth and attacked the cube silently. The cube didn't run away either. It just tangled with Zhu Ling and the others. From time to time, it would attack and kill a group of cultivators. As for Danju, he fully enjoyed the game of fear he brought. Zhu Ro stared at him with hatred. He saw it. It was this kind of gaze that he enjoyed. The more such gazes, the better. He was thinking if he should capture more humans. It would be a pity to kill them. He wanted them to save him so that they would feel more despair. At this thought, Danju became even more excited. The eyes at the back of his head became brighter. 5 days later, A green lotus leaf appeared in the distant starry sky. It arrived in an instant. The green light replaced the dark sky and attracted everyone's attention. It also attracted Danju's attention. His eyes lit up. He was excited. Another new one. Here comes the fun, hee hee. Zhu Ling and the others surrounded the cube and watched as the green lotus landed. They saw many cultivators walk out. Their expressions turned ugly. Who had come to help? Would it be useful? They had fought for so long that they knew how terrifying the cube's defenses were. Danju hadn't made a move yet. They couldn't think of anyone who could break through this dangerous situation. In the continent of the 9 firmaments, there were indeed a few who could surpass them in terms of power. But those people were either out on a campaign, fighting the insects elsewhere, or guarding the continent of the 9 firmaments. Who else would come? It would be great if Luin came. With his power, he would be invincible under the immortal realm. But he was out on a campaign and hadn't returned. Even if he did. Wait, who was that? Zhu Ling's eyes widened. He stared at the figure standing on the green lotus leaf. It was so familiar. It was a figure that he didn't want to have too much contact with in the continent of the 9 firmaments. Was that Luin? Yu Jing stared blankly at the green lotus leaf. Luin? Why was he here? An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He was excited, sullen and speechless sullen. The fire in his heart was about to explode. It was a pity that this fire couldn't deal with the cube monster, nor could it deal with Danju. But now it could. Juro wanted to cry. The moment she saw Luin, she felt wronged. The pain and darkness of the past few days were dispelled by that green light. She felt as if she had been bullied outside, and her family had come to take revenge. Why did you only come now? All of the cultivators had forgotten that they were attacking the cube as they stared blankly at Luin. Their backs were facing Danju, so he couldn't see the light in their eyes that was growing brighter and brighter. That was the hope that had been dispelled. The cultivators who had come down from the green lotus leaf stared at the cube in front of them strangely. What was that? Mr. Tide-Through narrowed his eyes. Xuanhuan? She was still alive, but why was she in such a miserable state? Atop the one green lotus, Luin surveyed the battlefield. He saw the cube, the miserable Xuanhuan and Yigu within, and the grinning Danjiu in the distance. He also saw the loathsome Danjiu who did not match the atmosphere of the battlefield at all. He couldn't understand why Danju was still smiling on this battlefield. Why didn't he help deal with the cube? That cube was a worm so strange. Luin stepped down and approached Zhu Ling and the rest. Is there only one worm left? Just as Zhu Ling was about to answer, Zhu Ro stepped forward and whispered to Luin with red eyes. Luin listened and his face gradually darkened. He glanced at the cube and looked at Danju in the distance. A terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. The cultivators of Tsangtian City had experienced Lu Yin's killing intent before, but this killing intent gave them a great sense of security. Luin retracted his gaze and looked at Zhu Ro. He raised his hand and wiped away her tears. I know, leave it to me. Zhu Ro pursed her lips. Thank you, thank you. You must save the ancestor. I beg you, thank you. Luin smiled and patted her head. He turned to look at Danju. You like to play? Danju stared at Luin and sized him up. You don't seem to be ordinary. These people have hope. Human, what is your name? Luin said indifferently. What about you? What's your name? You are a little rude. I asked you first. But I want to know your name more. What? Danju was curious. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. Because it is polite. Danju stared at Luin in a daze and then laughed. Human, you are very interesting. I can feel that you are not afraid of me. Why would I be afraid of you? Didn't they tell you about me? That girl was crying. She looked at me with the most hatred and sadness. I enjoyed it a lot. Now that you're here, this enjoyment is gone. So, you have to pay the price. Danji's voice was full of coldness as he spoke, and his face darkened. Luin nodded. I agree. Then, how do you want me to pay the price? Danju narrowed his eyes and scanned the battlefield. Hope. He saw hope in the eyes of these human cultivators. Not only had they destroyed his enjoyment, but they had also given him a sense of danger. Humans were not weak, and he had been warned before coming. If this human could change the attitude of others, there was definitely something wrong with him. Human, you also want to save those too, right? Unfortunately, your appearance has interrupted my enjoyment. So, I will kill one of them first. Danju looked at the cube. Kill? Inside the cube, countless small cubes suddenly formed a sword and slashed towards Xuanhuan. Zhu Ro's eyes narrowed and she shouted, No dash. The sword fell, but it was still a cube. No matter how Zhu Ling and the others attacked, they could not move it. Dan Zhu stared at Lu Yin. What can you do? He wanted to use the cube to test Lu Yin's strength. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3950. It wasn't just Dan Zhu, even Zhu Ling, Yu Jing, and the others were in disbelief. They had been attacking the cube for so long and had not been able to harm it at all. Lu Yin was much stronger than them, but it shouldn't be this exaggerated. They weren't even on the same level. The cube trembled, and the rocks where Lu Yin had pierced kept pressing down, trying to crush Lu Yin's arm. Lu Yin didn't seem to move, but the cube shattered and scattered. Lu Yin grabbed Xuanhuan and Yi Gu and threw them to Zhu Ling and the others. He then turned to Dan Zhu and smiled. Are you satisfied with this price? The broken cubes quickly reconnected, but some of the fragments were severed from the main body and really broke apart, drifting away. When the cube was reassembled, it was almost half its original size, and Dan Zhu was clearly afraid. Dan Zhu's face sank. Human, what's your name? Lu Yin looked at him with a smile. Then what's your name? They had asked the same question twice, but their moods were completely different. Dan Zhu. Lu Yin's expression changed. Dan Zhu. Dan Zhu frowned. You seem surprised. Lu Yin nodded and looked deeply at Dan Zhu. Your surname is very unique. Dan Zhu's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Yin and laughed. You know this surname in the Lost Race. Are you from the Lost Race? Or have you met them before? I have, and I know where the Lost Race is. Lu Yin did not deny it. Dan Zhu licked his lips and his eyes burned. Interesting. The previous battle with those people made me certain that they had never heard of the Lost Race or the power of the card. I didn't expect you to know. This is great, human. You've brought us great news. Lu Yin did not understand. The Lost Race is a failed civilization. Why is the insect tide still targeting them? Or rather, you're the one targeting them. You were born in the Lost Race's universe, which is why you're in human form. There was also something strange. The hive had appeared in the Xuanhuan universe because of the ancient card that Lu Yin had used to summon the Lost Race. Since the hive had arrived, the hive civilization should have known where the Lost Race was in the Xuanhuan universe, but it seemed like they did not. Dan Zhu valued the Lost Race so much. If he knew that the Lost Race was in the Xuanhuan universe, he would not have given up on the Xuanhuan universe and attacked the spiritualized universe. Something must be wrong. That's right, the Azure Lotus defense, the Karma Great Celestial Phenomenon. Could it be because of this? Although the hive had landed in the Xuanhuan cosmos with the ancient card, the Xuanhuan cosmos was within the range of the Karma constellation. As a result, the Immortal Master was unable to sense that the Lost Race's card had lured the hive over. After all, the hive civilization had definitely destroyed more than one universe. Any civilization that had been destroyed could have lured the hive over. It was even possible that the hive had not been thrown over by the hive civilization, but had entered the Karma constellation's range with the Lost Race a long time ago. If that was the case, as long as the hive did not give birth to insects, it would not attract the hive civilization. The Third Stronghold. That universe is called the Third Stronghold, said Dan Ji. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The Third Stronghold? I want to know more. Please tell me. Dan Zhu grinned. All right, if you continue to let me enjoy the pain and despair of humans, I will tell you everything you want to know. Lu Yin agreed. If you want to enjoy pain and despair, fine. He then took a step forward and disappeared. Dan Zhu's gaze turned cold, and he immediately retreated into the cube. The next moment, Lu Yin appeared, raised his hand and grabbed at the cube. The cube spun wildly, and an indescribable toughness that could be seen with the naked eye extended outwards. It was more desperate than any of its previous defenses. However, it was still torn apart by Lu Yin, and his hand reached out towards Dan Zhu. Dan Zhu stared at Lu Yin's hand and raised his hand. A card appeared. Stronghold. The next moment, a wall suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yin, blocking his hand. Lu Yin slammed his hand on the wall, and a terrifying rebound tore the cube apart. Dan Zhu retreated step by step and spat out blood. He looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. What a terrifying strength that could almost rival that of a Ho. How could a human possess such terrifying strength? Dan Zhu's injuries were purely due to the rebound from the wall, but the wall itself was unaffected. Dan Zhu waved his hand and tore through the void to escape. Suddenly, his consciousness descended, and Lu Yin's voice sounded in his ears. Come here. Dan Zhu paused, turned around and looked at Lu Yin. He subconsciously walked towards Lu Yin and even put away his card, causing the wall to dissipate. Why was he walking towards this human? It was impossible, but he was willing to do so. What kind of power was this? He felt that he should be walking towards this human, but this human was clearly an enemy. He was supposed to send news of the lost clan back, so how could this be? Danju approached Lu Yin step by step, and under the shocked gazes of Zhu Ling and the others, he stopped in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not ask any questions. Instead, he used his karma to search for everything related to the third stronghold. Karma pierced through Danju, and his karma lines collided with each other. At the same time, various images appeared. Lu Yin saw the Lost Clan's universe, and he saw the great battle that had once taken place. It was all related to Danju. He saw Danju join the Lost Clan in his human form and betray them, causing the deaths of countless Lost Clan members. He saw the entire third stronghold, and it really was a stronghold. Using the universe as a stronghold, who would be so generous? He saw Danju's card, a 7-star ancient card, stronghold. That wall was one of the strongholds, and it was no wonder that its defenses were so terrifying. It had actually blocked his power. He saw countless experts of the Lost Clan dying in a sea of blood, wave after wave of them. He also saw all kinds of bugs, all kinds of Azure Immortals, and even the Immortal Master. The Immortal Master was standing there, but Danju could not see him clearly. He was high up in the sky and had ascended to the 9 heavens. Suddenly, Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his karma line broke. The image distorted, and a cold, emotionless gaze appeared, staring at Lu Yin. It was like a sharp sword that had crossed the distance between them to look at him. Lu Yin's karma backfired, and he was constantly pushed back. Danju woke up and wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but greed overtook him. He attacked Lu Yin with the power of void transformation, wanting to defeat Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up and his consciousness fell. Danju was heavily suppressed and almost fainted. Lu Yin panted heavily and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This feeling was the same as when he had used karma to pry into the Eternal. There was a hand behind the Eternal, and behind Danju was the Immortal Master. Was the Eternal realm so unreachable and difficult to pry into? Even karma could not be seen. No matter how far away one was, one's karma would be severed, and even karma would backfire. However, Grandmaster Grass and even the alarmed Lord had not given Lu Yin such a feeling. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Perhaps he had just touched upon something that caused the distance that seemed unreachable to him to not be considered a distance at all to an Eternal Realm cultivator. On the other side, the cube was trapped. Zhu Ling and the others had blocked its escape route and were waiting for Lu Yin to deal with it. Lu Yin did not hold back and pressed the cube into the general platform hell. Since it was a living thing, it did not matter if it was in the form of a stone or any other. It had karma and could increase karma. As expected, after the cube entered the general platform hell, the heavenly path of karma began to increase, making up for the karma that had been used up, although it could not be completely replenished. However, there was still Danju. Zhu Rou and the others glared at Danju. Their hatred for Danju surpassed life and death on the battlefield, and they wanted nothing more than to kill him. However, Lu Yin had actually spat out blood. Was this Danju really that difficult to deal with? Danju was half squatting in the void. Under the bombardment of his consciousness, he was dizzy and could not even stand up. Lu Yin looked at him. Pain and despair. You can enjoy others and others can enjoy yours. How do you want to die? Danju did not care. Do you think life and death mean anything to a blue immortal like me? Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he took out Furball from his cosmic ring. Furball Blue Immortal had always been kept in Mount Supreme by Lu Yin because it was a bit special. It belonged to the insectoid civilization, and Lu Yin was afraid that it would run away one day and cause a disaster. Furball Blue Immortal's strength had always been increasing, but it did not dare to increase too quickly for fear of provoking Lu Yin. After coming out, it immediately looked at Lu Yin and greeted him with a flattering tone. My lord? My lord, you finally remembered me. Furball has been waiting for you for a long time and thought that you had forgotten about me. Thank you, my lord, for still thinking of me. Thank you, my lord. As it spoke, it suddenly sensed something. Blue Immortal? The same aura. There was a Blue Immortal here? That's why this human let me out. What is he doing now? Testing me? Furball suddenly turned around and searched like a tiger. It stared straight at Danju. My lord, it's Blue Immortal. There's no mistake. This is a Blue Immortal. Danju stared at Furball. What the hell? A Blue Immortal? This human had already fought with the insectoid hive civilization, or else there would not be a Blue Immortal. Furthermore, from Blue Immortal's posture, it seemed that it had been captured for quite some time. Could this person have come from that universe that had been temporarily abandoned? The insectoid civilization had traversed the cosmos and constantly released insectoid hives to search for new universes. After a long time, they had indeed found many universes and nurtured many powerful insects. There was also a blue immortal. A few decades ago, the insectoid hive civilization had also sensed the appearance of a set of coordinates. They had been heading in that direction, but along the way, another set of coordinates had appeared, which was the universe that they were currently in. That was why they had started fighting here. Once they dealt with this universe, the next would be that one. There was more than one set of coordinates in that universe, and with Blue Immortal constantly calling out to them, there was no need to rush. Now that Lu Yin had taken out Furball, Danju immediately thought of the universe where Blue Immortal had called out to them. That was the only universe that was adjacent to this one. While the Xuanhuan universe, the spiritualized universe, and the sentient universe were very far apart, and it would take a progenitor a long time to travel between these two universes without the help of a springboard, they were actually just inches apart. Danju recalled that Lu Yin had seen the Lost Clan and immediately knew where they were. They were in that universe that had been temporarily abandoned. His eyes flashed. He had to think of a way to send this information back. After Furball released Blue Immortal, Lu Yin did not say anything and simply put it away. He then looked at Danju with a playful expression. Is there any meaning to this now? Danju's expression changed. You did that on purpose. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3951. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. I'll ask and you'll answer. This is your chance and perhaps also your civilization's chance. The way Danju looked at Lu Yin changed again. Previously he had been shocked by Lu Yin's combat strength, but now he was afraid of Lu Yin's scheming. As a green immortal, they only listened to the immortal master's orders. Death was not scary to them. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility that some green immortals did not want to die, but any green immortal who had experienced the war with the immortal master would not be afraid of death. He could die, but humans could forget about getting any information from him. However, Lu Yin had given him a reason to not want to die. The Lost Tribe was very important to the Insectoid Nest civilization, but until now the Insectoid Nest civilization had not been able to find them. Now that he knew where they were, he had to think of a way to send the news back and expose them. This was more important than his life. Even though this human would not give him a chance, even if it was 1 in a billion, it was worth it for him to think of a way. He had to live on and fight for a chance. Humans were humans and insectoids were insectoids. They were different species and humans might not be able to stop him, especially since he was born in the Third Stronghold's Lost Tribe. He understood humans too well. Humans would also conquer each other, have internal strife and have many traitors. If he took advantage of this he might have a chance. Everyone had to live for a reason. At this moment, Lu Yin had given Danju a reason to live, and this reason made Danju not want to die. Where's the Insectoid Nest civilization? Lu Yin asked the core question. In the distance, Zhu Ling, Yu Jing and the others heard him and stared at Danju. They also wanted to know. Once they confirmed the location of a foreign civilization, they could also go on an expedition to the Ninth Firmament universe. The Insectoid Nest civilization had taken the initiative to conquer the humans. Their desire to attack was extremely strong, and such a civilization had to be destroyed. Danju said in a deep voice, It's far away and there's no fixed location. Stay wherever it's safe. My current location. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold with killing intent. Danju thought for a moment. Since you know about the insectoid hive civilization, you should know that our ruler is the immortal master. Wherever the immortal master is, the civilization will be there. Right now, the immortal master's position is calculated according to the distance of the 4 points where we attacked the humans. It's more than double the distance of the 4 points. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. The 4 points were quite far apart from each other. From the consciousness universe to the spiritualized universe, then to the 9 firmaments universe, and finally to the empty universe, the distance between these 4 points was extremely far. It exceeded the limit of the 9 firmaments universe's Hefeng Mountains probing range, and it also exceeded the range of the 9 firmaments universe's expedition to the outer universe. It was double this distance. The immortal master's position was truly quite far from the 9 firmaments universe. Your target. All civilizations other than the Hive civilization are our targets. Danji did not hide anything. Why did you change directions? Lu Yin asked. The first place that had been exposed was the Tianyuan universe. Disaster had brought the hive to the spiritualized universe, which had caused the spiritualized universe's location to be exposed as well. The hive civilization had then changed their target from the Xuanhuan universe to the spiritualized universe, which Lu Yin did not understand. However, the word stronghold itself had an extraordinary meaning. It was like a war fortress. The Lost Tribes technique was also called the third stronghold. This stronghold definitely had something to do with it. For some reason, Lu Yin thought of the few people he had seen when he had gone against the flow of time when he had broken through to the primordial realm. Those people had existed for an unimaginable amount of time. Did this stronghold have something to do with them? Danji interrupted Lu Yin's thoughts. As for searching for the Lost Tribe, it's because they have an ultimate card, a primordial ancient card. If we find it, our civilization will gain another eternal powerhouse. This is very important. A primordial ancient card? Lu Yin was surprised. Danji nodded and did not hide anything. That's right. It corresponds to eternal life. No one in the Lost Tribe can control the primordial ancient card. They don't even know that it's a primordial ancient card. Those who know are all dead. It's because of that primordial ancient card that they were able to escape. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape at all. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Was that card a primordial ancient card? It was no wonder that the true God heaven switching technique had been broken just by descending. He had originally thought that it was just a primordial ancient card and that there was no need to pay too much attention to it. At most, he would gain another eternal life powerhouse. But now it seemed that the card was rather important. Even the hive civilization was concerned about it. The Lost Tribe could not control that card, but he might not. Back when he was still very weak, he had drawn out a corner of the card. He had an affinity with that card. It was a pity that Elder Dangu did not know that the card was a primordial ancient card. Otherwise, he would have kept trying in the Tianyuan universe. Once he drew it out, he would have transformed. Even the Lost Tribe can't control that primordial ancient card. Can you? Lu Yin asked. Danju said, how would we know if we don't try? Moreover, the Divine Master is here. Even if we can't control it, the Divine Master can capture it. Maybe he can create an even more powerful insect. Lu Yin said lightly, how many eternal life realm creatures does the hive civilization have? Everyone stared at Danju. This answer was the key. Danju was puzzled. How many? Human, don't tell me that your civilization has more than one eternal life realm creature. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm the one asking you. Danju's attitude told him something. The rest looked on nervously. Although they had guessed it, they had to confirm the answer. Danju's eyes narrowed. One. Suddenly, countless people heaved a sigh of relief. One eternal life realm creature. That was great. It was just one eternal life realm creature. Lu Yin also heaved a sigh of relief. Divine Master, right? The hive civilization only has one eternal life realm creature, the Divine Master? Danju could not believe it. You have more than one human? How is that possible? If you have more than one eternal life realm creature, you should have destroyed us long ago. You should have even killed the Divine Master. Why do you need to defend from all sides? Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean? Are you trying to say that an eternal life realm creature can easily slaughter you? Is that not the case? Lu Yin took a step forward and stood in front of Yu Jing and the other cultivators. He stared at Danju, raised his arm, and drew a karma chain on his wrist. Have you seen this before? Danju stared at the karma chain and shook his head in confusion. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I mean, have you seen this on the Divine Master's wrist? Danju looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Divine Master, you have a wrist? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3952. Yu Jing and the rest looked at each other, and Mr. Tidehartner ordered everyone to retreat without hesitation. Soon after, all the cultivators retreated, and the heavens fell silent. Lu Yin released the space in his heart, and the heavenly Tao of Karma enveloped Danju. This was the second time, but this time he did not plan to use Karma to investigate. Besides Karma, he also had the ability to create Karma with his words. The Divine Seal Catalog's light connected to the wordless heavenly book, flickering with images. Lu Yin casually waved his hand to create Karma, and at the same time he used his words as a brush to paint the world. Everything moved according to his will, and he moved according to his will. Danju watched Lu Yin's hand descend, and his mind almost collapsed. He did not want to die, he wanted to send news of the lost tribe back. He did not want to die. The stronger his will to live, the more his mind collapsed. As Lu Yin's hand descended, it stopped half a finger away from Danju. In that instant, the divine seal catalog inserted karma, and Lu Yin's voice entered Danju's ears. We won this war. Danju's pupils dilated as various scenes appeared in his mind. In the war, he had destroyed the human race and he had been invincible. The longevity steel had suppressed everything, and an endless sea of bugs had devoured the heavens. He had also seen the lost tribe in that ancient card. Everything could be obtained. The hive had won this war. Tell me, how did we win? Lu Yin asked again, and Danju did not hesitate to tell him everything he knew, whether it was in his plans or in his fantasies. Regardless of whether it was in his plans or fantasies, they were all based on the hive's current strength. Lu Yin wanted to know what Danju believed to be the most likely reason for the war. Because of this reason, the hive's victory meant that the humans had lost. Danju fervently revealed everything, and Lu Yin's karma continued to deplete. In the distance, Yu Jing and the rest could vaguely see Lu Yin's back. They could not understand what he was doing, so they could only wait. Zhu Huang and Yi Gu were recuperating. They were lucky not to have died. Zhu Rou pursed her lips and looked into the distance worriedly. Mr. Lu was not invincible and he had just spat out blood. At that moment, she was reminded of the words recorded in her family's ancient books. No civilization could be easily destroyed. The Panasonic universe thought that it could be easily dealt with, but in the end they still sent reinforcements to the fifth night pillar and Mr. Lu. Civilization itself represented will and endless possibilities. Humans were far from being invincible. At this moment she had grown up. Not long after, Lu Yin threw Danji into the hell of the general appointment platform to increase his karma. At the same time he took away his lost clan card. The card's name was Stronghold, and the trap was an imitation of the third stronghold Starry Skies. Danji had managed to do just that, as he had used his rampart to defend against the Heaven and Earth Convergent Spirit Treasure Array formation. It was considered extremely powerful, but it was nothing in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's words were law, and Lu Yin did not even need to break through his rampart to defeat Danji. The information he'd obtained from Danji made his heart heavy. The hive civilization only had one immortal master, and that was the immortal master. So what? Could this war really be won? Danju and the others were just the first batch of insects to test the combat power of the Nine Clouds universe. The real attack was the second batch. The insect nest civilization's insect sea was endless, and there were also many green immortals. There were quite a few green immortals who had reached the great circle of crossing bitter adversity like Danju. Above them were the four insect lords, who the immortal master called the ultimate fighting force. So far, none of the four insect lords had appeared. In the battle scene that Danji saw, the four insect lords were the second batch to arrive, and they were also the main force of the attack on the spiritualized universe. Against them, humans had no chance of winning. The four insect lords were Ho, Time of Avicii, Dan Xiao and Luo Chan. In Danji's knowledge, Ho was a terrifying creature with enough power to overturn the starry skies. The hive civilization had never seen a creature that could surpass Ho in terms of power. Even the immortal master said that under the immortal master, no creature could surpass Ho in terms of power. In the battle scene that Danji saw, he had said something fanatically. On that day, Ho descended and tore the universe apart, displaying a power that made humans despair. That power overturned everything and buried all the will of humans. It was the last straw that determined the outcome of the war. Time of Avicii was a strange creature. The sun and moon alternated, and the universe was like a needle. It was a creature that controlled time. No creature had ever been able to leave alive in front of Time of Avicii. The hive civilization had endless battles, and Time of Avicii was the controller of time. In any battle, they could hand over the strongest enemy to Time of Avicii. Time of Avicii had never been defeated. In the battle scene that Danji saw, Lu Yin's death had come from Time of Avicii. Dan Xiao was born in the third stronghold in human form just like Danji. She was a beautiful girl with thick yellow curly hair and wore a princess dress. However, it was this girl who had stolen the power of the lost tribe's strongest powerhouse, Xiadi. That power that made everything beneath him and that power that could not be looked directly at had allowed Dan Xiao to surpass all the other immortals in a short period of time and become one of the four insect lords. Even if Danji did not fall into the illusion of winning, Lu Yin still knew about Dan Xiao. When he used karma to investigate Danji, he had seen Dan Xiao. Dan Xiao was the greatest traitor in the history of the Lost Tribe's war. If not for her, the Lost Tribe would have already launched their final battle. Of course, they would still be defeated by the immortal master, but the time of their defeat would be much earlier. Dan Xiao could be considered a pure member of the lost tribe. This was because she had left the hive after she was born and was adopted by the emperor. She was the emperor's adopted daughter and was also the most hated person by the lost tribe. The last insect lord was called Luo Chan, and it was also the direct reason why Lu Yin felt that it would be difficult to win this war. In Danji's illusion of winning the war, Luo Chan had played the greatest role. Lu Yin had previously found it strange that the hive civilization had split into four in such a short period of time and attacked the spiritualized universe from four different directions. They were so far apart that even the one-leaf blue lotus would take years to arrive. However, the hive civilization had arrived very quickly. The answer was Luo Chan. Luo Chan was a strange life form in the universe. Danji's understanding of it was beyond the understanding of all other life forms. It did not exist in karma and jumped out of the long river of time and endless space. This was because it could teleport. The Luo Chan could teleport in the boundless universe within a square inch. This was an extremely terrifying innate gift. Even an eternal realm powerhouse could not achieve this, but Luo Chan could. It could also give other life forms the ability to teleport, allowing them to travel freely in space within a certain range as long as its aura was left behind. That was why there were four different directions to attack the spiritualized universe. That was why Danji believed that they would definitely win this war. Imagine that when Luo Chan arrived, it would constantly shift the position of the insects. Wherever the humans had the strongest defenses, the insects would move to another direction, and the humans would not be able to react in time. The sea of insects could completely shake off the humans and directly attack the spiritualized universe or the ninth heaven universe. At that time, even an eternal realm powerhouse would not be able to catch up. And Luo Chan could arrive at any time. It felt like the hive civilization had spread throughout the entire universe. How could the humans fight it? They would always face air. No matter how they defended, it was impossible to stop the hive in the entire ninth heaven universe. As long as there was a gap, it would become a key point for the hive civilization to attack. Lu Yin was very strong, but he could not defend against the entire universe. If Luo Chan was here, it could just take the insects away, and Lu Yin would not be able to catch up to it. Even if he spent some time to catch up, it would be as easy as playing with a child. These were the four insect lords of the hive civilization. Even without an eternal realm powerhouse, Lu Yin still felt heavy pressure. Even if there were eternal realm powerhouses in the ninth heaven universe, and even if the immortal masters had not arrived, he still felt that it would be difficult to win. The hive civilization was too special. They had too many strange innate gifts, an unfathomable reproduction speed, and a power that was constantly transforming. If they had one or two more eternal realm powerhouses, they would definitely be qualified to be a fishing civilization. No, they did not have a fishing civilization. Instead, they went directly for food. Master Grass's thinking was too simple. He wanted to use Xuanhuan as a barrier to stop the hive civilization. What a joke. If the hive civilization was lured over, it would not be Xuanhuan that was in danger, but rather the entire human race. The key was that Qinglian Xiangyu and the others were not here. Lu Yin believed that he was invincible below the eternal realm. Even if he faced the four insect lords one-on-one, he would not be afraid. He did not think that the four insects could defeat him, but this was a war, not a one-on-one fight. Luo Chan was too important in this war, and it could determine the success or failure of a civilization. Lu Yin was not confident that he could find it. Only an eternal realm powerhouse could do so. However, the hive civilization had been through many wars and must have faced eternal realm powerhouses before. They would not be without vigilance. The heavy pressure caused the heavens to darken even further. Even with his back to the group, they could still see that Lu Yin seemed to be greatly suppressed. They did not disturb Lu Yin and waited quietly. Not long after, Lu Yin found Mr. Tide Listener, Juling, Yujing, and a group of other powerhouses who had reached the primordial realm and the crossing calamity realm. He told them about the hive civilization. Everyone was shocked. They could not believe that the hive civilization was so powerful. Danju could already ignore the attacks of Juling and Yujing, who were at the peak of the crossing calamity realm. Even a supreme spirit treasure array like heaven and earth could not deal with it. They had thought that the hive civilization was second only to the immortal masters, but now they were told that there were four even more powerful insect lords. In particular, Luo Chan's existence left them in disbelief. They knew that the universe was boundless and that there were many mystical creatures, but they did not believe that there was such a creature that transcended their knowledge. The existence of such a creature was too illogical. Lu Yin said in a low voice, I know you don't believe me. In fact, if not for my karma, I wouldn't have believed it either. But this is the truth. Zhu Ling's eyes flashed. Had it been announced? He had already admitted that he comprehended karma. Yu Jing and the others were not surprised at all. In fact, as time passed, the news of Lu Yin comprehending karma had already spread among the top cultivators. The only thing missing was for him to admit it himself. Now that he had admitted it, no one was surprised. However, there was an indescribable shock that was difficult to suppress. They did not know if it was envy or jealousy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3953. Mr. Lu, according to your description, the 4 insectoid lords are almost invincible. Our 9th heaven universe has experts who can fight them one-on-one, but there are very few. Now that the insectoid nest is attacking and we're defending, we're too passive. Especially this Luo-chan. If that's really the case, how are we going to defend? They now understood why Lu Yin had been in such a heavy state. No one would have an easy time facing a strange creature like the Luo-chan. It was like an absolute external force on a battlefield that could directly interfere with the situation without being affected by either side. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of external force was a god. Although the Luo-chan wasn't an eternal realm expert and couldn't become a god in the eyes of cultivators, its innate ability was similar to that of an eternal realm expert. An eternal realm expert was invincible, and the Luo-chan was invincible. Lu Yin said, "The most important thing right now is to tell this information to all the cultivators who are dealing with the insectoid nest. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage if we encounter the 4 insectoid lords. It'll be difficult to think of a way to deal with the Luo-chan. We can't contact anyone else, not even the 9th heaven universe," Yu Jing said helplessly. Lu Yin frowned. He knew this as well. It was too difficult to send information back to the 9th heaven universe from their current location. Unless someone from Heifangzhan came and saw them, he could send the information back to Heifangzhan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to send anything back. There was another way, and that was to go back. Lu Yin looked at the one-leaf lotus in the distance. It would take a year to return to the 9th heaven universe and bring back the information, but could they afford to wait a year? If the Luo-chan wasn't there, he could be at ease. The insectoid nest's second wave of attacks would take some time to arrive, but the Luo-chan's existence made this distance no longer an issue. It could appear at any time, which was the most troublesome. Zhu Ling and the others obviously thought of this and felt uneasy. They already couldn't deal with the insectoid lord, and if another insectoid lord came, they would definitely die. Someone needs to go back to the 9th heaven universe and bring the information back. The person who should go back is Mr. Lu, but if you leave this place, give up on this place, Lu Yin said, shocking the others. When they heard that the insectoid nest had 4 insectoid lords, especially a strange creature like the Luo-chan, they instinctively wanted to give up on this place and return. It wasn't that they didn't dare fight, but there was no point. If they met with Luo-chan, they wouldn't even be able to fight. To the Luo-chans, they wouldn't even be able to fight an enemy. Was Luo-chan. But no one dared to say this. If they did, they would have to take responsibility for it, to Luo to them to Luo-chan too. After all, Lu Yin was from the Tianyuan universe. If something happened to him, the responsibility would be small. If they really gave up on this place, they would have to bear the responsibility. They belonged to the 9-fall universe and they couldn't escape. Lu Yin looked around. Luo-chan's existence makes distance meaningless, but there are also people on our side who make distance meaningless. Alarmed Gate Superior Imperial Guard? Several people cried out in alarm. Lu Yin nodded. The upper defense of the Gate of Wonder can also make distance meaningless, but the range of the upper defense of the Gate of Wonder is limited. However, as long as it is within the range of the Gate of Wonder, Luo-chan will not be able to use its advantage. Wherever it leads the insects, the Gate of Wonder can be opened. Also, setting the battlefield here is too far from the 9th heaven. We won't be able to send any information, and reinforcements won't be able to come in time. The insectoids don't care about death, and they reproduce very quickly. We don't know how many insectoids there are, but we can't afford this. Yu Jing agreed. You're right, but it was the god of defense who set the insectoid nest here. I'm afraid if we go back rashly, Lu Yin said, I'll tell them. Yu Jing, Zhu Ling, and Mr. Tide Listener looked at each other and nodded. We'll listen to Mr. What about the consciousness universe? Zhu Ling hesitated. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw the consciousness universe. There are no creatures there. Zhu Ling didn't understand. No creatures? Yu Jing interrupted her. "Mister, when are we going back?" He didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. He had a feeling that the insectoid sea could appear at any time, and he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Lu Yin gave the order and left immediately. "Do you know where the limit of the Gate of Wonder is?" "We don't know about that. That's the power of the God of Defense. We can't pry into it." Lu Yin thought about it. "Torch City." They were shocked. "Torch City?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Torch City isn't far from the spiritualized universe and the ninth heaven universe. There's a springboard there, and its speed is second only to the one-leaf green lotus. I'm guessing that the limit of the Gate of Wonder shouldn't be too far from Torch City. We'll go to Torch City and drop you off. Torch City had a springboard that allowed them to go in any direction, not just to the three universes. They could go in any direction, but no one had ever used it before. Torch City also had a way to communicate with the spiritualized universe, so it was the most suitable place. When the God of Wonder had brought Lu Yin back to the ninth heaven from the space-time warship, it wasn't too far from Torch City. That definitely wasn't the limit, so Lu Yin guessed that Torch City was likely the limit of the Gate of Wonder. Even if it wasn't too far off. Yu Jing and the rest couldn't return directly since they were going out to war. It was most suitable for them to stay in Torch City. Yu Jing and the rest also thought of this and didn't object. Going to Torch City didn't count as returning to the ninth heaven. At most, they would be retreating from the battlefront, but it had nothing to do with escaping. They would also have less responsibility and could advance or retreat. It was the most suitable choice. Lu Yin also had another plan, which was to inform the people of Torch City to immediately return to the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, once the Hive civilization attacked, Torch City would definitely not be able to hold on, and the entire human battlefront would shrink. Luo Chan had completely changed the way they fought. Lu Yin was glad that he had known about Luo Chan's existence in advance. Otherwise, the Sea of Insects would have directly bypassed the battlefield and charged into the ninth heaven. Even with the God of Wonder standing guard, the existence of the karmic chain might have caused the God of Wonder to be dragged to death by the Sea of Insects. Without the karmic chain, whether it was the God of Wonder or the Grass Grandmaster, they would have been annihilated with a wave of a hand. This was how the universe was. Everything had its weakness. Even if the Eternal Realm was invincible, they couldn't casually attack. At the same time, Lu Yin also thought of another problem. Could this battlefield have been deliberately chosen by the Hive civilization? Humans couldn't possibly know about Luo Chan's existence, so if the Hive civilization could borrow Luo Chan's strength to get close to the spiritualized universe and the ninth heaven universe, then why was it so far away from the ninth heaven universe? Under the premise of knowing about Luo Chan's existence, there was one possibility that made one's hair stand on end. The Hive civilization was using distance to gain an advantage in battle. The further the battlefield was from the ninth heaven universe, the greater Luo Chan's effect would be. This was definitely not a last-minute decision by the Hive civilization. They were probably used to this method of battle. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he boarded the one-leaf lotus. He definitely couldn't stay on this battlefield, but before that he had to go to the consciousness universe to take a look. The progenitor and Yu Sang Tian were both concerned about Tian Ke, and he wondered how they were doing. The one-leaf lotus carried all the cultivators and left the consciousness universe, sinking 3 degrees to the north as it headed towards the consciousness universe. The battle in this direction was very difficult to deal with, but what about the other 3 battlefields? The reason why he had come to support this place was because the western region where the Yu and Ju families were located was weak. After all, they had lost the Cheng family, so the other 3 regions should be doing much better. Outside the spiritualized universe, sinking 2 degrees to the southeast, the Sea of Insects drowned out the starry sky. Above the stars, streaks of sword intent slashed out and tore through the Sea of Insects, but they were instantly drowned by the Sea of Insects. The abyss continued to erupt, bombarding one side from time to time. Kuching, your bitter abyss is really busy. First, you guard the heavenly gate and now you're attacking the Sea of Insects. You've been quite busy recently, huh? Lu Xizhan swung his sword and killed a group of insects as he laughed at Kucheng. Kucheng replied helplessly, the heavenly gate is in the north, which is within our bitter abyss territory. No one can avoid this Hive civilization, so we're just one step ahead of them. He then looked at Lu Xizhan in surprise. Brother Lu, your sword intent has changed. It's more ruthless than before. Lu Xizhan was surprised. You can even tell? Kucheng smiled. It must be from watching the rebirth of the Orchid universe with the 7th Night Pillar. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Lu Xizhan smiled. You can't compare to me now. If you want to compete, you have to ask your senior. Ku Qing didn't refute. Brother Lu, you've become the leader of the four great swords and your sword intent has changed. You've already reached the peak of the Ku adversity level. Now you've even comprehended your own sword intent. You've fused the four sword intents together. In the entire continent of the 9 clouds, there aren't many people who can compete with you in terms of sword intent. Lu Xizhan rolled his eyes. Don't say such nice things. If it weren't for your bitter abyss, I would have died already. Look at that thing, it doesn't move. Ku Qing and Lu Xizhan looked at the sea of insects at the same time. There, a gigantic snail-like creature was crawling slowly. Each time it moved, it would shake the void and shatter the stars, but nobody attacked it. It wasn't that they didn't dare, it was that it was useless. That snail's name was Hui. It was a green celestial creature. It seemed to move slowly, but it could destroy anything it touched. The shell on its back could absorb physical energy and release invisible energy. Lu Xizhan attacked it with his sword intent, but it absorbed it and released invisible sword intent. If the people of Bitter Abyss hadn't attacked, he would have been in trouble. Lu Xizhan was one of the strongest cultivators on the battlefield, but even so he couldn't break Hui's defense and was injured. The others couldn't do the same. The strong cultivators of Bitter Abyss joined hands with Lu Xizhan to attack it once, but they didn't plan to attack it again. It was like they were just giving it away. If they couldn't defeat it, they would just avoid it. Fortunately, it was slow, so everyone could keep an eye on it. In the empty universe, a gigantic blood-red pavilion was lying in the starry sky. Behind the pavilion were many cultivators, and in front of it was a sea of insects. The sea of insects kept attacking the blood-red pavilion, but it didn't move at all. Suddenly, the blood-red pavilion expanded again and blocked the path of a cultivator. In front of the cultivator, outside the blood-red pavilion, there was a sharp thorn. It pierced deeply into the blood-red pavilion, causing cracks to appear. The cultivator was shocked. If the blood-red pavilion hadn't blocked it, he would have died. Due to various problems, the address has changed. The webpage version is slow. Please. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 393, Battle, Translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Editor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3954. The spikes came from behind the sea of insects. It was a monster with 8 arms and sharp fangs. It was the Green Immortal and its name was Xianxia. Xianxia could turn the spikes in its body into arrows and shoot them out of its arms. Its vision was much greater than that of a cultivator at the top of the Dooku AI layer. It could fold empty space and use empty space as a string. Any creature targeted by Xianxia couldn't escape from being killed. Only something with a large area of effect could block the attacks. There wasn't only one Xianxia. A nest of insects had come to the area where Xianxia was and absorbed the advantages of the creatures there. That was how Xianxia was born. At the same time, there were insects in the nest that absorbed the advantages of the creatures there and gave birth to insects similar to Xianxia. They were called Xianxia bugs. They could fold empty space and use empty space as a string to kill all creatures. There were 18 Xianxia bugs. They had already caused the 8th Night Pillar to suffer heavy losses. If the 8th Night Pillar hadn't used his weapon, the blood-red pavilion, the humans would have already lost the battle. The strongest cultivators had been assassinated, and the others had been reduced to cannon fodder. "Brother, we can't fight anymore. Let's retreat," shouted Ganemo. He ground his teeth and looked at the sea of insects. The Xianxia bugs were extremely strong, and nobody could find them when they were hidden. They could only be live targets. Each spike could fold empty space. They could kill cultivators at the top of the Dooku AI layer. The blood-red pavilion had blocked them too many times. A middle-aged man was standing in the blood-red pavilion. His name was Shuelu, and he was the 8th Night Pillar's leader. He was also the great imperial disciple of the blood-red tower. People called him Blood on the World. He was the strongest imperial disciple of the blood-red tower. He had created the 8 strikes of the blood-red tower. He had once killed 2 cultivators at the top of the Dooku AI layer. After that, the 8th Night Pillar had meditated in seclusion for a long time. He hadn't appeared for a very long time. His legends had disappeared in the continent of the 9 clouds, but once Shuelu came out, his name would still spread throughout the continent of the 9 clouds. He and Qing Xing were of the same generation. 4 degrees west of the continent of the 9 clouds, a monster was painting. The monster had 18 eyes on its head. Its head was 1 meter high, but its body was less than half a meter. It was very uncoordinated. 9 tentacles grew out of its body, and each tentacle held a brush. It drew different scenes on the 9 canvases. There were people, there was the void, and there was also the she. One of the scenes was the 3rd night pillar. The monster was dressed in formal attire, and there was a cup of tea beside the canvas. Steam rose slowly, and soothing music covered the noise of the battlefield. It was very elegant. That's right, this monster gave off an elegant vibe. Even though it looked ferocious and terrifying, it still looked very elegant. It was called Painted Yen, a green immortal. It did not like killing and only liked to paint. The world in the painting was its world. Of course, using painting to replace reality and having fun was also its hobby. The battlefield was the reality that had been replaced. In front of the canvas, there was a boundless sea of bugs fighting with humans. Blood splattered across the starry sky. Hua Yen raised his brush and crossed out a painting he had just completed. At the same time, a primordial realm expert's body was ripped to pieces on the battlefield. If one looked closely, they would discover that his body had been ripped in the exact same direction as Hua Yen had crossed out the painting. There was no difference at all. Very soon, another painting was completed. Hua Yen stared at a corner of the battlefield. The person in the painting was a woman. With a wave of his brush, the woman's head and body were separated. On the battlefield, the woman's head was directly sent flying. She could not resist at all. Hua Yen raised his brush again and the space became dark. It had been painted black by the brush. The dark starry sky swallowed up everything. After destroying 3 paintings in a row, Hua Yen was in a good mood. He tore off the 3 canvases and replaced them with new ones. He had countless canvases prepared for the countless creatures in the starry sky. Suddenly Hua Yen disappeared, along with the canvases and the cup of tea. The space collapsed and a figure walked out. It was the head of the 3rd night pillar, the publicly acknowledged ruler of strength in the continent of the 9 clouds, Carrying Heaven. Carrying Heaven clenched his fists and gazed into the distance. There Hua Yen turned his head and looked at him. One of his tentacles raised a cup of tea, and the other 8 began to paint at the same time. In the blink of an eye, half of Carrying Heaven had been painted. Carrying Heaven narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. He raised his fist and punched out. Hua Yen disappeared and the space collapsed. How long can you hide? Carrying Heaven grit his teeth and casually waved his hand. A terrifying power tore through the void and swallowed up the sea of insects. In the 9 clouds universe at the startled Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Xianghu's expression was calm. The appearance of the hive civilization had caused the 9 clouds universe to lose its calm. However, they had long since predicted that this day would come. Too many civilizations in the universe had been destroyed. If they could destroy others, others could destroy them as well. It would be great if 1 or 2 more Eternal Realm cultivators could be born. Xianxuan had already investigated the situation in the 4 battlefields. Xianxuan had not gone to the consciousness universe, and Lu Yin had already sent reinforcements. The battlefield outside the spiritualized universe was fine, but the people Xianxuan had sent to investigate the other 2 battlefields had disappeared. Xianxuan had investigated the universe, and it was normal for people to disappear. However, they were facing a war right now. In the consciousness universe, the one-leaf lotus floated in and headed straight for Etion, Quebec. Lu Yin was apprehensive, and he hoped that nothing had happened to the progenitor. Not long after, the lotus stopped in the void. Lu Yin looked around. Where was Etion? Where had Etion gone? This was the correct direction, but Etion was gone. Lu Yin's consciousness spread out and searched the entire consciousness universe, but he could not find Etion, Quebec. The consciousness universe was far smaller than the spiritualized universe, the 9 heavens universe, and the Xuanhuan universe. However, Etion had disappeared. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. How could Etion disappear? What about the progenitor? Was it related to Emo Shang? Had she gone to a parallel universe? Or was there some external interference? Yu Jing and the rest looked at each other. Mr. Lu, as far as I know, Etion can be moved. Lu Yin said, there is no Etion in the entire consciousness universe. Could it have gone to a parallel universe? Zhu Ling guessed. This seemed to be the only reasonable explanation, but who had moved Etion? The 13 celestial phenomena were gone, and Emo Shang was trapped in Etion, Quebec. Who else could have moved Etion? If Etion had been moved in the main universe, it was still reasonable. However, if it was in a parallel universe, then it must have been an external interference. In the current universe, where else could there be an external force that could have interfered with Etion? It was impossible for it to be in the Xuanhuan universe, as no one had come to the consciousness universe. It was also impossible for it to be in the spiritualized universe. The experts had either died or left, and the last few had been dragged to the Tianyuan universe. Even Sang Tian could not be found. Even Sang Tian could not have interfered with Tian K, unless it was Grandmaster Grass. Luyin tried to break through the various parallel universes to search, but it was useless. There were too many parallel universes, and finding Tian K was like finding a needle in a haystack. Helpless, he could only give up. There was no time to waste. The war between the hives could erupt at any time. Luyin sighed deeply. He could only leave behind traces in the void. If the progenitor was still in the consciousness universe, she might be able to see it. Otherwise, Luyin looked at the deep starry sky. No matter what the progenitor had done, they would have to pay the price, even if they were in the eternal realm. The one-leaf green lotus turned around and headed towards Torch City. It quickly left the consciousness universe. Luyin's heart was heavy during the journey. No one disturbed him, and he only recovered a few days later. At the same time, he learned that Yujing had used heaven and earth to wipe out the sea of insects. When Luyin found out, Yujing was a little embarrassed. Back then, Luyin had specially gone to the Yu family, and Yujing had told him that the Yu family's strongest spell was the moon and sparse stars. They had concealed the secret of the array scroll formation. Now that they had used heaven and earth, Yujing was afraid that Luyin would find trouble with them, so he had specially asked for forgiveness. Luyin did not care. It's fine. It's all the same. These words made Yujing feel complicated, and he felt insulted. Was it the same? The moon and sparse stars were completely different from heaven and earth, especially since heaven and earth was a large-scale attack. How could they be the same? But to Luyin it was the same. Yes, it was the same. He sighed and sat back in his seat. He had thought that heaven and earth were amazing since it was one of the strongest spirit treasure arrays in the Garnery Sky universe. Now, it seemed that they had underestimated this universe. Although the Garnery Sky universe was more difficult for the Nine Heavens universe, there were no eternal realms in the Garnery Sky universe. It was not on the same level as the hives, so heaven and earth naturally could not reach that level. Juling saw Yujing asking for forgiveness and thought about it before finding Luyin. Thank you for saving us in time, sir. Otherwise, Ancestor Xuanhuan would have died tragically. Luyin said, I'm here to help. You don't have to thank me. Sir, my Zhu family also has a foundation called the Immovable Sky Concealment Array. Shueta Shangyu was injured by the Immovable Sky Concealment Array when he attacked the Garnery Sky Concealment Array. Zhu Ling confessed, but she was still a little nervous. Not far away, Zhu Ro also came over and looked at Luyin carefully. Luyin looked at Zhu Ling. I know. Zhu Ling was surprised. How did you know? Luyin did not care. The Lingbao Chamber of Commerce is also your Zhu family's. Is it very secretive? Zhu Ling was stunned. Not secretive? At least for so many years, the Qing family and Yu family had guessed it but could not prove it. The outside world was also completely unaware. She understood Yujing's feeling of being insulted. In this person's eyes, their foundation seemed to be worthless. But that was the Immovable Sky Concealment Array that even Shueta Shangyu was injured. Why was it worthless? In order to protect their position in the western region, the three major clans have harmed many people openly and secretly. You think you are doing it secretly, but in fact there are many eyes watching you. Some people only need to give them time to suppress you. What's so strange about that? Luyin said lightly. Zhu Ling blurted out, Li Gua. Luyin looked at her. In the future, restrain yourself. Don't be so overbearing. It's better not to think too highly of yourself. Zhu Ling was speechless. She wanted to say who could be more overbearing than you, but in the end she did not dare to say it. This Immovable Sky Concealment Array is just a shell. The stronger the Lingbao Array is, the more powerful it is. Shouldn't the unification of heaven and earth be hidden in it? Luyin asked. Zhu Ling looked at Yujing. Yujing quickly said, yes, the reason why the Garnery Sky Concealment Array could injure Shueta Shangyu was because the Immovable Sky Concealment Array hid too many Lingbao arrays similar to the unification of heaven and earth, which caused a qualitative change. In fact, the Immovable Sky Concealment Array itself is not powerful. Zhu Ling raised her eyebrows. The unification of heaven and earth is far from being able to injure an immortal. Yujing did not refute. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3955. Luyin nodded. That's good. Just do it. I hope that the Zhu family's many years of accumulation will bring some unexpected surprises to this war. Zhu Ling and Yujing exchanged glances. They felt that Lu Yin was mocking them, but it didn't seem to be the case. They left Lu Yin and began to research how to incorporate heaven and earth into the unmovable sky-concealing formation. Xuanhuan came to find Lu Yin and thanked him profusely. Not for the war but for herself. The insects have no humanity. I would rather die than become a tool for them. Mr. Lu, you've not only saved my life but also the Zhu family's face and even the human race's face. Xuanhuan bowed again. Lu Yin waved a hand. You're exaggerating. Zhu, take your ancestor to rest. Zhu nodded and left with Xuanhuan. Night Song came right after and bowed. Lu Yin was speechless. I've saved many people in this war. There's no need to thank all of them. I'm not in a good mood. Night Song smiled bitterly. Sorry to disturb you, mister. I'm Night Song. Thank you for saving my life. He bowed deeply and turned to leave. Wait. Night Song turned around and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin stared at him. You're Night Song? Night Song nodded. Yes. The path protector of the wisdom domain, Night Song? Lu Yin asked again. Night Song said, yes, I was once the path protector of the wisdom domain. By the way, you've entered the 9 heavens from the spiritualized universe. That's why you know my name. Lu Yin nodded. I've heard of you, but your seniority seems to be quite high. It's a miracle that you're still alive. He had once mentioned the wisdom domain scroll to the Plain Sect. The Plain Sect had wanted to test the wisdom domain scroll 15, but had been stopped by the path protector of that generation. That path protector was Night Song. At that time, Night Song had lived for a very long time, and his seniority was even higher than Xianxia's. The Plain Sect had said that Night Song was definitely dead. Otherwise, he would have lived close to an eternal realm powerhouse like Master Grass. Night Song sighed. Originally, I wouldn't have been able to live that long. Coincidentally, I had a hidden injury in my body, so I froze myself in my early years. The duration of the freeze was much longer than anyone could imagine. That's why I've been able to live until now. However, I won't be able to live for much longer. This time, I wanted to contribute to the war against the insects and see if I could ask the immortal god to heal my hidden injury so that I can live a little longer. At this point, he mocked himself. Sure enough, there's a reason why everyone pursues the eternal life realm. Who doesn't want to live a long life? It was no wonder why Yi Gu had been able to survive until now. His survival time without being frozen might not even be comparable to that of an ordinary expert who had crossed the bitter calamity. If he didn't have any internal injuries, he might still be able to live, but the internal injuries had sped up his death. Night Song asked curiously, why have you heard of my name? I was the path protector of Zhikong domain a long time ago. Lu Yin asked, do you remember the Plain Master's path? Night Song pondered for a moment before remembering. Was he the one who told you about the junior who wanted to test the scroll array? Yes. When we talked about the scroll array, he mentioned you. At that time, I had some enmity towards Zhikong domain, and I was afraid that you would still be alive and ruin my plans. Lu Yin spoke frankly as there was nothing to hide. Night Song rejoiced. Fortunately, I didn't stay in Zhikong domain. Otherwise, I would have become your enemy and died a long time ago. Lu Yin laughed. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps I would have died at your hands. Night Song coughed and hurriedly said, don't joke around, sir. I'm no match for you. These words could only be said now. If Night Song had really stayed in Zhikong domain, then Lu Yin might not have been his match at that time. No matter what, Night Song was someone who was qualified to join forces with Xuanhuan to deal with Danju. He had completed the bitter calamity realm, and he definitely hadn't cultivated it on his own. In other words, he had received spiritual cultivation. In that case, he originally belonged to Jiuxiao universe and was not a true cultivator from the spiritualized universe. Xianxia knew about the difference in cultivation between Jiuxiao universe and the spiritualized universe, so had he ever thought about changing it? The Eternity's thoughts were profound, and he had stolen Qianxi's turbid spirit seed to change his cultivation method. Then what about Mo Shang? Did Mo Shang not know that Qianxi's spirit seed was a turbid treasure? Thinking about Mo Shang reminded him of the primogenitor and Yi Tianke, and Lu Yin's mood became even more gloomy. If an expert like you had existed in the Tianyuan universe back then, the spiritualized universe wouldn't have dared to target it. Speaking of which, I was quite lucky. I was almost sent to deal with the Tianyuan universe, but in the end, it was primordial. Night Song sighed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he looked at Night Song. It was primordial? Night Song nodded and recalled, the spiritualized universe wanted to weaken the Tianyuan universe's future scale in preparation for restarting it. They sent experts to assist the Eternity in eradicating the Xuanhuan universe's top powerhouses. At first there were several candidates and I was one of them. At that time they didn't know that I belonged to Jiuxiao universe, and the Zhikong domain couldn't say anything. After all, sending people to the Tianyuan universe wasn't just a matter of one or two people from Yusang Tian or the Zhikong domain, but the entire spiritualized universe's strategy. However, it was said that at that time, the Eternity took the initiative to ask Primordial to go to the Tianyuan universe, and Yusang Tian also wanted Primordial to go. In the end, Primordial really did go, even though he was unwilling. Speaking of which, Primordial being sent to the Tianyuan universe caused quite a stir. After all, Primordial was Sang Tian, and no one knew how long it would take for Sang Tian to return. Some people suggested stripping Primordial of his position, while others suggested it. Before he could finish, Lu Yin interrupted him. The Eternity wanted Primordial? Does that mean that the Eternity was in the spiritualized universe at that time? Night Song wasn't unhappy about being interrupted, and he subconsciously treated Lu Yin as if he was facing an Eternity realm expert. Yes, the Eternity came to the spiritualized universe once. It takes a long time to go from the Tianyuan universe to the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin said. Night Song smiled. That amount of time is meaningless to a cultivator, especially an absolute powerhouse like the Eternity. Even 10,000 years is nothing more than a snap of a finger. Sir, if you say that in terms of time, the Eternity might not have had time to return to spiritualization and return to the Tianyuan universe. Actually, everyone's speed is different, and the Eternity might have other methods. In any case, as far as I know, the Eternity first went from spiritualization to the Tianyuan universe, which was even earlier. Then, he went from the Tianyuan universe to spiritualization, which was the time when he wanted Primordial. Finally, he went from spiritualization to the Tianyuan universe, and the Primordial also went to the Tianyuan universe after that. Lu Yin frowned. No, there was a problem. He knew a bit about the history of the Tianyuan universe, including the cultivation history of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and the time that the Above Heaven sect had been established. There was no way that the Eternity could have gone back and forth between the Tianyuan universe and spiritualization. If the Eternity wanted Primordial from the Tianyuan universe which went against the time of the Tianyuan universe, then there was only one possibility: he didn't go there on his own. The time it took for him to go back and forth between the Tianyuan universe and spiritualization was definitely different from the Primordial. The Primordial had taken a long time to reach the Tianyuan universe, and if not for the fact that he was afraid of being erased after discovering Mo Shang's secret, he wouldn't have been willing to travel this distance. What about the Eternity? Had the Eternity deliberately gone to spiritualize just to ask for Primordial? No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem right. There was only one answer. The Eternity had gone back and forth between the spiritualization and the Tianyuan universe as an eternal realm cultivator. This trip hadn't been done by himself, but by the mysterious eternal realm cultivator behind him. Or perhaps, it had been Grandmaster Grass. At that time, the Eternity and Grandmaster Grass had definitely reached an agreement. The Primordial really did have a secret. The Eternity had deliberately used the eternal realm cultivator's power to go to the spiritualized universe to ask for Primordial. It wasn't because of the Primordial himself, but because of the other consciousness in the Primordial's body at that time. That consciousness knew that the Primordial had been cuckolded. The Eternity? No, it could also have been the eternal realm cultivator behind him. But what was the meaning of the Primordial leaving the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin suddenly looked at the one-leaf lotus beneath him, and then looked in the direction of the spiritualized universe. Was that the case? Yiga didn't know that his lamenting words had caused Lu Yin to see a possibility that made him shudder. He saw that Lu Yin was deep in thought and he kept recalling what he had just said. What was the problem? The only problem was definitely related to the Tianyuan universe. The Eternity must have done something in the Tianyuan universe that conflicted with what Yigu had said, which was why Mr. Lu had found the contradiction. But the Eternity hadn't said anything secretive. Lu Yin looked at Yigu again. The Eternity went to the spiritualized universe to ask for the Primordial, but the Primordial wasn't willing to go? Yigu was more careful with his words now, but he didn't know what Lu Yin was concerned about. There was no point in being cautious. Yes, the Primordial refused. Even when Yusang Tian asked him to go, he still refused. But Sang Tian is still Sang Tian, and he couldn't withstand Yusang Tian's pressure. In the end he still had to go. Lu Yin stared at Yigu. Before the Primordial went to the Tianyuan universe, Mo Shang pressured him? Yigu nodded. Was this pressure before or after the eternity came? Lu Yin asked again. Yi Ge knew that his answer was very important, and Lu Yin's expression made him think carefully. Lu Yin slowly said, "There's no rush. Think carefully before you answer. This answer is very important." Yi Ge regretted it. It would have been better if the eternity had just left. What was there to lament about? This was how old people were. They liked to reminisce about the past, and now they were in trouble. Lu Yin waited quietly. He wasn't afraid that Yi Ge would lie, as Yi Ge didn't even know what was going on. This answer was very important to Lu Yin, but it didn't matter to an outsider like Yi Ge. After a while Yi Ge said, "Before." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Are you sure?" Yi Ge nodded. "I'm sure. I recalled that when the eternity asked for the primordial said something. You xianxia put in a lot of effort to get me to go to the xuanhuan universe. Even you came. I remember this clearly. The primordial had clearly rejected the eternity, but I don't know why he went to the xuanhuan universe in the end. But ever since then, there has been news that Yu Xianxia wants to attack primordial Xianxia. Many people believe it to be true because Yu Xianxia wants to send primordial Xianxia to the xuanhuan universe more than once." Lu Yin looked deeply at Yi Ge and nodded. "I understand. Thank you." Yi Ge felt relieved. "You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Lu Yin looked at the sky with an unfathomable expression. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3956. Yuanqi was right. Yu Xianxia had spent a lot of effort to send him to the heaven universe. He had purposely used the god-governing mountain spacetime as a cover to make Yuanqi think that he had discovered a huge secret and had no choice but to escape to the heaven universe. In fact, Yu Xianxia had done it on purpose. His goal was to get Yuanqi to go to the Tianyuan cosmos. In the past, Lu Yin had never understood why Yu Xianxia would do such a thing, but Night Song had told him that even Eternity wanted primordial. Why did Yu Xianxia and Eternal do the same thing? There was only one answer. Their interests were aligned. There was a mysterious eternal realm behind the eternal realm. What about Yu Xianxia? In the past, Lu Yin had always believed that Yu Xianxia was backed by Grandmaster Grass, and that she had made many plans to spiritualize the universe. Now, however, he no longer thought that way. Was Yu Xianxia related to the mysterious eternal realm behind the Eternals? Or was this all planned by Master Greengrass from the beginning to the end? Was it also Master Greengrass who led the Eternity to ask for the origin? Could be both of them. Lu Yin hoped that it was the latter. He would rather confirm that his enemy was a Grass Grandmaster than have another enemy behind the Eternals and Yu Xianxia. Until now, he still hadn't seen who the enemy was. Half a year later, the one-leaf green lotus arrived at Torch City. Lu Yin looked at the half-destroyed city and sighed emotionally. If it wasn't for this springboard, he would have died. If he met an eternal life realm monster again, he wouldn't let it have an easy time. At this moment, xianxia was stupefied. Looking at the numerous cultivators descending from the one-leaf green lotus, as well as the various she felt as if divine soldiers had descended from the heavens. He couldn't understand where these powerful cultivators came from. He was only at the level of the laws of the sequence. There were a bunch of experts like that from the one-leaf azure lotus, and there were even primordial realm experts who had crossed the bitter calamity realm. In particular, there were quite a few people who made him feel like he was struck by lightning from a single glance. This was a feeling he only felt when he looked at Yu Xianxia. These people couldn't be at the same level as Yu Xianxia, right? Impossible. Everybody in Torch City was astonished. They were dumbstruck. They suddenly thought of the continent of the 9 clouds. Were those people from the continent of the 9 clouds? The truth about the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe had long spread. Torch City had also received the news. In particular, 4 spacetime battleships had headed for the Tianyuan universe. This made xianxia and the others even more aware of what had happened in the spiritualized universe. Now that he saw so many powerful cultivators, he immediately thought of this. Lu Yin walked out and allowed the people of Torch City to see him. When they saw him, they heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Lu Yin was from the Tianyuan universe, he gave them a greater sense of security than the unfamiliar cultivators from the 9th heaven universe. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Yin was their leader. Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia was shocked and quickly agreed. Lu Yin looked at him. Immediately bring everyone from Torch City onto Green Lotus and return to spiritualization. From this moment on, Torch City will be under their control. War has come. These words caused xianxia's heart to sink. He knew that Lu Yin was currently representing the Nine Heavens universe, and even the Nine Heavens universe had to deal with this war. Torch City was just a speck of dust that had been easily crushed by that monster. He did not dare to hesitate. He immediately arranged for everyone in Torchfire City to board the One-Leaf Green Lotus and head to the spiritualized universe. The people who had left Torch City were not qualified to participate in the war. They were too weak, and staying behind would only result in death. Lu Yin could not bear for them to die here. However, not everyone went. A group of qualified cultivators stayed behind to assist Yu Jing and the others. This war did not only belong to the Ninth Heaven universe, but also to the entire human race. From the very beginning, the goal of the Hive civilization had been the spiritualized universe. The cultivators from the Ninth Heaven universe were participating in the war. If the spiritualized universe retreated, they would feel uncomfortable. The spiritualized universe had to participate in the war. This included Xianxia. Xianxia stared blankly at the One-Leaf Green Lotus as it left. He and the two Vice City Lords had been left behind to assist in the war, but until now he did not even know who the enemy was. Someone from the Great Five Palms sect gloated. When you see the enemy, you won't be far from death. These words made Xia's expression turn ugly. It was true that one had been sitting at home, but disaster had fallen from the sky. After leaving Torch City, the One-Leaf Green Lotus headed for the Ninth Heaven universe and arrived half a year later. Lu Yin put down the spiritualized universe and had someone bring them back to the spiritualized universe. He then went to the startling Sparrow Terrace to meet with Startled Gate Xianghu. When Startled Gate Xianghu heard about the Hive civilization, even an Eternal Realm powerhouse's heart sank. Luo Chan's existence was too troublesome. What do you want to do? Lu Yin asked. Senior, can the Startled Gate be opened at will within a certain range? Startled Gate Xianghu met Lu Yin's eyes. The range is half a degree around the Ninth Heaven. Half a degree around the Ninth Heaven? Lu Yin's guess was correct, as it was roughly in the direction of Torch City. Senior, if you want to deal with Luo Chan, you can only do so within the range of the Startled Gate. Then, you have to compress the defensive line and use top experts to protect the important positions. Even if the experts do not participate in the war, it will be fine as long as you defend it. This way you will not be led by the nose by Luo Chan. I suggest that you get as close to the Ninth Heaven universe as possible. Startled Gate Xianghu looked into the distance. Pull it into the Ninth Heaven. Lu Yin raised his brows. What? Startled Gate Xianghu's expression was solemn. Pull the battlefield into the Ninth Heaven. Lu Yin was amazed. He felt that his idea was bold enough. It was risky to let the Hive civilization get close to the Ninth Heaven universe. If they were not careful, the insects would invade en masse. Even if they were finally dealt with, there would be a lot of hives left behind. The coordinates of the Ninth Heaven universe would be exposed to the Hive civilization forever, and the Immortal Master could come at any time. For the Ninth Heaven universe, this was quite dangerous. It meant that the Hive crisis could erupt at any time. Startled Gate Xianghu was even bolder. He wanted to directly lead the Hive civilization into the Ninth Heaven. This was the worst outcome that Lu Yin had considered. If the battlefield is led into the Ninth Heaven, the Ninth Heaven will suffer an unprecedented disaster, Lu Yin reminded. Startled Gate Xianghu frowned. The larger the battlefield, the easier it is to be dragged to death. Our Ninth Heaven universe has been constantly conquering foreign universes, exterminating one civilization after another. When it is our turn, do we not even have the courage to fight? Everyone in the Ninth Heaven universe enjoys the fruits of exterminating foreign civilizations. They have to accept the fact that they are exterminated by other civilizations. After all, humans do not reproduce as fast as insects. This is the biggest advantage of the Hive civilization. Lu Yin understood. He had thought of leading the battlefield into the Ninth Heaven before, but he did not belong to the Ninth Heaven universe. This proposal would only make him the target of public criticism and be suspected by the people of the Ninth Heaven universe. The decision to compress the battlefield and retreat to the back line was actually very risky. Leading the Ninth Heaven universe to the Ninth Heaven universe could only be proposed by the people of the Ninth Heaven universe. Startled Gate Xianghu's suggestion was the best. The most important thing now is to keep an eye on the hives. If we can destroy all the hives in the Ninth Heaven universe, we will have won half the war, Lu Yin said. Startled Gate Xianghu said, Do you know the meaning of the Ninth Heaven Pillar's existence? Expedition to foreign universes and hide the Ninth Heaven universe itself, Lu Yin said. Startled Gate Xianghu nodded. The Ninth Heaven Pillar is a spiritual treasure array. Lu Yin had heard of this before. It made the ninth heaven universe look chaotic and similar to a state of rebirth. In fact, it came from the ninth heaven pillar spiritual treasure array, and this array came from xianxia. When Luin had first heard of this, he had thought of Huizu. Huizu had used a limitless power source box array to resist the Eternals and give the humans a chance to breathe. Xianxia had used the ninth heaven pillar spiritual treasure array to hide the ninth heaven universe, allowing the ninth heaven universe to survive. The two were very similar. The ninth heaven pillar spiritual treasure array can not only hide itself, but it can also form a special protection. As long as the hives are included in the protection, any hive that wants to enter will have to tear through the protection, and we will be able to sense it. You don't have to worry too much about this, startled xianxia said. She then looked at Luin. Actually, leading the hives into the ninth heaven universe is exactly what you want. This way the xuanhuan universe will not have to worry. A single battle will be enough to cripple the hives. Luin did not deny it. Yes, the xuanhuan universe does not have to worry. I will represent the xuanhuan universe and fight to the death in the ninth heaven universe. Startled xianxia smiled. Thank you. I will contact Green Grass now and inform the other 3 battlefields to retreat and determine the positions that we need to defend. Luin nodded. Although leading the hives into the ninth heaven universe was a disaster, the ninth heaven universe had an advantage that no one else could compare to: spirit seeds. The cultivators of the ninth heaven universe could release their spirit seeds to fight, which meant that everyone had 2 lives. This was not an advantage in a foreign war. This advantage was equivalent to offsetting the hive's advantage in numbers. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had enough spirit seeds. When the time came, it would depend on their foundation. Very quickly, startled xianxia disappeared. Luin stood on the startling sparrow terrace and looked down. In the end, he was the one who had caused this war, so he had an obligation to participate in any war against the hives. The more the hives were beaten, the less of a threat they would pose to the humans. It would be best if they could get rid of the immortal master. Unfortunately, this was only a dream. The immortal master was definitely more powerful than Master Greengrass. Master Greengrass did not dare to act recklessly within a small area, but the immortal master could dominate the universe. Luin did not know when he would be able to break through to the eternal realm. Luin stood quietly and waited for the startled xianxia to return. At the same time, his consciousness swept towards the western region. Although it was impossible to find any traces of the eternal realm, he had nothing to do. Perhaps there would be a pleasant surprise. After a few days, Luin did not wait for the startled xianxia, but Qingyun and Granny Yin did. Qingyun did not expect Luin to be here. Didn't you reinforce the consciousness universe? Why are you here? Luin smiled. There have been changes in the war. The consciousness universe is fine for now. Qingyun smiled. Since you're here, it's naturally easy to resolve. Can you tell me what those hives are like? There are 4 battlefields and many experts have been dispatched. I'm very curious. Luin nodded and told her about the hive situation. He was quite grateful to Qingyun. This woman had helped him in several battles. Sometimes, her words of support were more important than her actions. After all, she represented the startled xianxia. The hive strangeness shocked Qingyun and Granny Yin. They did not expect such a species to exist in the universe. They could give birth to powerful hives and reproduce very quickly. Qingxian in particular shocked them even more. The webpage content is slow. Please. The new chapter will provide you with the fastest star-stepping update. Chapter 396. Startled Luin decided to read it for free. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3957. If a hive fell into Jiuxiao universe without being discovered, does it mean that Qingxian might be a human? Qingyun asked. Luin nodded. I've met more than one Qingxian in human form. Granny Yin's face was solemn. No wonder Xiangyu values this war so much. This civilization is definitely a great enemy of Jiuxiao. Qingyun said, the changes in the war that you mentioned are related to Qingxian, right? Luin praised, smart. Qingyun smiled. Only Qingxian can be a variable on the battlefield. The universe has rules that can be found. There are many of them and their individual combat power is bound to be weak. A hive can only give birth to one Qingxian, and it can gather the advantages of the current universe creatures. Every Qingxian is terrifying. Luin and Qingyun chatted for a long time while waiting for Jingmen Xiangyu. This time Granny Yin didn't stop Luin. Luin had helped Jiuxiao universe several times, and the people of Jiuxiao universe were grateful. Can you tell me more about Mi Jin Xiangyu? Lu Yin changed the topic. Qingyun was surprised. Mi Jin Xiangyu? Lu Yin nodded and praised. Mi Jin Xiangyu's talent is great. Night Pillar, Lingbao Array, Tiansua, and he knows his own limits. There are inheritances of Mi Jin Xiangyu everywhere. I'd like to know more about this senior. Granny Yin suddenly said, have you seen Qing Xing? Lu Yin looked at her. Yes. Granny Yin understood. So Qing Xing fought with you before. Lu Yin smiled. I want to know more about Mi Jin Xiangyu. It has nothing to do with Qing Xing. Granny Yin didn't say much. Qing Yun said, what do you want to know about Mi Jin Xiangyu? I don't know much. Lu Yin said, just say it, I want to know more. Qing Yun thought for a moment. Then I'll tell you what I know. Mi Jin Xiangyu is also a senior that I respect very much. For the next half of the day, Qing Yun talked about Mi Jin Xiangyu. She admired Mi Jin Xiangyu's research on Lingbao Array and traveled all over Jiuxiao universe to see more clearly. She admired Mi Jin Xiangyu's invention, and Tiansua was a tool that she often rode. She worshipped Great Dream 1,000 years created by Mi Jin Xiangyu, so she often looked for people from Great Dream Sky to spar with. She especially worshipped Meng Ling. If it weren't for Mi Jin Xiangyu's Great Dreams Millennium Dream, which gave birth to a dream spirit, the Nine Clouds continent would have faced a calamity. She paused and looked at Lu Yin hesitantly as if there was something she shouldn't say. Yinpa also quickly changed the topic. Miss doesn't know much about Mi Jin Xiangyu. If you want to know anything you can ask Jingmen Xiangyu directly. Lu Yin replied, Qishu. Qing Yun and Yinpa were surprised. Master knows? Lu Yin nodded. Alarmed Lord Xiangyu told me. Qing Yun heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Since Mr. Even knows about this, then there's nothing worth hiding. That's right, Senior Yu Mi Jin is extremely talented. Only Meng Ling is able to track Qisu's emotions. If it wasn't for that, everyone knows that Mi Jin Xiangyu created the Great Dream Millennium, but does Mr. know how he created the Great Dream Millennium? How did you come up with such a creature like Dream Spirit? Lu Yin was curious. Oh. Qing Yun smiled. Only a few people know about this. When Mi Jin Xiangyu was still around, this was one of the biggest secrets of the Nine Clouds universe. But now that Mi Jin Xiangyu is no longer around, this secret is no longer worth keeping. She paused and continued, Mi Jin Xiangyu is an ancient powerhouse in the history of the Nine Clouds universe, second only to Qinglian Xiangyu. His seniority is much higher than Shuata Xiangyu and my mother. Mi Jin Xiangyu has a special cultivation method called the Lost Path. Those who are lost will not know, but they will experience the various forms of life. I have always wanted to experience the various forms of life because of Mi Jin Xiangyu. Only by understanding the various forms of life can one comprehend their own life. But this lost path has a shortcoming. The longer you cultivate, the easier it is to lose yourself. Mi Jin Xiangyu's title is actually self-deprecating. Mi Jin Xiangyu thought that he was often lost, so he gave himself this title. Once lost, it is like losing your essence. My mother said that it was not lost, but attached to someone to experience the various forms of life of that person. That was why Mi Jin Xiangyu was able to create a series of unimaginable things because he understood life the most and the human race the most. Qing Yun spoke more and more, but most of it was her guess about Mi Jin Xiangyu. But what Lu Yin heard was different. Lost essence, spirit, attached. The first thing he thought of was Yuanqi. Could it be that the consciousness in Yuanqi's body that knew he was being cuckolded was Mi Jin Xiangyu? This conjecture was similar to Lu Yin's conjecture on the one-leaf blue lotus. Yuanqi was sent to the Tianyuan universe, causing Mi Jin Xiangyu's essence, spirit, and spirit to be further and further away. It must have affected his body. Only an immortal realm powerhouse was qualified to be schemed against by Yu Sang Tian and Eternal at the same time. Lu Yin's eyes were solemn. He could not hear what Qing Yun was saying. He only knew that he might have seen the truth. Mi Jin Xiangyu's death was not that simple. Qing Xing thought that two retreated and one died. Maybe it was not what he saw. That one did not die. He knew that he was going to die, so he dragged Qishu along to end it. Was that so? Then, was it Master Qingqiao or the mysterious immortal realm that schemed against Mi Jin Xiangyu? After a while, alarmed Gate Xiangyu returned. Qing Yun and Granny Yin left. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu told Lu Yin that he had asked Master Qingqiao to inform the other 3 battlefields. He said, Master Qingqiao said thank you. Lu Yin did not care. He thanked you for protecting the spiritualized universe. There is no need for him to thank you. We are all humans. How can we give up? Alarmed Gate Xiangyu did not say much about this. The spiritualized universe's 36 domains needed to be guarded by powerhouses. Even if Luo Chan shifted the position of the insects, the powerhouses guarding the 36 domains could stay put. Jiuxiao Universe also had some regions that needed to be protected. Luyin did not need to worry about this. Alarmed Gate Xiangyu and Jiuxiao Universe would make the decision. Luyin hesitated whether to tell them the truth about Mijin Xiangyu's death. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. It was all his conjecture. There was no proof, and now was not the right time. If Master Qingqiao was the one who plotted against Mijin Xiangyu, revealing the truth now would only make Master Qingqiao side with the Hive civilization. At the very least, it would affect the direction of the war. If it was the mysterious immortal realm, it would not draw him out. If an immortal realm appeared, it would be hard to determine his stance. It was already difficult for Jiuxiao Universe to face the Hive civilization. He could not complicate matters. Besides, Mijin Xiangyu died because Yuanqi went to the Tianyuan Universe. How could the Jiuxiao Universe's god of defense not know? According to Lin Feng's guess, even if Mijin Xiangyu lost his way and left the continent of the 9 clouds, he didn't lose his consciousness. He took the initiative to die with Qi Su so he could have told Qing Lianyu and the others about it. Therefore, Qing Lianyu and the others might have known about it. According to this line of thinking, it was not his turn to reveal anything, especially since he did not know who was behind it. There was one last doubt. Were the 3 gods of defense completely trustworthy? They seemed trustworthy at the moment, but Lu Yin had experienced too much, especially when the Lu family had been schemed against and exiled. Sometimes, those who schemed against you did not necessarily have bad intentions or revenge. It was just for the sake of the bigger picture. This kind of high-sounding reason had become an excuse for many to take action. With such an excuse, one could not sense any hostility. That was the most terrifying thing. If he had not been vigilant, Lu Yin would have died many times over. It was better to wait for Qinglian Xiangyu and the others to return. At the same time, outside the spiritualized universe, Ku Yuan and Lu Xizhan had received Master Qingsao's notification that they could shrink the battlefield. Their next battlefield was to protect the 36 filaments. Protect the 36 filaments? Isn't that where the spiritualized universe is? Why do we have to protect the spiritualized universe? Our current battlefield is actually protecting the spiritualized universe, but I don't understand why we have to shrink the battlefield and only protect the 36 filaments. This means that the insects can rush into the spiritualized universe. What are the higher-ups thinking? The person who notified us was Master Qingqiao. He was actually willing to give up on the spiritualized universe and only protect the 36 filaments. Too strange. Ku Ji looked at the giant Tian as Lu Xizhan walked over from behind him. No matter what, since the order has been given, we have to carry it out. I know. It looks like this war won't end anytime soon. It's only been 2 years since Ku Yuan brought people to the spiritual universe. It looks like this trip will be delayed for a long time. Ku Ji sighed. Lu Xizhan recalled that Ku Yuan would bring a group of people to the spiritual universe every 40 years to comprehend Ku Yuan's cultivation method, which could only be completed in the spiritual universe. I heard that Mr. Lu also plans to follow you to the spiritual universe to comprehend Ku Yuan's cultivation method? Ku Ji smiled. That's right. Unfortunately, we don't know how long it will be delayed. Even if we can go, Mr. Lu won't be there. They did not know that Lu Yin had already returned from the full sensory universe and thought that he was still supporting the full sensory universe. Soon the situation on the battlefield changed. All of the human cultivators, including the Shi, kept retreating. The Shi was at the bottom, bearing the brunt of the insect sea's attacks. Tian Ho and a few other green immortals attacked, but they could not stop them. They could only watch as they climbed onto the one-leaf lotus and headed for the spiritualized universe. A month later, Kongming received Master Qingsao's notification and returned to the 9th heaven. The battlefield would be compressed inside and outside the 9th heaven pillar. Xuelo was shocked. Inside and outside the 9th heaven pillar? How could this be? Although he was curious, he could not disobey the order. Xuelo's people were the best at obeying orders because they had participated in the most battles. On the battlefield, unless one had overwhelming strength, they had to follow the overall situation. In this war, Xuelo had always been on the defensive. If they retreated and returned to the 9th heaven, there would undoubtedly be other experts helping them. Those who belonged to the 8th night pillar returned to the 9th heaven. I will cover the rear. Xuelo's voice traveled to every cultivator's ears. Ganemo was shocked. Senior. Xuelo said coldly. It's fine. These insects can't do anything to me. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3958. All the cultivators headed towards the 8th night pillar. There were many holes in the 8th night pillar, which were caused by Spiniger and its subordinate Spiniger bugs. Seeing that the 8th night pillar wanted to escape, the sea of insects surged and charged at the blood-colored pavilion. Thorny sarcoma continued to shoot out spikes. Xuelu's face became paler and paler, but he still persisted. When the 8th night pillar rushed towards the continent of the 9 clouds, he withdrew the blood-red pavilion. The blood-red pavilion was filled with blood chi. He looked ferocious and crazy. You guys have fought enough. It's my turn now. Blood-red pavilion 8 strokes. As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red color filled the starry sky and engulfed the sea of insects. After executing the bloody 8 styles, Xuelu's body was dragged towards the 8th night pillar by an invisible force. It was the spirit thread that bound him to the 8th night pillar. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to catch up to the 8th night pillar. If he stayed here he would only be waiting for death. Blood-red 8 styles covered heaven and earth. Xuelu took the opportunity to climb up the 8th night pillar by following the spiritual threads. Gan Mo and the others hurriedly supported him, only to see 5 sharp thorns deeply inserted into his back. They almost tore Xuelu's head apart. Although he was not dead, Xuelu was still seriously injured. Luckily, the 8th night pillar managed to get rid of the sea of insects and flew towards the continent of the 9 clouds. The 9 clouds universe floated up 4 times. This was the battlefield of the 3rd night pillar. Even with the speed of an immortal realm grass master, it would still take some time to transmit a message across the vast universe. At this moment, the 3rd night pillar had yet to receive the order to retreat from the battlefield. They had to wait for this order for at least a few months. On the battlefield, Sky Bearing was still chasing after Hua Yen. Hua Yen had killed human experts one after another, causing Sky Bearing to be filled with hatred. Other than the experts from the 3rd night pillar, there was also the Death Hill 4th Summit who came to the battlefield with the 3rd night pillar. The overall strength of the 3rd night pillar was not comparable to the 8th night pillar. The 8th night pillar had several Blood Tower Upper Imperial disciples, especially Xuelu, who were extremely powerful. On the other hand, the 3rd night pillar only had 1 heaven bearer and 1 Kua consummate who had accepted spiritual cultivation. They couldn't support the entire battlefield, which was why they had the support of Death Hill. The leader of the Death Hill's 4th peak was Gu Jing. His sword swept across the battlefield. If it weren't for the experts of the 4th peak, the 3rd night pillar wouldn't have been able to hold on. After several months, Grandmaster Greengrass finally approached the battlefield of the 3rd night pillar. However, what he saw was a calm starry sky and a calm sea of insects. There was no fighting, nothing. It was peaceful. The 3rd night pillar retreated? No, Grandmaster Grass saw the 3rd night pillar floating in the starry sky. There was a gigantic creature coiled around the 3rd night pillar, the Ho. One of the 4 insect lords of the insect nest civilization, Hui, was wrapped around the 3rd night pillar, and all life in the 3rd night pillar disappeared. Grandmaster Greengrass stood in the distance and watched in a daze. The 3rd night pillar had been completely destroyed. In the continent of the 9 clouds, the 7th night pillar was called the Holy Land of the Sword Dynasty. Since ancient times, many strong cultivators had carved sword skills there. As long as the 7th night pillar was in the continent of the 9 clouds, many cultivators would come there to study sword skills. Unfortunately, most of the sword moves were not something that these people could see. It was not that 7th night pillar was holding back, but that there were some sword intents that they could not withstand. They couldn't even reach the place where the sword moves were carved. Gu Duanka sat in front of the stone wall, looking forward. The stone wall was filled with sword moves. Every move was infused with the blood and sweat of a cultivator. There was no one around. They had all been chased away by him. A few days ago, news came that the 3rd night pillar had been completely destroyed. On the 3rd night pillar there was a lonely silence. Since he had received the news, he had been sitting in front of the stone wall and watching. Nobody had disturbed him. Nobody knew what Gu Duanka was thinking. It was not until 10 days later that Gu Duanka pulled out his sword and held the hilt tightly. The long sword spun in his palm, and as he struck out with his palm, the sword penetrated deep into the stone wall. Strange patterns were cut around the sword edge. They were not deep, far from the depths of the engravings of the surrounding sword moves on the stone wall. However, it was these shallow strange patterns that made all the sword wills on the stone wall dim, as if they were suppressing everything. Gu Duanka was recognized as the best swordsman in the continent of the 9 clouds. He was called the first swordsman of the continent of the 9 clouds. Nobody had ever seen his real sword intent because nobody could make him use his sword a second time. Some people could see the difference in strength at a glance. When facing people who were stronger than him, Gudwanka would not use his sword. When facing people who were weaker than him, nobody could make him use his sword a second time. That was his sword intent, the Zen sword. The world only knew that Gudwanka had the sword intent of the broken sword. He gave all creatures the profound meaning of the broken sword. He could break the sword, seal the blade, erase the shape, and break the meaning. In fact, the broken sword intent came from the Zen sword intent. His sword did not kill people but only broke moves. At this moment he put the Zen sword and the broken sword into the stone wall, waiting for the fated person. At the same time he pushed the stone wall out of the seventh night pillar. "Night Chief!" Jianghu shouted. He did not understand what Gudwanka was doing. Many cultivators of the seventh night pillar looked at Gudwanka. Gudwanka sighed. The sword intent above should not be limited to the seventh night pillar. If one day the seventh night pillar does not return, the efforts of these predecessors will be gone. From now on I am no longer a member of the seventh night pillar. The seventh night pillar is no longer the holy land of the sword dynasty. After saying that, he smashed the stone wall into the ground outside the seventh night pillar. He stepped into the void and disappeared. Gudwanka went up the startled sparrow terrace. In the past, the imperial land could not be entered unless absolutely necessary. However, it was different now. With the arrival of war, the startled imperial lord had ordered that anything related to the war could be reported to the startled sparrow terrace. Luin was sitting on the startled sparrow terrace at this moment. From time to time he would scan the ground with his consciousness. This place was very convenient for him to check with his consciousness, even though it was a little far from the ground. This place was also convenient for the startled imperial lord to inform him of the news at any time. Gudwanka came and sat down beside Luin. He looked very casual. Luin did not look at him. He knew that Gudwanka would come because Gujing was dead. When the news of the third night pillar's destruction spread to the 9 heavens, it caused a huge uproar. The Death Hill's fourth peak also spread along with the news of the third night pillar's destruction. Gujing and Gudwanka were definitely related. Even though Gujing wanted to surpass Gudwanka to become the 9 heavens sword head and even kill Gudwanka, their relationship was not ordinary. "Mr. Lu, can you do me a favor?" "Speak." "Go to the battlefield and drag the third night pillar back." Lu Yin's eyes moved. "Do you want to drag the third night pillar back or Gujing back?" Gudwanka said, "It's the same. Since she is dead, the third night pillar has to come back at least to give him an explanation." Lu Yin looked at Gudwanka. "What's your relationship with Gujing?" Gudwanka pondered for a moment and said slowly, "How many friends can a person have in their life?" Lu Yin did not answer. This was a question that did not need to be answered. "Not many, especially for cultivators. They have even fewer friends." "Do you have a friend that you can entrust everything to?" "I have one. Her name is Jing. She is a very straightforward woman. She is not scheming and has a bad temper. She likes to punish evil. Such a person can't survive in the cultivation world. Fortunately, she has an extremely high talent in swordsmanship. Whenever an enemy comes looking for her, she can always break through faster than them and kill the enemy with her own hands." In her words. Gudwanka laughed and reminisced. "It saves me the time to look for you. Thank you. You finally did something good before you died." Luin raised his eyebrows. These words instantly made him think of the woman called Serenity. She was clearly such a person, but why was she called Jing? Jing is in Gujing. It was a misunderstanding that I met her. We were both swordsmanship geniuses. We fought and killed each other until the misunderstanding was resolved. Finally we became siblings. Luin was speechless. He could not help but look at Gudwanka. Jing's talent in sword Dao is high, and she's able to adapt to the circumstances. As for me, I'm obsessed with sword Dao. We've known each other for a long time and we've sparred for a long time. Gradually she couldn't give me any help in sword Dao, so I crazily looked for people to test my sword. Sometimes I couldn't hold back and the blood debt grew. The cultivation world doesn't care about right or wrong. Gudwanka closed his eyes and was full of regret. Who said that it does not care about right or wrong? Did she deserve to be killed by you? Just to fulfill your swordsmanship? She also had her own life. There was no hatred. Why did she kill you? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Jing helped me pay for this mistake. I won a swordsmanship test and she lost the swordsmanship test. She followed in my footsteps. Under the premise that I did not know, she adopted a child. In order to pay the debt, she took the initiative to accept the cultivation spirit and used it to pay the debt for me. When I found out, it was too late. She bore all the sins for me to make up for my mistakes. In the end, she died under the sword of others. Xuanhuan was silent. Luin was silent too. Such a woman was admirable, even though she was stupid. Everyone had their own way of dealing with things. She was stupid, but she succeeded. When I found out about this, I had a great realization. I put down my sword. I put it down for 1,000 years. When I picked it up again, my swordsmanship had changed. I did not need to test my swordsmanship against others. I improved every day. My swordsmanship became stronger every minute and every second. I became the leader of the continent of the 9-cloud sword. In the entire continent of the 9 clouds, nobody can compete with me in swordsmanship, except for the unfathomable supreme God. But I was not happy at all. I was tired. I wanted to put down my sword and live in seclusion. If I had let go of the 7th night pillar, I would not have persisted until now. Until I found out about his existence. Luin said, "Gu Jing?" Xuanhuan nodded. His real name was not Gu Jing. He was adopted by Jing. He saw Jing test her swordsmanship again and again for me. She failed miserably again and again until she died. He hated me to the core. I knew about him, but I pretended not to know about his background. I praised his talent in swordsmanship and accepted him as a disciple. I gave him the name Gu Jing and nurtured him. Unfortunately, before I knew about him, he had already started cultivating. Otherwise, his future would not have been like this. Luin did not understand. Then why did he join Death Hill? Xuanhuan said, because he thought that he would not be able to improve from me. I don't even know how I became stronger. I abandoned my sword for 1,000 years and gained enlightenment. He could not understand this kind of mentality, so he joined Death Hill. He wanted to walk the same path as I did. He did not look for people to test his swordsmanship on, but he could kill people who violated the rules of Death Hill. Those who violated the rules were not weak. These people were just there to test his swordsmanship. He hoped that one day he could surpass me and even kill me to avenge his foster mother. I'm also waiting for that day. Luin gazed into the distance. This story was very heavy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3959. In fact, he had heard many people's stories. Everyone had their own stories. Comedies and tragedies happened every day. Did these stories happen naturally or were they planned? Why did people have to have stories? Wasn't it good to live peacefully? Wasn't it good to live a smooth life? Perhaps this was the life Xuanhuan wanted. Xuanhuan looked up at the sky. Gu Jing won't forgive me. Since he wants me to die, I'll die in front of him. Luin couldn't help but look at him. But you can't drag me down with you. Xuanhuan smiled. His tiredness was gone. Mr. Lu, you won't die so easily. It's difficult for an immortal realm cultivator to kill you. I just hope that Mr. Lu can send me to the 3rd night pillar. If Mr. Lu can send me on my last journey, that would be great. Luin shook his head. You overestimate me and underestimate the insect nest civilization. Do you know what our attitude towards war is now? Retreat, retreat to the 9th night pillar. We even give up the spiritualized universe and only protect the 36 regions. Xuanhuan was surprised. Why? He really didn't know. In fact, apart from the people on the battlefield, not many people in the continent of the 9 clouds knew because the impact was too great. This decision was equivalent to admitting defeat. It would greatly affect the morale, so this decision could only be made by the god of defense. Luin told him about the situation of the 4 insect lords. Xuanhuan was shocked. No wonder the 3rd night pillar was destroyed. Even though Gu Jing's achievements in swordsmanship could never be compared to his own, he was enough to laugh proudly in the continent of the 9 clouds. He was close to the peak of human existence. Xuanhuan was called the ruler of strength. He represented the peak of strength in the continent of the 9 clouds. These 2 people were completely destroyed. This was the battle strength of the insect nest civilization. Master Qing Chao only told you that the 3rd night pillar was destroyed, but he didn't say that the one who destroyed the 3rd night pillar was Hui, one of the 4 insect lords. It was recognized by the immortal realm master as the limit of strength under the immortal realm. I think that my strength is invincible. Ordinary immortal realm cultivators can't compare to me. However, the immortal realm master brought the insect nest civilization to the universe and destroyed one civilization after another. The limit of strength that he recognized is different from the limit of strength that I know. Lu Yin looked solemn and stared at Gu Duanka. Maybe I can't compare to Hui. Not to mention the other 3 insect lords. Since Qi is here, the other 3 should be here as well, especially Luo-chan. Even if you have the upper hand, he can reverse the situation in an instant. Gu Duanka understood. That's why we decided to compress the battlefield inside and outside the Pillar of the Ninth Heaven, in order to use the power of the alarm gate to offset Luo-chan's talent. Lu Yin nodded. That's why there's no point in going to the battlefield with you to drag the third night pillar down. If you really want to die, just wait for the final battle to start. The Hive civilization will definitely invade the Ninth Heaven universe. Eternal Realm experts have their limits, so it's difficult for them to fight. Gu Duanka smiled bitterly. What a waste. Yes, it would be a waste if I died outside. From the perspective of the entire human race, the ultimate combat power of an individual could be described as a waste. Whether it was Gu Duanka, Lu Yin, or the Immortal Realm, they all existed for the continuation of the civilization. Lu Yin looked down at the ground. Before you, there were already people who wanted to leave the 9 firmaments and drag the third night pillar back. Gu Duanka said, Death Hill. Lu Yin nodded. The people of Death Hill also wanted to bring back Gu Jing's body. Even if there was no body, they wanted to drag it back to the third night pillar, but they were stopped by the Great Master. Gu Duanka took a deep breath. I didn't object to Gu Jing joining Death Hill. Although it was useless to object at that time, he didn't know that I knew his background. Death Hill has a special status in the Ninth Heaven universe. It specializes in killing offenders, maintaining the stability of the Ninth Heaven universe, and accommodating people with deep hatred. This is related to the Great Master's character, so at that time, I also guessed that the Great Master should know about Gu Jing's background. Lu Yin was curious. What kind of person is the Great Master? He had communicated with the Great Master and received help from him, but he had never seen the Great Master clearly. Gu Duanka got up. Let the Great Master tell you himself. It's not convenient for me to say more about other people's affairs. If there's anything you want me to do, just tell me. This life, I don't plan to live until after the war. At this time, Chao Yi stepped onto the startling sparrow terrace, followed by a bearded old man. When he saw Gu Duanka, he stared at him. Old man, you don't need to care about Gu Jing's affairs. Lu Yin was puzzled. Who was this old man? Gu Duanka glanced at the old man. Death Hill, Fallen City Mountains Mountain Lord Ixio. Ixio looked at Lu Yin and smiled. I think this must be Mr. Lu Yin. I'm Death Hill's Fallen City Mountains Mountain Lord Ixio. I don't need that old man to introduce me. Lu Yin was polite. I'm Lu Yin. Ixio said, I've heard of Mr. Lu's name long ago. Seeing you today, I really can't beat you. Gu Duanka said, you can't estimate Mr. Lu's strength. He's just a failure in spiritual cultivation. Ixio was not angry. He sneered. Unlike you, who owes a lifetime of debt. So what if you're the 9-cloud sword head? Is it useful? Gu Duanka did not refute and looked at the opposite side calmly. Lu Yin heard that Ixio and Gu Duanka definitely knew each other. He also knew Gu Jing in the past. Then Gu Jing going to Death Hill might be related to him. Chao Yi looked at Lu Yin and nodded. Lu Yin nodded back as a form of greeting. Old man, I'll say it again. You don't have to care about Gu Jing. He only has a grudge with you and nothing else. He has never sincerely worshipped you as his master. We will deal with the third night pillar. Ixio repeated. Gu Duanka said indifferently, the Great Master didn't ask you to deal with it. Ixio snorted. That's because the Great Master wants to deal with it himself. This is definitely not possible. With that, he walked towards the door that connected heaven and earth. He took a deep breath and bowed. Junior Ixio seeks an audience with the alarmed gate lord. Chao Yi also bowed. Junior Chao Yi seeks an audience with the alarmed gate lord. There was no response. Ixio and Chao Yi shouted again, but there was still no response. Go back. If the alarmed gate lord wanted to see you, he would have seen you long ago. Gu Duanka said. Ixio turned back and glared at Gu Duanka. He continued to ask for an audience. He did it again and again without any intention of giving up. Dragging the third night pillar back was easier said than done, but it was risking their lives. Gu Duanka was willing to risk his life outside, but he still wasn't confident that he could reach the third night pillar. He still needed Lu Yin's help. The people at Death Hill weren't as strong as Gu Duanka. Even if there were more of them, Xianxia's numbers were not few. Gu Duanka would die if he went, and so would the people of Death Hill. Even the Great Master would die. The alarmed gate lord didn't respond, so Ixio and the rest kept asking. Soon after, Long Yin came along with a cultivator that Lu Yin didn't recognize. Lu Yin had never seen that cultivator before, but that cultivator knew him. His name was Mingjie, the second peak master of Death Hill. After that, Li Gui came as well. His injuries hadn't recovered and he was dragged here. The person who dragged him was the seventh peak master of Death Hill, Wei Er. So far, 6 people had come from the 3 mountains and 7 peaks of Death Hill. Including Gu Jing, who had died, there were only 3 people who hadn't come. It wasn't because they were unwilling, but more likely because they had a mission. The people of Death Hill wanted to drag the third night pillar back not only because of Gu Jing, but also because they sensed that the Great Master might go alone. They couldn't stop him, so they could only ask the alarmed Gate Lord for help. However, there was no movement from the alarmed Gate Lord for several days. The people of Death Hill were getting more and more anxious. Li Gui rolled his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. He bowed deeply. "Mr. Lu, please help. Death Hill is willing to help you drag the third night pillar back." Lu Yin was stunned. Why was he mentioned? Gu Duanca didn't expect the people of Death Hill to have the same thoughts as him and ask for Lu Yin's help. Ishio slapped his head. Right, how could he forget about this great master? Although this person wasn't an eternal realm cultivator, his combat power wasn't on the same level as Dooku. He could be considered a half-step eternal realm cultivator. The Hive civilization was very powerful, but it wouldn't be easy to kill this person. With the help of Death Hill, it wasn't impossible to drag the third night pillar back from the battlefield. Right, no wonder Gu Duanca looked for Lu Yin. He was wondering why Gu Duanca was looking for Lu Yin now that Gu Jing was dead. It seemed like Gu Duanca wanted Lu Yin's help as well. When he thought of this, he hurriedly bowed. "Mr. Lu, please help me. Even if I die, I will never forget your kindness." "Mr. Lu, please help us." Chao Yi bowed. "Mr. Lu, please help us." Long Yin, Mingjie and Wei Er bowed. In front of the door of the startled Sparrow Terrace, most of the masters of the 3 mountains and 7 peaks of Death Hill bowed to Lu Yin. Other than the Great Master and the Great Master, no one else in the Ninth Heaven universe received such treatment. Gu Duanca looked on calmly. If Lu Yin really helped, he would join the battle. He didn't want to die, he just wanted to drag the third night pillar back so that Gu Jing could rest in peace. Lu Yin stopped Gu Duanca from seeking death. He didn't want to go to the battlefield, but it was hard to refuse the request of the people of Death Hill. He knew very well that no matter how powerful the 4 insect lords were, if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be a big problem for him to escape. The insects couldn't keep him and the people of Death Hill were prepared to die. Their request wasn't too much. The third night pillar had to return. It wasn't just because of Gu Jing, but also because the third night pillar was one of the 9th heaven pillars. At that moment, the door that connected the sky and the earth opened. Everyone looked over and saw startled Gate Xianghu walk out. Ishio and the others quickly bowed. "Greetings, startled Gate Xianghu." "Greetings, startled Gate Xianghu." Lu Yin also bowed. "Greetings, senior." Startled Gate Xianghu glanced at the crowd and slowly said, "I understand your request." Ishio and the others waited for startled Gate Xianghu's reply. "No need to go. The third night pillar is on the way back." Everyone was shocked. On the way back? Gu Duanca was puzzled and his eyes flashed. Could it be that the third night pillar wasn't completely destroyed? From the time they received the news until now, no one in the 9th heaven universe had the time to support the third night pillar. Even the eternal realm needed time to reach the battlefield. So, if the third night pillar was on the way back, it was very likely that there were still people alive. Startled Gate Xianghu said in a low voice, "The insect nest civilization is riding the third night pillar and coming to the 9th heaven universe." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3960. Upon hearing Jingmen Xianghu's words, Gu Duanca's eyes widened, and the murderous intent in his eyes soared. Ishio and the others clenched their fists. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. "Those bugs are here? They're faster than I thought." They had guessed that the bugs would not approach the 9th heaven universe and the spiritualized universe so quickly. Instead, they would continue to scatter around and try to lure human cultivators to start a war. Once too many human cultivators were sent out, the bugs could use Luo Chan's talent to immediately reach the 9th heaven universe and launch a large-scale attack when the 9th heaven universe's defenses were empty. Even if the cultivators wanted to return to support, it would not be that fast. By the time they returned, the human civilization might be facing its end. This should be the bugs' plan to maximize Luo Chan's ability. However, the bugs had attacked the ninth heaven universe so quickly. Either they did not need Luo Chan's help and had absolute confidence in destroying the human civilization, or they already knew about the ninth heaven universe's plan and did not need to wait. Luin did not know which was the case. The latter did not mean that someone had betrayed the ninth heaven universe. It was also possible that the bugs had sensed that the humans had evacuated from the other 3 battlefields and knew that the humans were shrinking their defenses so they could only attack. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at Luin. The time they took to react in the second batch of bugs reinforcements is faster than we expected. We have to speed up our response. After he finished speaking, he looked down at the world. Let the ninth heaven universe use its foundation to explore with the bugs. The collision between civilizations is a collision of foundations and a collision of future scales. I don't know how big the bugs' future scales are, but the ninth heaven universe is not afraid of any civilization. Soon more than a year had passed. The cultivators of the Bitter Abyss and the Silent Sword Gate had arrived at the spiritualized universe. A few years ago, after Lu Yin and Jingmen Xiangyu had decided to bring the battlefield to the ninth heaven, the spiritualized universe had changed. The 36 domains were also shrinking. Some regions were abandoned and some parallel universes were closed. If no one entered, they would not open on their own to minimize casualties. As for the regions outside the 36 domains, everyone was migrating to the regions that had to be defended. Even Beyond Heaven was abandoned. After all, it was too far to guard Beyond Heaven, and it was unrealistic to move people there. In the end, with the Gate of Magic as the center, 15 domains were protected. These 15 domains were all represented by the first half of the character, Spirit. The average strength of the cultivators in the upper half of the word Spirit was much higher than the cultivators in the lower half. Xuanhuan and the other cultivators from the Nine Clouds universe worked together with the cultivators from the spiritualized universe. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to defend these 15 areas. He could only give up on the other places. The passage opened by Master Greengrass was also sealed. If the passage was still open, the insects could enter the Imperial God Mountain spacetime through the spiritualized universe and then attack the Heavenly Gate. This way the Heavenly Gate would also need to be guarded by experts. What they needed to do now was to seal off all possible avenues of attack from the Hive civilization. It would be best if they could only leave one and concentrate all their forces on defense. Of course that was impossible. He could only try his best. Another 2 years passed, and the 8th Night Pillar returned from the Clear Sky universe. Not long after, the 9 Firmaments universe shone brightly, and the 9 Firmaments Pillars Spirit Treasure Array formation was fully activated. In the southeast region, the 5th Night Pillar's position rippled with many small ripples. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them, but Lu Yin and alarmed Xiangyu could see them. The Hive descended. The Hive civilization wanted to throw a batch of hives into the 9 Firmaments universe. With the 9 Firmaments Pillars Spirit Treasure Array formation, the hives won't be able to enter. Unfortunately, the spiritualized universe can't hide. There will definitely be hives descending, alarmed Xiangyu said. Lu Yin looked at the ripples that occasionally appeared. If the hives were here, then the sea of insects wouldn't be far away. Sometimes he hoped that Eternal Realm cultivators would be restricted so that they couldn't act recklessly. This was a good thing for cultivators who hadn't reached the Eternal Realm. But sometimes he also hoped that Eternal Realm cultivators wouldn't be restricted. That way he would feel more secure. He smiled bitterly. Humans were greedy and they always hoped that things would benefit them. The choice between life and death, the creation and destruction of civilizations, and the hope for the future. War was coming. Cultivators soared into the sky one by one. Those who had been hidden or in seclusion in the 9 Firmaments universe were awakened. No one could stay out of this war. No one could escape. These people needed to be stationed at the 9 Firmaments Pillar. The 9 Firmaments Pillars Spirit Treasure Array formation couldn't be destroyed. Lu Yin took a step forward and headed southeast. That was where the 5th Night Pillar was. At that moment, the 5th Night Pillar was guarding the Central Universe. Lu Yin had taken over that direction, and he would face the sea of insects that had arrived first outside the spiritualized universe. This was the sea of insects that Xuanhuan and the others were fighting against. In the west, the sea of insects, Gudwanka and the experts from Death Hill had destroyed the 3rd Night Pillar. If they could destroy the 3rd Night Pillar and one of the 4 insect lords, they would have to face an unprecedentedly strong enemy. However, with alarmed Xiangyu, as long as he was within the 9 Firmaments universe, he could provide support at any time. Lu Yin knew that he wasn't just responsible for the southeast. He was responsible for the entire 9 Firmaments universe. This was what he had promised alarmed Xianyu. In the southeast, the bright sun beast opened his eyes as if he had sensed something. His breathing quickened as he gazed into the distance. Around him, countless cultivators were densely packed. Some were strong, some were weak, and all of them were waiting for the war to start. Alarmed Xianyu had already notified all the families in the 9 firmaments to use all their spirit seeds. Otherwise, they might not have the opportunity to use them. Looking out from the 9 firmaments universe, a gigantic sea of insects was approaching. Not only were the people from the 9 firmaments universe able to see it, but even the spiritualized universe could see it. The 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe weren't that far apart. One was above the other. Lu Yin frowned as he looked at the sea of insects that filled the sky. They were here. At the same time, a sea of insects also appeared outside Torch City, but there were far fewer of them than the ones that had appeared in the southeast. It was as if all the insects there had been wiped out. The sea of insects descended upon Torch City, but the city had long since been deserted. Alarmed Xianyu had compressed the defensive line to the outside of the 9 firmaments pillars, so Torch City naturally wouldn't be the battlefield. The Yu family and the Ju family were also in the northeast, which was equivalent to the position of the 8th night pillar. They were waiting for the sea of insects to arrive. The sea of insects entered Torch City, destroyed the city, and surrounded the gangplank. Amidst this sea of strange and terrifying insects, a beautiful girl with thick yellow curly hair wearing a princess dress walked out. Her entire body seemed to glow, and the sea of insects retreated. The girl walked in front of the gangplank and circled it to size it up. She was surprised. The humans are really cautious. They didn't even use such a good tool. If they did. Her lips curled up. They might have ceased to exist a long time ago. Danji is so pitiful. He's so powerful and even has a stronghold card, but he still lost. How pitiful. He lost a friend just like that. But don't worry, I'll help you exterminate the humans and avenge you. She then skipped towards the 9 firmaments universe. As for the gangplank, not a single insect dared to touch it. Half a month had passed since Lu Yin had seen the sea of insects, but they hadn't advanced any further. They remained in the distance that the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe could only vaguely see. The 2 universes had already mentally prepared themselves for a decisive battle, but the battle had yet to begin. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Still not moving? Master Grass had already returned, and the battlefield had completely shrunk. There was no need for him to run back and forth to pass on information. What is the hive civilization doing? Lu Yin stepped onto the startling Sparrow Terrace. Alarmed Xianyu and Master Grass were both there. Master Green Grass said in a deep voice, "Multiply." Lu Yin raised a brow. "Breeding?" Master Grass nodded. "Maybe they feel that their numbers aren't enough to fight against the human civilization, so they're breeding." Alarmed Xianyu said, "There are insects coming from all directions. Their numbers are exaggerated, but it's impossible to say that this number can destroy our human civilization." "Senior, what do you plan to do?" Lu Yin asked. Alarmed Xianyu said, "Kill our way out." Lu Yin was silent. Compressing the battlefront inside and outside the Night Pillar was the strategy that had been formulated at the beginning, but the strategy had to change according to the situation on the battlefield. It was not impossible to kill their way out. Even if the battlefield was expanded, this area was still within the range that Alarmed Xianyu could open at will. In other words, it was still under Alarmed Xianyu's control. If they didn't kill their way out in this situation and allowed the hive civilization to reproduce, it would not be a good thing for the humans. "I'll lead a group of people to kill our way out, but Alarmed Xianyu has to hide it. That's a method to deal with Luo-chan. It can't be exposed," Lu Yin reminded. Alarmed Xianyu agreed. "It's not just you. People have to kill their way out from all 4 directions, especially." Master Grass looked towards the west. "I'll go to the west," Lu Yin said. Alarmed Xianyu shook his head. "The west is the battlefield of Death Hill and Lone Duanca. They want to take back the 3rd Night Pillar personally. Leave it to them. Lone Duanca is very strong." Master Grass said faintly, "The 9th Heaven universe is not as simple as you think, Master Lu." Hearing this title, Lu Yin suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Those who stood here at this moment could be considered the pinnacle powerhouses of the 3 human universes. He was from the Tianyuan universe, Master Grass from the spiritualized universe, and Alarmed Xianyu from the 9th Heaven universe. 2 were immortal and 1 was only in the primordial realm. Logically speaking, Lu Yin could be on equal footing with them, but the difference in cultivation was too great. He just didn't know how great the gap was. Thinking of this, he glanced at Master Grass and then headed towards the fifth night pillar. Not long after, alarmed Xiangyu's magnificent voice resounded through the ninth heaven universe and spiritualized universe. The collision of civilizations, the battle between species, there is no compromise, only life and death. Whether the human civilization will continue or be destroyed, war will decide. Regardless of the cultivation of the ninth heaven universe at this moment, they knew that they were facing a biological war from a foreign universe. The Night Pillar had gone on expeditions to foreign civilizations time and time again. Now it was finally their turn. Kill. They didn't want to be destroyed like the foreign civilizations that had been destroyed by the ninth heaven universe. Kill. Kill. Then Master Grass's voice sounded. I am the supreme pinnacle of the spiritualized universe. Everyone in the spiritualized universe looked up. Supreme pinnacle? They were excited and suppressed their excitement as they looked up at the starry sky. Civilization will be destroyed. Humans will only become the background of history. Perhaps your bones will become specimens for foreign civilizations' exhibitions. Your names will be changed to code names. This day shouldn't have come. The arrival of war will drag us down into the abyss. Then kill. Kill all the foreign civilizations you see. The human civilization will continue. Alarmed Xiangyu said, the human civilization will be brilliant. As soon as he finished speaking, countless cultivators from all four directions of the ninth heaven universe charged towards the sea of insects. Due to various problems, the address has changed. The web version is slow. Please. The new version will provide you with the fastest update. Chapter 3960. Stargazing will be brilliant for. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3961. Luin looked back at the nine firmaments. This was the nine firmaments universe, a spiritualized universe. It was not his place to speak, and he did not wish to mobilize the entire Tianyuan universe one day. The most simple wish to live on was to pass down a civilization's legacy, even if it was only in this corner. He did not ask for resplendence, he only asked for eternity. The sea of insects surged as they charged towards the human army. Lu Yin's fist smashed through the void and swept across the entire heavens. He wanted to use the power of a single punch to completely obliterate this boundless sea of insects. This power was definitely capable of doing so. Just as Lu Yin's fist smashed through the void and extended towards the sea of insects, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier that caused the power of the punch to gradually disappear. Lu Yin's expression changed. What was this? A strange creature had appeared outside the invisible barrier. Rather than a creature, it was more like a celestial phenomenon. The sun and moon alternated, and it was embedded in some kind of deep template. This template was like the universe, and it gave off a dark and profound feeling. A needle was erected high up in the sky as it faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately recognized that this was one of the four insect lords, the time of Avicii. From what Danju knew, the time of Avicii was special. It was a strange creature like the Luo-chan. The Luo-chan was a transference, while the time of Avicii was time. No creature had ever been able to leave alive in front of the time of Avicii. The time of Avicii was the controller of time, and any battle could hand over the strongest enemy to the time of Avicii. The time of Avicii had never been defeated. Lu Yin's fear of the four insect lords originated from Danju's understanding of them. Danju's greatest fear was none other than the time of Avicii. The time of Avicii was strange, and Danju could not understand it. At this moment, the time of Avicii was blocking Lu Yin's path. Lu Yin stared at the time of Avicii, which had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. It was a celestial phenomenon that seemed to be observing Lu Yin. The power of Lu Yin's punch had completely dissipated, and even the shattered void was recovering. The invisible barrier seemed to have split the universe in two. Time. Behind Lu Yin, countless cultivators stopped and looked across. They had been shocked by Lu Yin's punch, but now they were shocked by the time of Avicii. The second night pillar of the continent of the nine clouds was in Kongming universe. A group of cultivators also appeared, the second night pillar and the cultivators of the southern region of the continent of the nine clouds. Before, the eighth night pillar had been in charge of the sea of insects. Now, the eighth night pillar was in charge of protecting the southern region of the continent of the nine clouds. You charged forward. The second night pillar had yet to recover from the battle in the universe, and it was fortunate that the entire southern region was ready to face him. Bai Xia wielded a long blade and slashed out, causing an enormous blade to extend endlessly towards the sea of insects. Just like Lu Yin, he wanted to kill off a wave of insects right from the start. However, the insectoid hive had been through as many wars as the continent of the Nine Clouds. Dao Feng had suddenly disappeared. Bai Xia was puzzled. How did he disappear? He couldn't even see it clearly. In front of him, a creature that looked like a ladybug flickered. It was Luo Chan. Bai Xia subconsciously slashed out, but this time he didn't even have a blade. Bai Xia was completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, a spike pierced through the void and headed for his head. Bai Xia raised a hand and flicked his finger. If there was no blade, then there was no need to use it. The spike had suppressed the 8th Night Pillar, and if Xuelo hadn't used the Scarlet Tower to resist, the 8th Night Pillar would have been doomed. Bai Xia flicked his finger, but his finger wasn't in a good condition either. Behind him, the maid was shocked. She knew Bai Xia's strength all too well. Even though he rarely fought outside because he was guarding the junior palace in terms of true power, he was definitely at the peak of the Ku adversity realm. He was close to the limit of power, but he had actually been injured by the spike? Bai Xia's expression sank. No wonder Xuelo said that there was a troublesome character here. Apart from him, there are 18 other insects that can use the void as a string. This is troublesome. Aside from the spinneret and the spinneret bug, Luo Chan was even more troublesome. You had experienced the battle in the universe and his strength had declined greatly. He was the main attacker on this battlefield, but he hadn't expected to be attacked as soon as he made a move. No wonder the 8th Night Pillar had been defeated and Xuelo had been severely injured. In the 8th Night Pillar's direction, Xuelo glanced at the 2nd Night Pillar worriedly. He had already informed the 2nd Night Pillar of the strength of the spinneret worm and hoped that they wouldn't be careless. At this moment, the 8th Night Pillar was facing off against the sea of insects. Xuelo was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and Xuanhuan was also joining the battle. He had once been the god of defense, but now he had been asked to support the 8th Night Pillar. This battlefield was much less stressful than the other three, but Dan Zhao's appearance still greatly increased the pressure on Xuelo and Xuanhuan. They had actually seen a human face against an insectoid hive. What did this mean? This meant that there was still a human civilization outside of the few known human universes in the Ninth Heaven universe, and that human civilization had been exterminated. Dan Zhao grinned as she watched the two work together. The sea of insects charged forward, and Xuanhuan raised his hand to summon multiple heavenly mirrors. The Thousand Sails heavenly mirror was a true scripture. Dan Zhao was overjoyed and clapped her hands. "Sister, you're amazing. Do you like pink? Do I like yellow?" Her expression suddenly turned frighteningly gloomy. "We're irreconcilable." Third, the Royal Heaven Art. Dan Zhao raised her hands and struck the void with her soft palms, creating a barrier in the void. Thousand Sails heavenly mirror. A sun appeared in the dark universe. The sails were used as mirrors and each mirror was a person. They were cultivators from the northern domain and eastern domain. At this moment, they transformed into beams of light that shot out from the Thousand Sails heavenly mirror and bombarded the barrier. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and the stars turned into waves that swept towards the Ninth Heaven universe. The shockwaves from the collision between the Thousand Sails heavenly mirror and the Third Imperial Heaven Art were directed towards Xuanhuan, which meant that Dan Zhao had completely blocked it. Xuanhuan was shocked. How was this possible? She felt as powerless as she had felt against Lu Yin. Xuelo leapt forward, and a sea of blood filled the sky as he used the Xuelo 8 styles. Dan Zhao was shocked. What a fierce attack. It seems like it can be even stronger. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. The barrier suddenly rose and Xuelo 8 styles slammed into it. Even though Xuelo wasn't pushed back, the barrier didn't break. The corners of Dan Zhao's mouth curled up. How interesting. Can someone so strong appear so casually? You guys are much stronger than the third stronghold. Then this is going to be fun, haha. In the west of the continent of the Nine Clouds was the First Night Pillar. However, the First Night Pillar was special, it didn't move. Outside the First Night Pillar, Gu Duan Ku Death Hillock, and the cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds were impatient. In addition to the sea of insects, they also saw the gigantic Third Night Pillar. The insect nest civilization had returned on the Third Night Pillar, which was a disgrace to the Ninth Heaven universe. When the Third Night Pillar was destroyed, Gu Duanka and the people from the Death Hillock wanted to take it back. But now they were enraged. The sword pierced through the galaxy and cut through the sky. The moment Gu Duanka attacked, he displayed the 9 firmament sword head. The sword crossed the sky and tore the void apart. Countless people were dumbfounded. The experts from the Death Hillock who rushed out at the same time as Gu Duanka were shocked. When the sword intent soared into the sky, their bodies trembled unconsciously. That was the vigilance brought by the sword intent. Even if the sword intent wasn't directed at them, it made them subconsciously slow down. Wuxia was shocked. Everyone knew that Gudwanka's swordsmanship was very strong, and he was recognized as the first knight pillar of the ninth heaven sword. But since he hadn't fought for many years, no one had experienced the power of the first knight pillar of the ninth heaven sword. But now the sword tore the sky apart. They couldn't withstand this sword. Chao Yi's eyes flickered. Gu Jing wanted to surpass Gudwanka. They used to think that it was possible, but now they realized how big the gap was. This wasn't a gap in combat strength, but a gap in the comprehension of the sword intent. It was a gap that could never be shortened. This sword was like Qing Shing's ancient chaotic qi technique. It shocked everyone who saw it. It was as if a monster had been released from the cage of heaven and earth. The sea of insects was directly split into two. It even killed Qingxian. Hua Yin was shocked. Fortunately, he didn't rush to the front. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block this sword. However, this sword also angered Diho. Diho was like a giant python that coiled around the third night pillar. Even though it was close to the Jiuxiao universe, it was still asleep. However, Gudwanka's sword woke it up. It raised its head and looked at Gudwanka. Gudwanka looked at Diho's enormous body. Not only was it coiled around the third night pillar, but it was also coiled around the entire Jiuxiao universe. It was difficult to breathe. He gripped the hilt of his sword, raised it, and slashed out. Diho roared at the sky, and a terrifying power swept across the void. It flattened the entire void and turned into a huge dark plane that spread towards the sword intent. Chao Yi, Long Yin, and the others narrowed their eyes. This power? In the direction of the fifth night pillar, Lu Yin was staring at Avicii. When Gudwanka's first attack came out, he was surprised. Gudwanka's sword intent was more powerful than he had expected. The moment Pyrolite roared, Lu Yin suddenly looked in the direction of the western divine region. Through the universe's starry skies, he could sense an extraordinary power that caused the power within his body to boil. When he saw Pyrolite, he was stunned. Primal chaos? Diho was exactly the same as chaos. How could they be exactly the same? Could chaos be a part of the Hive civilization? Impossible. If chaos was Diho, the Tianyuan universe would have been destroyed by the Hive civilization long ago. That was before the above heaven sect had been established. No, before the humans had appeared. The Tianyuan universe's coordinates had been exposed to the Hive civilization, and the Tianyuan universe had been unable to resist at that time. Not only the Tianyuan universe, but this war would also have occurred at that time. It would not be happening now. But if chaos was not Diho, how could Diho be exactly the same as chaos? He then thought of the old salamander, who was exactly the same as chaos. The old salamander had seen chaos appear in the Gate of Arts and believed that it was the most powerful creature in the universe. Thus, he had deliberately chosen to take the form of a beast and had even faked his death to leave the Zhan family. What about Diho? Would it be the same as the old salamander? Diho was Qingxian, and Qingxian had different forms. If Diho had seen or interacted with chaos before it was born, it could have taken the form of chaos. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3962. Lu Yin suppressed his guesses and stopped looking at Ho. No matter what Ho was, even if it was chaos, it only had one identity, an enemy that had to be killed. However, this enemy was left to Gudwanka and the others, as the time of Avicii would be troublesome. Lu Yin had already used absolute command on the time of Avicii, but it was useless. In truth, Lu Yin wasn't even sure if this thing was a living thing. Of the 4 battlefields in the Ninifirmament's universe, their side was the quietest. No one had come into contact with each other, and only the time of Avicii faced off against Lu Yin. Lu Yin used karma as he wanted to see what the time of Avicii was. The karma spiral easily pierced through the time of Avicii, so easily that Lu Yin couldn't believe it. The time of Avicii didn't even try to dodge. However, the karma images left Lu Yin speechless. The images were of the current battlefield and nothing else. Lu Yin unleashed the karmic spiral once again, and this time he did so more than 10 times in a row. None of the karmic spiral's attacks were dodged, and each time the images were the same. At most, the angles of the images were different, but it was obvious that they were all of the battlefield. Lu Yin's face sank. As expected of an expert of the Tao of Time. Karma allowed one to see the past, and there was a cause for an effect. However, the time of Avicii had completely frozen its own time at a single point. It could be said that it had extended the current time infinitely, causing the karma images of the past to always be an infinitely extending line. In other words, as long as the time of Avicii was willing, Lu Yin could see anything it wanted to see. Lu Yin had comprehended karma for many years, and he had encountered all sorts of experts. He had even fought against eternal realm creatures, but this was his first time encountering such a method. This meant that his Tao of karma had been broken. Karma was a mighty force, and so was time, space, and even some other forces were all mighty forces. Although karma was somewhat mysterious, it wasn't invincible. Otherwise, the Azure Lotus Guard would have been invincible, and it wouldn't have been hidden in the Ninefirmament's universe. Lu Yin knew that he would encounter an existence that could ignore karma one day, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. At that moment, the needle on the time of Avicii jumped, and Lu Yin's heart also jumped. Danger had descended, and the chill caused him to immediately dodge. A tearing pain in his heart, and he looked down as his body separated. What was this? He was not the only one who had formed a line with Lu Yin from Seamless. Lu Yin was the first person on this line, but he would not be the last. This line stretched far and wide, traversing the heavens and tearing apart the bodies of many cultivators. Countless people were stunned. What was going on? Before they could think too much about it, their bodies suddenly recovered. They were all at a loss. What had happened? At the same time, he was able to clearly see the technique that Avicii had just used. It was to fix the time of a single line. That line was immutable in time and had existed since time immemorial. Anything that came into contact with that line, regardless of whether it moved or not, would have its time fixed. If it did not move, then it would be stuck at that point. If it moved, then it would be torn apart along with its body. This was the sharpest sword of time, and even Lu Yin's defenses were unable to avoid it. No matter how strong his defense was, he wouldn't be able to last long. The sword of time could only be resisted by time. Lu Yin barked, "Everyone return to the 9 firmaments. No one could help in this battle. If these people rushed up, they would only be cannon fodder." If they didn't deal with Seamless, this battle would be really difficult to fight. He had expected Avicii to be very difficult to deal with, but he had not expected her to be so fierce. Even he had almost fallen into her trap. On the other side, Avicii's sun and moon alternated, and the light became even brighter. It seemed that it had not expected Lu Yin to be able to reverse the situation and break its attack in 1 second. The needle throbbed again. Lu Yin did not hesitate to punch out. His feet moved in reverse, parallel to time, and he approached Avicii. The starry sky suddenly darkened. To the dark and deep starry sky, it was as if a gray curtain had been laid over it. It became brighter, but Lu Yin's heart sank. This was the power of time. His punch was ineffective again. No matter how strong he was, it was meaningless in the face of time. Meanwhile, Avicii's needle throbbed to the 5th square. Thud. There was a soft sound, and an indescribable heaviness descended. Lu Yin felt as if he had been thrown into a space-time vortex. Everything around him was squeezing and crushing him. He immediately used things must move in the opposite direction. Behind him, the 3 firmament sword intents slashed towards Avicii, but they were crushed as soon as they appeared. The invisible and terrifying power was not physical at all, but it was even more terrifying than a physical body. Even if Lu Yin used the eternal substance to attack, he still wouldn't be able to harm Avicii. Avicii's control over time was just too terrifying. It could extend time indefinitely, and it could use up any kind of energy. However, no matter how terrifying its control of time was, it was still not an eternal realm. Lu Yin endured the invisible pressure as he struck out with the karmic wheel and threw it towards Avicii. Avicii still did not dodge, but it was different this time. When the karmic wheel collided with Avicii, Avicii's sun and moon trembled and visible cracks appeared. The needle immediately jumped back, moving for the first time to dodge. The pressure Lu Yin endured suddenly disappeared, and he sneered. Although this thing had been immersed in the Tao of time for a long time and was far better at controlling time than Lu Yin, causing him to be at a disadvantage for a moment, the power of karma was not inferior to the power of time. As long as one was a creature that wanted to step into the eternal realm, they would have to face bitter adversity. And the karmic wheel specialized in bitter adversity. Let's see how much time you have to waste. Lu Yin raised a hand and slammed down with his palm. Heaven and earth lock descended and merged with the eternal substance to lock down Avicii. Although Heaven and Earth Lock was a consciousness attack, it was an eternal battle technique that could lock down all external powers, methods, and even cognition. Time was no exception. Avicii's sun and moon rotated, and formless time was consumed by the Heaven and Earth Lock. Time continued to extend until the Heaven and Earth Lock disappeared. Lu Yin's consciousness was vast and he had a lot of eternal substance. He wanted to see if Avicii could withstand his consciousness and eternal substance. Suddenly, his expression changed as an invisible attack swept past him. He casually waved his hand to shatter the attack. Xianhu attacked, and the sea of insects rushed towards Lu Yin, wanting to drown him. Lu Yin took a step forward and punched out at Xianhu. Xianhu took the punch head-on, and it was so powerful that even Xianhu was pushed back. However, Xianhu took the attack head-on, and a formless energy blasted out that swept through the heavens. Lu Yin raised a brow. Just as Xuanhuan and the others had said, Xianhu could absorb physical energy and release it as formless energy. Lu Xizhan, Ku Ji, and the others' attacks had been completely ineffective. Xianhu was not bad for being able to withstand his punch. Then let's do it again. Lu Yin dodged the formless energy released by Xianhu and raised a hand. He flicked his finger, causing the void to tremble. As he flicked his finger, the energy was consumed along the way. He turned around and saw that Avicii had interfered, causing the sun and moon to rotate even faster. This guy could block Xianhu's worldly lock while obstructing Lu Yin's attacks. Lu Yin had to admit that Avicii was very powerful, terrifyingly powerful. Among the three universes of the human race, there were very few who could fight against it. Even if it encountered an Eternal Realm expert, it could still take action. However, it was still lacking if it wanted to block Lu Yin. Lu Yin might not be able to kill Avicii as it was too strange. However, no one could stop him from killing Xianhu. He did not need to go backwards and he simply walked towards Xianhu. He faced an endless sea of insects, and he wiped them all out with a wave of his hand. Danger descended and Avicii's needle fell a bit. However, before it could land, Lu Yin moved away from his original position and avoided that line. What happened next shocked Lu Yin. That line could move. It swept through the heavens and even affected the sea of insects, tearing apart countless of them. That line was a line of time that could not be seen with the naked eye. Avicii's control over time was too strong, and Lu Yin had no choice but to travel through the stream of light and use it to collide with the line of time. The stream of light was not weak. Although Lu Yin's understanding of the Tao of time was far inferior to Avicii's, the stream of light had absorbed a large amount of time from the river of time and could suppress time itself. It could even cross the river of time, let alone a line of time. The line of time was like a sharp blade that constantly slashed at Lu Yin, but it was blocked by the stream of light. Lu Yin walked towards Xianhu. The sea of insects no longer attacked Lu Yin, but Xianhu instead. Xingyi, Shouwu, Stone Dragon, and so on. All of the attacks landed on the shell on Tianhu's back, as well as some insects that Lu Yin had never seen before. These insects continued to reproduce and evolve, and there were so many different species that even an immortal master might not be able to recognize all of them. Some of these insects were extremely powerful, and their attacks caused Tianhu's body to vibrate. Xianhu continuously absorbed the physical attacks as it stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked closer, but Xianhu did not retreat. Instead, he walked forward and stared at each other. When they were less than 10,000 meters away, Lu Yin stopped and raised a hand. His fingers curled and power spread through them. The void distorted along the way as if his hand was enlarging and moving towards Xianhu. Avicii continuously shot out lines of time, but it was difficult to disturb Lu Yin. In the spiritualized universe and Nina Firmament's universe, countless people watched as a giant hand reached out towards the distance. An ordered her subordinates to retreat, and at the same time she blasted out a huge formless force that drowned out the sky and blasted towards the giant hand. Lu Xizhan and the others looked at the distant sky. They understood Xianhu all too well. From the first time they had met it until now, they had tried to avoid it. They had tried their best to destroy this creature, but they had been forced to retreat. They had a deep understanding of Xianhu's defenses. It could be said that Xianhu had left them defenseless. They did not know how far Lu Yin could go. After all, there was not only Xianhu but also Avicii. They also knew about the 4 insect masters. They had also seen Avicii's attack. That strange and terrifying power of time was horrifying. Perhaps no one else in Nina Firmament's universe could truly contend with it aside from Lu Yin and the Eternal Ruler. After all, the power of time could not be seen or touched, and the slightest carelessness could cause one to fall prey to it. Lu Yin had not only comprehended karma, but he had also grasped the power of time. Compared to the other 3 battlefields, this one was quiet, but it was also the most dangerous. The incomparably huge palm continued to extend, tearing through the void as it collided with Xianhu's formless power. The sky distorted and then broke apart. Countless black cracks spread out, and the sea of insects was torn apart. In the distance, the cultivators of Nina Firmament's universe were shocked. Fortunately, Lu Yin had told them to retreat, or else the shockwaves would have buried too many people. Thank you. Tomorrow will be even better. 19147 Brothers tip, I'll give it to you, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3963. The palm continued to clash with the invisible force and Lu Yin looked up. In terms of strength, the only one that could be considered a match for him was Tianhu, one of the 4 insect lords. Tianhu's attack was just a combination of various forces, so what use could it be? With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian clenched his fist tightly and dissipated the formless energy. Tianhu's huge body retreated, but it turned around and fled without hesitation. Lu Yin clenched his fist and punched out, destroying the void along the way. The sea of insects could not stop him at all. Lu Yin's fist landed on Ni's body. Tianhu was sent flying, but Lu Yin suddenly turned to Avicii. Just as his attack was about to hit Tianhu, Avicii made its move. A layer of time covered Yun's body, and just like how it had blocked Lu Yin's punch at the beginning, it continued to spread out and offset Lu Yin's strength. Even though Tianhu was sent flying, it was not injured at all. Of course, in the eyes of Ku Ji and the others, Lu Yin's punch was already very shocking. They had tried everything they could think of, but Tianhu had been sent flying by Lu Yin. Lu Yin was not satisfied with just sending Tianhu flying. He wanted to kill it. There was a soft sound and Lu Yin's expression changed. He looked at Avicii and saw that the needle had jumped to the 9th grid. Silhouettes of time appeared around Lu Yin, and he saw his own past as well as the current state of the universe. He saw the Eternal Realm monster being thrown out of the spiritualized universe, and he also saw Grandmaster Grass chasing after it. He saw the traces left behind by time. His body had not changed but time had. It had become unfamiliar and unsettling. This was not his time and it was unfamiliar and cold. How could time have any warmth? However, Lu Yin could deeply feel the warmth of time. He went from one time to another time. The river of time appeared in front of him. This was not the river of time that he was familiar with. This was the river of time from Avicii. It could actually drag out a river of time? Lu Yin understood that Avicii wanted to throw him into this river of time, never to be reincarnated. This river of time was different from the one in the Xuanhuan universe, and it was definitely a tributary. It was no wonder that no creature had ever been able to defeat it. No creature had ever escaped from it alive. Some were not dead but exiled. Lu Yin watched as the river of time drew closer, and the starry sky appeared in his heart. Beneath his feet the earth took root. The wordless heavenly book above his head shone brightly, and the heavenly Tao of karma rotated, locking him in place in the void. How was it possible for him to strip himself of his original time and banish himself into the river of time? Lu Yin stared at Seamless. You underestimate me too much. The next moment he felt a strange sense of warmth. His time was restored and he returned to his own time. The recognition of the Xuanhuan universe had already taken root on the land. How could he take it away? The starry sky in his heart contained karma, time, and the needs of the universe. It wasn't something that could be stripped away by the river of time. In an instant, the sun and moon alternated, and the light suddenly dimmed. The crack on the surface also expanded in an instant. The needle could no longer move. It was obviously injured. To be more precise, it was a backlash. It also did not expect that there would be a creature that could take root and not be stripped of time. Time was actually the same, but Lu Yin wanted his time, and the seamless time could not be taken away. Therefore it retreated. The sea of insects also retreated. Lu Yin chased after it and attacked the seamless time, but it simply disappeared. Lu Yin frowned. Was this Luo Chan's power or something else? In the distance, the sea of insects continued to retreat, gradually retreating to a place where the people from the Nina Firmament's universe and the spiritualized universe could not see. Lu Yin could not find the seamless time but he could find Tian. He took a step forward and chased after it, but Tian's huge body was too obvious. Tian looked back and was shocked. Escape? Lu Yin used flowing light shuttle. How could he let you escape? Mr. Lu, someone shouted. Lu Yin looked back and the seamless time appeared behind him. The needle jumped to a space and attacked the cultivators from the Nina Firmament's universe. At the same time, gray time spread out and gradually covered the distance. Lu Yin had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, those cultivators would be finished. he could destroy Tian and the Sea of Insects, but similarly, the seamless time could also destroy the cultivators from the Ninifirmament's universe. Compared to the insects that could reproduce endlessly, the human cultivators could not be sacrificed in vain. Even if the ones who died were spiritual seeds, they were still more precious than the insects. Lu Yin returned to provide support. The seamless time did not attack and simply disappeared. Its goal was to make Lu Yin apprehensive so that he could not attack. This was not the first time that the hive had faced off against the human civilization, so it had a good understanding of human characteristics. Unless Lu Yin could deal with the seamless time, he would not be able to fight freely. Even without this group of cultivators, the seamless time could still attack the spiritualized universe. The seamless time fled, leading the Sea of Insects into the distance. Lu Yin watched quietly. The needle had only jumped to the 9th space. There were a total of 12 spaces, so how many more would it jump? What ability would it have? I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. We've dragged you down. The speaker was a powerhouse from the 4th night pillar called Xuan. Lu Yin had met him in the Central Universe, but at that time, it had been Mingzhua who had interacted with him. This time, Mingzhua had stayed behind to guard the 4th night pillar and become the second line of defense. Lu Yin waved a hand. It has nothing to do with you. Both sides were just testing each other. Lu Yin could not see through all of the seamless time's abilities, and he had not thought of leaving it behind. He had chased after Tian to verify something, and now his verification was complete. If he had not guessed wrong, the battles on the other 3 battlefields were about to end. The Sea of Insects had retreated. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, the Sea of Insects retreated the next day, and the other 3 battlefields had won. In the battle against Luo Chan and Thorny Tumor, the 2nd night pillar had not been able to hold on, but Qing Xing had suddenly joined the battle and suppressed the battle. In the battle between the 8th night pillar and Dan Zhao's Sea of Insects, Xuelo had injured Dan Xiao with the 8th style and won. As for the western battlefield, the 3rd night pillar had been taken back. Tian was very powerful, but aside from Tian and Huayan, there were no other powerhouses in the hive, so most of the Sea of Insects had been wiped out. The return of the 3rd night pillar was exciting. The retreat of the Sea of Insects allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that there was hope for victory. However, Lu Yin's expression was not good. It retreated on purpose? Master Grass did not seem surprised. Lu Yin said in a low voice, I chased after Tian. Tian could have used Luo Chan's power to escape, but it did not. It used the seamless time to force me to go back and support it. If I had not supported it, it would have died. They are using Tian's death and the 3rd night pillar to hide Luo Chan's talent. It's as if we knew about Luo Chan's talent and deliberately compressed the defensive line inside and outside the 3rd night pillar. We are hiding the Gate of Wonder, and the hive is also hiding Luo Chan. This retreat is to expand the battle line. The larger the battle line, the less likely it is for us to support each other. Especially once it exceeds the range of the Gate of Wonder, there is no point in us compressing the battlefield. Startled Xiangyu looked at the stars. Tactics. Master Grass said, do they know about the Gate of Wonder? Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not sure. Maybe they know, maybe they don't, but it doesn't affect their control of the situation. Using the death of a group of insects in exchange for an absolute advantage in expanding the battle line is perfect for the hive. They want us to be complacent and think that we have won the war. If we chase after them now, can we completely eliminate these insects? Startled Xiangyu asked. Lu Yin looked at her. The possibility is not high. Master Grass sighed. Because we know the 4 insect lords, the possibility is not high. They are all hiding their strength. What if we don't know? They make us think that we can win. What if I eliminate the 4 insect lords? Startled Xiangyu suddenly asked. Master Grass glanced at her wrist subconsciously. Lu Yin also looked at startled Xiangyu's wrist and said in a low voice, the immortal realm only has one chance to make a move, and it is enough to determine the outcome. Senior, if you waste this opportunity to make a move because of the 4 insect lords, what awaits us may be the Divine Master's move. Startled Xiangyu was silent. They understood this, which was why they had not made a move. If they attacked the insects, they would be bound by the karmic chain, causing them to be unable to deal with the Divine Master. Even if the Divine Master only made one move more than them, it was enough to determine the survival of the civilization. Lu Yin suddenly looked at Master Grass. Senior, please make a move. Master Grass was speechless. Lu Yin was just saying. How could Master Grass make a move? Not to mention how many schemes he had against the Zhuxiao universe. Even if he did not, in order to spiritualize the universe, he would cherish every opportunity to make a move. In the Xuanhuan universe, the ancient god found out that Master Grass was the one behind the scenes and attacked with all his strength. Master Grass only seriously injured him. It was the immortal realm that killed the ancient god. Jianghu fought with Master Grass and was not killed. At this moment, it was impossible for him to make a move for the Wuxiao universe. What I mean is, if we don't kill them, can we capture them? Luin asked. Master Grass laughed. Do you think we are stupid? Have you never thought about it? So. Luin was puzzled. Master Grass looked at his wrist. As long as we make a move, there will be karma. Killing them will only make this karma worse. Luin said, I know this, so what I mean is, if we capture the 4 insect lords, is it within your acceptable range? Master Grass answered directly, no. Startled Xianxia said, Grass has already tried once. He wanted to capture Qi but he failed. Luin did not know this. He looked at Master Grass in surprise. Failed? Master Grass looked to the west. Seeing that the 3rd night pillar was destroyed, no matter how unwilling I was to make a move, I should have at least brought the 3rd night pillar back. But the result was like this. Qi protected the 3rd night pillar. So when you said that the sea of insects deliberately retreated, I did not doubt it at all. Lone Broken Guest and the people of Death Hillock could not do anything to Qi, let alone take back the 3rd night pillar. Luin looked solemn. Qi can actually protect the 3rd night pillar in the hands of Senior? Master Grass and Luin looked at each other. It is not protected. It can use the immortal substance and has the Qi of life. Due to various problems, the address has changed. The new chapter provides you with the fastest star-stepping update. Translation Han Li's Wuxia Adventures. Translation Land Roots is free to read. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3964. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It has the aura of life? Master Qingqiao looked at Lu Yin. You do know about the aura of life? Alarmed Xianxia asked, did you know about it in the omnisensory universe? Lu Yin did not intend to hide it. With his strength, he did not need to hide it from his subordinates, but he could not hide it from his superiors. The most dangerous creature in the omnisensory universe is a creature that has the aura of life and can use the immortal substance. That's similar to this Qi, Master Qingqiao said. After that he sighed. With the immortal substance and the aura of life, I had to pay a great price to catch it. It was no less than killing a few creatures at the perfect crossing Kuer. If I wanted, I could pay a certain price to bring back the 3rd night pillar. But since it's already like this, there's no need. At that time, Qi was on the 3rd night pillar and was heading towards the Jiuxiao universe. Since it would come anyway, I did not continue to attack. Lu Yin did not think much about the 3rd night pillar. Anyway, he had already taken it back. What he cared about now was that Changming knew that there was an immortal realm expert like Master Qingqiao, yet he was still full of confidence and even used a scheme. What was the meaning of this? Did they have the confidence to deal with an immortal realm expert? The startling Sparrow Terrace was silent. No one spoke. Outsiders did not enter either. It was as if they had tacitly agreed that this place would be the main battlefield. Alarmed Xiangxia's gaze swept across the starry sky. She was suppressing her desire to attack. Lu Yin saw it and could not help but think of the legend of alarmed Xianxia. After entering this door, the Jade Terrace would turn into a god, and the Sparrow Path would soar into eternal life. It was the first door of the human race. Alarmed Xianxia had once made the list of the strongest people in the world. She fought against the heavens and the earth and fought against Shueta Xianxia. Although she was a woman, her fighting spirit was monstrous. At this moment, in the face of the war between the hives, she had not been able to attack until now. This kind of suppression of her fighting spirit was very cruel to her. She couldn't help but look at Lu Yin with envy. She hoped that she could attack as unscrupulously as Lu Yin. Perhaps in this situation she would rather not be an immortal realm expert. Lu Yin glanced at the unperturbed Grass Grandmaster and then at the seemingly calm Stargate Xianxia, who was suppressing his battle intent. She couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, if the alarmed guard couldn't suppress his fighting spirit and attacked, she would be at a disadvantage when facing Master Grass and the unknown Divine Master even if she defeated the Insect Nest civilization. Qing Lianyu and Shueta Yu had yet to return, and it seemed that the alarmed Gate Yu was the friendliest to Lu Yin. He had to make the alarmed gate endure. Master Qingqiao, could you please tell me where the bug is? Lu Yin asked. Master Grass glanced at Lu Yin and then at Jingmen Xiangyu. Is there anything I can't listen to about the war against the Hive civilization? Master Lu, This war is not limited to the continent of the Nine Clouds, but to the entire human race. Just as Lu Yin was about to speak, Jingmen Xiangyu said, I want to talk to Lu Yin about marrying my daughter to him. Do you want to listen? Lu Yin was stunned. Master Greengrass was also stunned for a moment. He shook his head and turned to leave. It was still good to be young. After the Greengrass Grandmaster left, Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Senior's words will damage Miss Qingyun's reputation. Then why don't you just marry her? Jingmen Xiangyu said naturally. Lu Yin was speechless and thought of Qing Lianyu. Why were all of them like this? He hurriedly changed the topic. Senior, you've been enduring and not taking action. Jingmen Xiangyu did not deny it. I've wanted to take action many times, especially when I saw the 4 bug lords. Killing one of them could help you share the pressure. But senior, it's not suitable for you to take action. I understand the reason. Lu Yin said directly, I understand, but I may not be able to restrain myself. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at Lu Yin. Are you teaching me how to do things? I don't dare. I just don't want others to take advantage of the opportunity. I'm used to doing things one step at a time. Senior, don't forget Mi Jin Xiangyu's death, don't forget Joie de Si, don't forget the change of spiritualization, and don't forget that there is an eternal monster far away. No one knows when it will appear. An eternity. Yes, the one hiding in the dark is the biggest threat. Jingmen Xiangyu did not refute and was still so calm. Lu Yin did not know if his words reminded her. In fact, she was not thinking less than him, but everyone's state was different. With Jingmen Xiangyu's belligerent temperament, watching the battlefield was quite uncomfortable. The reason why people were not machines was because they had emotions. Impulses were also emotions. Jingmen Xiangyu's tone was indifferent. Don't worry, I won't take action until the last moment. After all, I've been immortal for a long time and am used to this state of suppression. Lu Yin sighed. Actually, there are many times when I regret achieving immortality. Do you know what moment I regret the most? Lu Yin was curious. What moment? Jingmen Xiangyu's mouth curved and looked at him. The moment when I saw you clearly. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. Jingmen Xiangyu said, if I were not immortal, I would definitely fight with you. In the 9th heaven, in the ancient and modern human race, you are one of the few who can attract my interest. I didn't expect someone like you to suddenly appear in this era, but your action completely raised my fighting spirit. Speaking of this, she sighed. It's a pity that we can't fight. Otherwise, the title of the first person under immortality might not belong to you. Lu Yin smiled. That's really a pity. He really didn't believe that in this realm, there was someone who could fight with him. However, Jingmen Xiangyu was, after all, extremely talented. She was one of the few people who had broken through to the immortality realm since ancient times. Hearing her words, Lu Yin also felt that it was a pity. The 9th heaven quieted down. The 3rd night pillar returned. Gu Duanca and the people of Death Hill stayed on the 3rd night pillar for a few days before leaving. Not long after, there were voices that wanted to chase and kill the insects, and these voices became more and more frequent. No matter how one looked at it, the insects were defeated and retreated. At this time, they didn't chase and even retreated inside and outside the night pillar, which made many people unable to accept. Especially those who had followed the night pillar to the outer universe. They knew too well how cruel the universe was. They didn't want to expose the existence of the 9th heaven universe. As long as the insect nest civilization was not destroyed, the 9th heaven universe was in danger of being exposed. This made them nervous all the time. These people often occupied important positions in the major families of the 9th heaven universe. After all, those who could follow the expedition to the outer universe and return alive were not ordinary people. As a result, more and more people were led by them and spoke out. Dan Hong and Xia Yu went to the startling Sparrow Terrace and asked to see Jingmen Xiangyu. They also spoke out. However, after Lu Yin's explanation, Dan Hong accepted and left. Then Gu Duanca also came. Death Hill, including Ming Zhua and several other night leaders also came. They all wanted to take the opportunity to chase and kill the insects, but they were all appeased. Appeasing them was equivalent to appeasing most of the cultivators. The 9th heaven universe was temporarily calm again. The Grassmaster brought back news that the insect's position had exceeded the range of the Gate of Wonder. These insects didn't retreat but stopped to reproduce. Looking at the star chart around the 9th heaven universe, Lu Yin's eyes were deep in thought. Wasn't it too much of a coincidence that the insects had stopped at this position? It was just beyond the range of the Gate of Wonder. A little forward and they would enter the range of the Gate of Wonder. Did the insects know the range of the Gate of Wonder? He asked Jingmen Xiangyu how many people he had told about the range of the Gate of Wonder. Jingmen Xiangyu said that only a few people knew about it, and it was almost impossible for the insects to obtain information from them. The only possibility was that the Grass Master was involved. No one knew what he was thinking. If the Grass Master was the one who had killed Jin Xiangyu, then this person's attitude towards the Ninth Heaven universe, no, towards the human race, had to be changed. His desire to inherit human civilization was impure, and such a person was capable of doing anything. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. During this year, the insects didn't advance even half a step. They just stayed in the same position and continued to reproduce. Their numbers had tripled, and they were so dense that they covered the distant stars. When this news spread throughout the Ninth Heaven universe, it caused a lot of debate. Instead of killing the insects, they allowed them to stay in the distance and reproduce. They had increased so much in 1 year, and if they continued to increase, it would take 2 years, 10 years, 20 years. Sooner or later, the insects would flood the entire Ninth Heaven universe and spiritualized universe. Such discussions grew more and more, and they even spread to the startling Sparrow Terrace. Even Dan Su and the others couldn't suppress them. They knew about the existence of Luo Chan. Compressing the battlefield inside and outside the Night Pillar was beneficial for the Ninth Heaven universe. However, if the insects were allowed to reproduce, when their numbers reached a certain level, it wouldn't be a war but a massacre. However, such discussions were quickly suppressed. Jingmen Xiangyu stood out and the world was silent. What kind of war could allow one side to avoid too many sacrifices and hide a trump card to deal with the enemy? If there was, that side would never reveal it so early. At this moment, the humans were that side. In the battle inside and outside the Night Pillar, the cultivators of the Ninth Heaven universe could use their spirit seeds to fight. Even if they died, their spirit seeds would be destroyed, and they would have Jingmen to deal with Luo Chan. This kind of war was the most beneficial for the humans. Which expedition to the outer universe didn't result in the deaths of too many people. However, if the insects continued to reproduce, they would indeed drown the entire Ninth Heaven universe as those people were talking about. Therefore, during this year, Lu Yin and the others didn't do nothing but wait. On the one hand, the Ninth Heaven universe gathered spiritual array masters and set up spirit treasure arrays, ready to attack at any time. On the other hand, they constantly sent people to deliberately expose the aura of breakthroughs to attract the attention of the Hive civilization, hoping to make them uneasy. More importantly, the Ninth Heaven universe was waiting. Once Qinglian Xiangyu and Shueta Xiangyu returned, the Ninth Heaven universe's confidence would be completely different. The Hive civilization was waiting to reproduce and expand their numbers. The Ninth Heaven universe was also waiting for the return of the Eternal Realm. Everyone had to wait. It's uncertain when Qinglian Xiangyu and the others will return. 10 years? 100 years? Or 1,000 years? No one understands the universe, and the insects reproduce too quickly. It's so fast that we can't wait, Dan Su said. At this moment, she was at the startling Sparrow Terrace. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3965. Lu Yin said, "There can be a lot of them, but they can't be strong. If you want to give birth to strong insects, you have to come into contact with the universe creatures where the hive is and gather the advantages of the current universe creatures. Not only can you give birth to strong insects, but you can also speed up the improvement of the insect's combat power, especially xianxia. But the premise is that the hive has to come into contact with the universe creatures." He glanced at Dan Hong, Gu Duanka, Ishio, and Ku Ji from the spiritualized universe. These people did not want to wait to be drowned by the hive. Without coming into contact with the universe creatures, only 9 kinds of insects can be born. From weak to strong, they are Qingyi, Shouwu, Qianli, Shilong, 7-star sword, Kanglin, Guilan, Brocade Azura, and Qingxian. Other than these 9, there are no others. The most powerful Qingxian also needs to come into contact with the universe creatures the most. Otherwise, it will take a long time for Qingxian to grow, and her talent will not be high. Those insects stay in one place to reproduce. Even if their numbers increase by 10 times, they may be a threat to us in 100 years, and their overall combat power will increase. But if it's only a few years or a decade, they won't be a threat to us. There are many of them, and we have many spirit treasure arrays. Yu Shi's unification of heaven and earth can sweep across the starry sky and wipe out a battlefield. You said, "So, Mr. Lu, you mean to continue waiting?" Lu Yin said, "The insects have their plans and so do we. The insects use reproduction to attract us to their battlefield, and we are also attracting them. You are anxious but the insects are not. Most people did not know where Lu Yin's confidence came from. Only those who knew that he understood karma and caught Danju knew. Lu Yin's confidence came from Danju. When the insects retreated and began to reproduce, Lu Yin checked Danju with karma. Karma was the end of reproduction, and the result became the implementation of the current strategy. At this moment, there was another guess as to where the insects stopped because that direction could be seen by Master Grass, who was in the eternal realm, and the reproduction of the insects could be transmitted back to the ninth heaven universe anytime and anywhere. This was to lure the ninth heaven universe to take the initiative to start a war and follow the insects' lead and pull the battlefield away. This was in line with the initial strategy of the insects attacking from 4 directions without advancing quickly. Far away, the 4 insect lords gathered together. How can humans be so patient? He's still not coming out. What's going on? There's a problem. Under normal circumstances, humans wouldn't be able to tolerate it. I might know the reason. What is the reason? The humans in this universe have a unique cultivation method. They can use the cultivation source in their body to fight. Even if they die, it's just a dead cultivation source. Their bodies won't be affected, but there's a range. It's the range of that universe. No wonder that's why they didn't come out. Is it because they don't want to die? I cannot come out. If I don't come out, I won't be able to display my talent. The battlefield must be expanded. The bigger, the better. The bigger, the more I can display my talent. The humans seem to have seen through us and know that we are luring them out. What if they don't come out? Continue to reproduce. You is right. Continue to reproduce. I know humans better than you all. One person may be able to bear it, but 10 people definitely can't. With so many people, there will definitely be people who can't bear it and cause internal instability. Don't worry, trust me. There's one more thing. The humans don't seem surprised by our existence. Don't worry about it. So what if they understand us? At most, they understand our civilization, but they don't understand the 4 insect lords. The humans rely on the eternal life powerhouses and think that they can control the situation. Let them see that the eternal life can also wither. It's not the first time we've faced the eternal life. In the past, there were 7 insect lords. 3 of them were killed by the eternal life. This time, once we face the eternal life, we don't know how many of us will die. What are you afraid of? Even the eternal life can't kill you. Not bad, you run too fast. What about Avicii? Even the eternal life can't kill it. Its control of time is too terrifying. Hey Avicii, why haven't you spoken? After a pause, a dry and low voice came out. I'm in trouble. You can also run into trouble? I've lost. The starry sky was silent. After a while, a voice came out. You've lost? Impossible. Didn't you lose on purpose? Luring the humans out. You are one of the most bizarre life forms in the Avicii era. Although I only jumped to the 9th grid, I still lost. I have a premonition that the human didn't use his full strength. I should be in trouble. That human can actually cause you trouble? He's also proficient in the power of time? That's right. Then leave it to me. He's very strong. You're not suitable. You're saying that he can surpass me in terms of strength? I don't know about that, but if you combine strength with time, you might not be able to kill him. Interesting. Leave it to me. No, I still want to fight him again. I'll use 12 grids to kill him. I believe in you. Unless you're an eternal life, no creature can escape from your control. If he can block your 12 grids, leave him to me. I'll use my speed to drag him to death. Believe in Avicii. If you're not an eternal life, you'll definitely die if you encounter it. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. The number of worms reproduced nearly 10 times more than when they first appeared. This was an extremely exaggerated number, so exaggerated that countless people could no longer sit still. More and more people reported this to their superiors. Many even targeted Lu Yin, saying that this was his scheme. Lu Yin wanted to cause the 9th heaven universe and the worm nest civilization to both suffer losses so that the Xuanhuan universe could replace the 9th heaven universe. Many people agreed with this statement, and Lu Yin became the target of public criticism. Lu Yin stood at the edge of the startling sparrow arena and looked down. He had expected this moment and had been looking for it. He wanted to see who was causing trouble for him. His current strategy was the result of a discussion between him, the startling gate xianxia, and the grass master. Outsiders did not know what he had said, but some people had listed him as a point of contradiction. They were clearly targeting him. Lu Yin had anticipated that someone would target him, so he had been keeping an eye on them. The person targeting him was likely related to the Eternal. This seemed to be a method of the Eternal. Unfortunately, the other party had hidden too well. Criticism of him appeared overnight, and he could not find the person leading it. Soon after, arguments against the Grass Master also appeared. Some people said that the Grass Master was helping Luin plot against the Ninth Heaven universe. The spiritualized universe and the Xuanhuan universe had joined forces to replace the Ninth Heaven universe. The evidence was that the spiritualized universe had sent people to the Xuanhuan universe to provide support. The two universes were plotting something. The Grass Master was Lu Yin's accomplice, and Lu Yin could also be seen as Grass Master's accomplice. The arguments became more and more intense. There were people reporting to the startling Sparrow Arena every day. Qing Yun was also annoyed, and people kept asking her to make a decision. As a result, Qing Yun had no choice but to hide in the startling Sparrow Arena. "Are we really going to watch the worms reproduce?" Qing Yun asked. Lu Yin said, "What do you think?" Qing Yun was silent. Lu Yin looked at her and smiled. "Those people's analysis is not wrong. No matter how you look at it, the Worm Nest civilization and the Ninth Heaven universe will suffer losses. The ones who benefit are me and the spiritualized universe." Qing Yun and Lu Yin looked at each other. "What do you think?" Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and sighed. "I'm tied up now." Qing Yun blinked. "What do you mean?" Lu Yin said, "The people who are plotting against me know that I won't care about one thing and will do what I should do. No matter what kind of pressure there is from the outside world, that person also knows that the startling gate can withstand this pressure. The final result will be as we discussed, so they are acting without restraint. Their goal is not to destroy the war between the Ninth Heaven universe and the Worm Nest civilization, but to ruin my reputation." "Do you know who is targeting you?" "An old friend. But it's useless. As long as the war is won, it will prove that you are right. Your reputation will not be ruined." Lu Yin smiled. "But maybe I will be disappointed in the Ninth Heaven universe. 1,000-mile dike can collapse because of an ant's nest. That person only wants an ant's nest. They are not greedy." Qing Yun looked at Lu Yin deeply. "Will you?" Lu Yin shook his head. "I don't know." Qing Yun did not know what to say. Since she had asked, it meant that she did not completely trust Lu Yin. This included those who were familiar with Lu Yin. Did they really trust Lu Yin completely? After all, Lu Yin came from the Xuanhuan universe. He had his own plans, and one of them was Master Grass. Lu Yin did not know if the one who was plotting against him was Eternity alone or if Eternity and Master Grass had joined forces. Trust was a very fragile thing. What he cared about the most was the startling Gate Xianghu. If the startling Gate Xianghu did not trust him, what would his attitude towards the Ninth Heaven universe be? Luo Chan, the Spirit Seed, the startling gate, and so on. A series of factors had forced the battlefield to be compressed inside and outside the Night Pillar. However, the worms were reproducing too quickly. Even Lu Yin had not expected it to be so fast. They were still reproducing. When the threat reached a certain level, any strategic planning or trust would be shattered. It all depended on how far the startling Gate Xianghu could take it. Fortunately, they were also working during this period. The humans were anxious and the worms were definitely anxious. The faster they reproduced, the more anxious they were. This was because they wanted to create a greater threat. The reason was that they themselves felt a greater threat. The humans are actually still sitting still. Should we attack? There is not much meaning in reproducing like this. On the other hand, the humans are constantly producing experts. Their cultivation method seems to be easy to increase their combat power. Yes, I saw a few weak humans who had fought before suddenly change. They became very strong. Their aura is similar to ours. Something is wrong. Endure. If the humans can endure it, we have to endure it even more. How can we endure it? If we don't come into contact with the universe's creatures, the worms that are born are too weak. The increase in combat power is too slow. It has been 2 years and not a single xianxia has been born. We really can't produce an outstanding xianxia. Let's wait a little longer. Dan Shao, what do you think? Wait. The humans can't sit still. Wait for them to fall apart. I hope you're right. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3966. As time passed, the scale of the Sea of Insects continued to expand, and Jiuxiao Universe actually had a crusade against Lu Yin. More and more people believed that Lu Yin was deliberately giving the insects time to reproduce so that they could pose a greater threat to Jiuxiao Universe. Even the leaders of the major forces and even Alarmed Gate could not suppress such voices. You surprised me, Master Lu, Master Qingqiao said. Lu Yin said calmly, you surprised me too. What do you mean? Master Qingqiao was puzzled. Lu Yin looked back at him and said, I thought you were not worried at all. Master Qingqiao smiled faintly. Why do you think I'm worried? Feeling? Are you worried or not? Master Qingqiao looked at Lu Yin deeply and nodded. A little. Because of the spiritualized universe. Because of the human race. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and did not refute. He waited for Master Qingqiao to speak. Master Qingqiao said in a deep voice, if Jiuxiao universe can't stop the hive civilization, Tianyuan universe can't either. In this case, let alone spiritualized universe replacing Jiuxiao, whether or not the human race can exist is still a problem. Lu Yin smiled. So what you want is a complete and winnable game of chess. Master Qingqiao nodded. A game of chess that has been overturned is useless. Lu Yin looked to the east. What you know is as much as what Alarmed Gate and I know. Why do you still have such doubts? If Alarmed Gate and I can sit still, you should be able to sit still. He pointed below. His meaning was self-evident. Many people in Jiuxiao universe were denouncing him, but he could sit still. Master Qingqiao did not know what to say and remained silent. Lu Yin looked at him again. How much you gain is proportional to how much you know. Do you know more than us? No matter how many people were denouncing Lu Yin had told Alarmed Gate, Guduanka, and the leaders of the major forces that the war had to go according to plan. Even if these people could not sit still, they had to restrain themselves. But he did not expect that the first one who could not restrain himself would be Master Qingqiao. In Lu Yin's knowledge, Master Qingqiao should be the most restrained. No, he did not even need to restrain himself. The development of the situation should be in his favor, but he was anxious. Lu Yin didn't want to see the Grass Grandmaster anxious. If he was anxious, it meant that there was a factor that no one knew about. Master Qingqiao looked up at Lu Yin and sighed. Some things can only be known by those who have reached the immortal realm. But even then, the information is not universal. Lu Yin nodded. Master Grass continued, in short, this old man has always been grasping a certain degree. I don't want this degree to be unbalanced. The inheritance of mankind is the cornerstone of this degree. Master Lu answered this old man. Will the result of this battle be as you expected? Lu Yin thought for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. Master Qingqiao had a complicated expression on his face. Lu Yin wanted to know what degree was, but the Grass Grandmaster would not tell him. But now he was sure of one thing. It had to be the continent of the 9 clouds, and there couldn't be too few people in the continent of the 9 clouds, because the insect hive was constantly multiplying. It couldn't threaten the strong cultivators, but it did threaten the human population. What kind of speed required the number of humans? Master Qingqiao suddenly said, If the continent of the 9 clouds loses or if they win at a great cost, then I invite you to lead the Tianyuan universe to join forces with my spiritual universe to replace the continent of the 9 clouds. Do you agree? Lu Yin found it funny. Senior, have you forgotten about Qing Lian and the others? Master Grass said solemnly, maybe when that day comes they will be willing. Lu Yin was puzzled and looked at Master Grass in a daze. Normal people wouldn't say such things, but when one reached the height of the god of defense, many things that were usually incomprehensible would happen. For example, abandoning the continent of the 9 clouds and choosing spiritual and Tianyuan might happen. This was because the pattern of the god of defense covered the entire human race, not just a certain universe. Was it because of that degree that the god of defense was willing to let spiritual and Tianyuan replace the continent of the 9 clouds? Lu Yin didn't answer. He wasn't inclined to let Tianyuan replace the continent of the 9 clouds. From the beginning to the end he had never thought of doing so. Tianyuan was Tianyuan. If Tianyuan was abandoned, he would live and die with Tianyuan. If the continent of the 9 clouds was abandoned, Tianyuan could accept people from the continent of the 9 clouds. There was no need to replace, conquer, or plunder. This was because Tianyuan's cultivation method didn't pay attention to these things. In fact, Lu Yin had been thinking about whether to change Tianyuan's cultivation method. No matter how he looked at it, the continent of the 9 clouds cultivation method was more suitable for survival in the universe, including the continent of the 9 clouds plundering of the spiritual universe. The universe was cruel to begin with and it wasn't easy to survive. But even if he wanted to change Tianyuan's cultivation method, it was easier said than done. Perhaps if he really did reach the eternal realm in the future, he could create his own cultivation method. Master Qingqiao left. He had only come to see Lu Yin's attitude, or perhaps to let Lu Yin see his attitude. Actually, no matter what Master Qingqiao's attitude was, it couldn't change Lu Yin's mind. They didn't take the initiative to implement the strategic plan, but rather they were completely passive and had no choice. Under such circumstances, there was no need to think about anything because there was no possibility of change. Alarmed Xianghu probably thought the same, which was why he hadn't urged Lu Yin. Luo Chan's existence couldn't be completely revealed to the continent of the Nine Clouds, and the people of the continent of the Nine Clouds didn't know that allowing the insects to reproduce was precisely to protect the lives of the cultivators. Only by suppressing the battlefield inside and outside the Night Pillar would there be a chance for the Spirit Seed to emerge and fight. However, the insects' reproduction speed had indeed exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. Under the premise that the overall strategy didn't change, they could increase the number of insects. Suddenly his expression changed and he stared down. He'd found it. Senior, Lone Swan Island in the southern region. A door appeared and Lu Yin stepped through it and entered the southern region. In front of him was a huge floating island surrounded by the sea. This island was Lone Swan Island, but Lu Yin wasn't looking for Lone Swan Island. Instead, he was looking for a small island not too far away from Lone Swan Island. The owner of this island was the Yin family. The initiator of the denunciation of Lu Yin was the Yin family. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, there were people denouncing Lu Yin from all sides, and the initiator was the Yin family. However, the outside world didn't know that the Yin family had pushed out a puppet to speak for them. That puppet was even stronger than the Yin family, so no one thought that the Yin family was behind the puppet. In reality, the Yin family was also a puppet that had been pushed out, and Lu Yin wanted to find out who was behind the Yin family. On the island, the Yin family was just as usual. Although they were only a small family, they still had some ability in the world of cultivation. After all, most of the cultivators in the world of cultivation were independent cultivators. This was especially true in this part of the sea, where the Yin family was backed by Lone Swan Island and lived very comfortably. However, on this day, an important person that the Yin family had never imagined would arrive, and the entire family trembled in fear. The Yin family had a total of 158,000 cultivators, and most of them were ordinary cultivators. Only a few had reached the progenitor realm and they weren't young anymore. The head of the Yin family, Yen Chong, was a cultivator at the level of sequence laws and he wasn't young. With the support of his descendants, he trembled as he bowed to Lu Yin. "Greetings, Mr. Lu." "Greetings, Mr. Lu." "Greetings." More than 100,000 cultivators from the Yin family paid their respects to Lu Yin, and many stole glances at him. Some of them had seen images of Lu Yin's words before, but this was the first time they had seen him in person. During this time, people from all over the continent of the Nine Clouds were denouncing Lu Yin, and some members of the Yin family had joined in as well. This made them nervous, and they wondered if Lu Yin had deliberately come to settle accounts with the Yin family. The Yin family's words carried little weight, and they were just following the trend. They couldn't play a decisive role, so why would he want to find the Yin family? Lu Yin threw out a karmic spiral at Yen Chong. Yen Chong didn't notice it at all, and the karmic spiral pierced through him. The other members of the Yin family were also pierced by the spiral, and their karmic threads kept colliding. In the distance above the sea, a few figures arrived. It was xuanhuan from the Lonely Swan Island. When xuanhuan heard that Lu Yin had arrived, he hurried over. Lu Yin calmly waited for the karmic threads to collide, and at the same time he watched Yen Chong's past. "Greetings, Mr. Lu. I am xuanhuan." Lu Yin turned to look at xuanhuan. "Seal off the news of my arrival." "Don't worry, Mr. Lu. When I heard that you had arrived, I immediately sealed off the news. Aside from the Yin family and some people from the Lonely Swan Island, no one else knows that you have come to the southern region," xuanhuan said respectfully. Lu Yin nodded and drew in the void, drawing a man. "Who is this and where is he?" xuanhuan stared at the man, trying to identify him. Yen Chong's face went pale and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How did he know? How could this be? How could this be? Could the rumors be true? Had this person really comprehended karma and was Qinglian Xianghu's disciple? It was over. The Yin family was finished. "Lord He?" "Yes, it's Lord He." Lu Yin's eyes moved. "Lord He?" xuanhuan replied, "Mr. Lu, this person is called Lord He. He is a powerhouse in the southern region. At his peak, even people from the Lonely Swan Island had to be polite to him. His seniority is higher than mine, so I used to call him Lord He. However, this person has been missing for a long time. Why are you looking for him? Lu Yin looked at Yen Chong. This person also did not know where Lord He was. Otherwise the karmic threads just now would have revealed it. Zhang Hongyun did not know, and neither did Yen Chong. This person had hidden it well. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's consciousness suddenly spread out, instantly sweeping across the sea and spreading out. In an instant, Zhang Hongyun, the Yen family, and the people from the surrounding islands felt as if the sky was collapsing. Lu Yin had wanted to search secretly to prevent any accidents, but the clues had been cut off, so he could only do this. Soon he found Lord He and his figure disappeared. On the other side of the lonely Swan Island, deep in the sea, a pair of scarlet eyes opened. This person was Lord He. Lu Yin's consciousness bombarded Lord He's head, and he immediately fainted. The next moment Lu Yin arrived. But the moment Lu Yin arrived, Lord He's body melted, and a deep scarlet power surged out of his body, swallowing him up like magma. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. This was happening again. The first time he had seen it was in the western regions. The first time he had encountered Wang Ming, that person had died just like that. Then it was Jie Zun, and now it was Lord He again. As expected, it was Wang Ming. Then was it eternal, or was it the original Wang Ming? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3967. Lu Yin exhaled and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was back at the Yen family. Zhang Hongyun hurried forward when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin glanced at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Yen family. Strip the Yen family of their right to cultivate and hand over all their spirit seeds to the front line. Zhang Hongyun bowed respectfully. Yes. When the cultivators of the Yen family heard Lu Yin's decision, their heads buzzed. Some turned pale, some fainted, and some yelled, Lu Yin, who do you think you are? What right do you have to strip us of our right to cultivate? You're from the Tianyuan universe. You don't belong to Jiuxiao. Lu Yin, you're helping the Tianyuan universe to harm the Jiuxiao universe. What right do you have to do this? Zhang Hongyun's eyes were sharp. His aura swept across and suppressed all the members of the Yen family. Shut up. Lu Yin looked at the members of the Yen family. Ask your leader who told him to denounce me. It's Wang Fu. The members of the Yen family were confused. Zhang Hongyun's body shook. Wang Fu. It doesn't matter if you don't understand Wang Fu. I don't need to explain it to you. Either hand over your spirit seeds or go to the front line yourselves. This is the price you have to pay. Then Lu Yin looked at Yen Chong. As for you, do you know what to do? Yen Chong closed his eyes and knelt down slowly. I don't deserve to die, but the members of the Yen family don't know Wang Fu. Please give them a chance to go to the front line. If they can survive, then so be it. Lu Yin left after saying that. He didn't care how the Yen family denounced him. The result of the war was clear. Besides, the decisive figures of the Jiuxiao universe knew the situation. He didn't exterminate the Yen family because he didn't need them. The members of the Yen family didn't deserve to die for following the trend. Perhaps, Lu Yin stepped onto the frightening Sparrow Terrace and looked back at the southern region. He felt pity for himself. Jumping out of hatred, pity came. Pity for whom? Not the Yen family, but people. On the frightening Sparrow Terrace, startled Gate Xianxia appeared. Done. We found a small fish. Unfortunately, we didn't catch a bigger fish. Xianxia of the alarmed gate said, if it was that easy to deal with Wang Li, we old fellows would have been able to find it. Lu Yin wasn't disappointed. He couldn't even find a few immortal realm cultivators, so he wouldn't be able to find them easily. I've been waiting for years. On the one hand, I've been waiting for Qinglian Xiangyu and the others to return. On the other hand, I've been waiting for Wang Da to appear. Seems like I've failed. Jingmin Xiangyu said, it can't be considered a failure. There aren't many small fishes in Wangfu. Killing one counts. The problem now is that the sea of insects is getting bigger and bigger. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. The insects are reproducing faster than I thought. In a few more years, perhaps even you won't be able to sit still. Jingmin Xiangyu did not deny it. Since that's the case, let's add some variables and force them to initiate the battle. What do you want to do? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Kill an insect master. Ever since Lu Yin had decided to kill the insect lord, he did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the alarmed guard had relaxed. Even though he was an eternal realm powerhouse and could decide everything in the ninth firmament universe with a single word, he still felt pressured. It was not that he did not trust Lu Yin, but the war could not be decided by one's will. Once there was a deviation, the relationship between Lu Yin and the Ninth Firmament Universe, as well as the war between the Ninth Firmament Universe and the Hive Civilization, would go in an unpredictable direction. No one could control the battlefield, not even an Eternal Realm powerhouse. If they could kill an insect lord, the pressure on the Ninth Firmament Universe would be much less. But which one should they kill? They had some understanding of the 4 insect lords. Lu Yin had personally tested the time of Avicii. It had to be said that it was very tricky, and there had to be some hidden abilities. Wang Fu had been bombarded crazily by Lone Duanca, Death Hill, and the other powerhouses. Even though they had lost the 3rd Night Pillar, it was obvious that it was fake. Even Master Grass found it tricky. As for Luo Chan, she could not be found at all. Only Dan Xiao, who was born in the 3rd Stronghold, had the Lost Clan card and also had combat skills. No matter how one looked at it, she was similar to a cultivator. She should be the easiest one to kill. The one who had fought with Dan Xiao was the 8th Night Pillar, and its leader was the eldest disciple of the Blood Tower, Xuelo. He was also known as Xuelo, and he was extremely strong. He was close to being invincible under the Eternal Realm. This person should have probed most of Dan Xiao's strength. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Dan Xiao was the most suitable target. A few days later, someone stepped onto the startling Sparrow Terrace. It was Dan Hong's god of defense. She had come for no other reason than Lu Yin's invitation to participate in the operation to kill the insect lords. In order to kill the insect lords, they had to be fully prepared. The insect lords were extremely strong and none of them were easy to kill. Even Lu Yin was not completely confident that he could kill them, especially when there was the time of Avicii. Luo Chan was a strange life form, and it might even have an Eternal Realm substance or even vitality. It would not be easy for Lu Yin to kill one of them. Thus, he decided to invite a few people to participate. He did not expect them to kill the insect lords, but at least they could provide him with a battlefield that would not be disturbed. Even if they could isolate Luo Chan from the outside world, that would be good. Luo Chan could teleport and even divert the Sea of Insect Lords. It relied on its aura, and if he could create an absolute darkness that blocked all auras, he should be able to block Luo Chan's reinforcements. This was the reason why Dan Hong and the others had joined the operation. Dan Hong walked to Lu Yin's side and asked, "Are you confident?" She knew that the 4 insect lords were very strong. Otherwise, they would not have been so passive. Lu Yin said, "As long as I have the chance to fight alone, I should be able to kill one of them." Which one? Dan Xiao. Dan Hong thought about it. She might be the most suitable. Humans are really underestimated. Lu Yin looked at her in surprise. Dan Hong said, "If we had to choose an insect lord, we would all choose Dan Xiao, a human who is not human, right?" Lu Yin looked away. She was right. Of the 4 insect lords, he would definitely choose the easiest one to kill. Why did he think of Dan Xiao first? Was it because she was the closest to humans and humans were the weakest? For a moment, Lu Yin was conflicted. Should he choose Dan Xiao? At first glance, Dan Xiao might seem the weakest, but she was the closest to humans. What were humans good at? Hiding. They might seem weak, but they were also very strong. She might very well be a human. If he understood humans so well, why would he choose one? Lu Yin fell silent. Not long after, another person arrived. This one reeked of alcohol and was very sober. "I didn't expect you to really come," Lu Yin said. He had only invited Qing Xing to test the waters. If Qing Xing hadn't participated in the battle to suppress Thorny Thorn, he wouldn't have even invited him. No matter how he looked at it, Qing Xing didn't seem to care anymore. Qing Xing took a sip of wine. "Master's greatest wish was for humans to be safe. Even I feel disgusted looking at these bugs." Lu Yin nodded and didn't say anything else. Qing Xing didn't ask anything else. He wasn't interested in which insect lord to kill, he just wanted to act. Dan Hong stood to the side and waited calmly. Lu Yin had invited a total of 3 people. 2 had arrived, but he didn't know if the last one would show up. He invited this person out of curiosity, but these 2 were enough. Still, it would be best if this person came from Earth. Just as he was thinking, someone stepped onto the platform. Lu Yin looked over and was shocked. Was this the Great Master? The 3rd person he invited was the Master of Death Hill, the Great Master. He had always been curious about the Great Master. This person controlled Death Hill and was in existence second only to the High Defense God. Even the Low Defense God didn't dare to be impudent in front of the Great Master. The Great Master's actions were even more special. Death Hill specifically took in those who bore deep grudges, which made people curious about the Great Master's personality. Lu Yin had spoken with the Great Master at Pyrolite Mountain. which had made him feel that the Great Master was a calm and wise person. However, when Li Gua had contacted the Great Master's reaction had been very erratic. This had made Lu Yin very curious about the Great Master. Now that he had seen her in person, his curiosity was satisfied, but it was quickly followed by astonishment. This was the Great Master? The woman who appeared in front of him was dressed in gauze and a straw raincoat. She looked like a fisherman, and although her face was delicate, she gave off an honest and even wooden feeling. Her white waist and long legs were exposed as she walked towards Lu Yin step by step. She even had a paddle on her back. Lu Yin stared blankly. This was the Great Master? Was she really not a fisherman? No, fishermen didn't dress like that. It was as if he couldn't describe it. Qing Xing and Dan Hong weren't surprised, as they had both seen the Great Master before. After all, one was a disciple of Mi Jin while the other was a god of defense. This was Lu Yin's first time seeing her, and he was truly shocked. This was far from the Great Master that he had imagined. Hit who? The Great Master asked directly. She looked at Lu Yin with a wooden expression, and her voice was crisp and clear. It was completely different from Huaixi's altered voice. Lu Yin coughed. Great Master? Yes. Oh. Surprised? A little. Don't judge a book by its cover, which is why I don't like to show my face. You people all like to judge a book by its cover. The Great Master raised her brows and stared coldly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was speechless. Even if one didn't judge a book by its cover, the contrast was too great. This isn't the first time we've met, the Great Master said. Lu Yin nodded. I met you at Pyrolite Mountain. We met in Yehai as well. Lu Yin was stunned and then blurted out, You're one of the 7 fairies? The Great Master grunted. I'm the eldest sister. This time it wasn't just Lu Yin, even Qing Xing and Dan Hong were surprised. You're one of the 7 fairies? But you've been around for a long time. Why are you with the 7 fairies? Qing Xing was confused. Dan Hong was also astonished and stared at the Great Master. The Great Master rolled her eyes. That's why I'm the eldest sister. They were speechless. Was that what she meant? The Great Master grew impatient. All right, we're not young anymore. What's there to be surprised about? Lu Yin was speechless. The Great Master looked at Lu Yin. It'll. I haven't thought about it yet. Time of Avicii, the Great Master said. Why? Lu Yin didn't understand. No matter how he looked at it, the time of Avicii was not suitable. Even Pyrolite Mountain was more suitable than the time of Avicii because the time of Avicii's control over the Tao of Time was too strange. Lu Yin wasn't even confident that he could escape. The Great Master was confident. In terms of the Tao of Time, this time of Avicii might not be much better than me. You seem to be quite skilled in the Tao of Time as well. Let's work together and get rid of him first. Otherwise he'll be a disaster. Whoever touches him will be unlucky. If we're going to fight, we'll fight the strongest. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3968. Lu Yin thought about it. I've fought with Avicii before, but to be honest, I couldn't see through her. Even though I had the upper hand, I was always on the defensive. I'm very proactive. She pointed at the oars on her back. If I want to hit someone, they won't be able to escape. Ask them. Lu Yin subconsciously looked at Qing Xing and Dan Hong. Qing Xing smiled bitterly. Trust her. She's known as someone who can't be hit and can definitely be hit. What do you mean? Lu Yin was puzzled. Can't be hit? He had encountered a few such people before, such as Night King Jianghu who could transfer damage, first encounter, and Qian Shu from the Spring and Autumn Scroll. All of them claimed that they could not be hit, but they had all been beaten up badly by Lu Yin. He seemed to have great control over such people. There was no creature in the universe that could absolutely not be hit, and Eternal Realm cultivators were no exception. What did she mean by can definitely be hit? Literally. You'll know when I attack. The Great Mistress looked weak, but she was more valiant than anyone else. Her face was a little stiff, but her eyes were filled with battle intent. Lu Yin had not decided on who to kill, but since she was leaning towards killing Avicii and seemed confident, then he would kill Avicii. Behind him, a door that connected heaven and earth opened, and the startling guardian walked out. He did not say anything, but he waved his hand and released something. Lu Yin was astonished. Eternal substance? Not everyone could see the immortal substance. In the past, he had to rely on the crazy and manic feeling that the meteorite gave him to see it. However, ever since his battle aura had broken through to the life aura in the mastery realm, he could see it without relying on the crazy and manic feeling. Was this for him? However, Luin was overthinking things. The great mistress walked out and took away a portion of the eternal substance. She could also see it. Right after that, Qing Shing's body surged with qi. It was the chaotic ancient breath technique that originated from the mystifying guardian. Her hand wrapped in qi grabbed at the eternal substance and also took away a portion of it. Next was Dan Hong. She raised her hand, and two objects that looked like pills collided with each other and were destroyed. She then grabbed a portion of the eternal substance as well. Luin was shocked. Everything could be used. When the universe was rebooted, one could see the eternal substance at the intersection of time and space. They could use it to experience the origin and decay of the physical body and search for life force, but that did not mean that they could use it. Either he had his own life force, or he had mastered the eternal combat skill. Otherwise, even if he had the eternal substance, he wouldn't be able to use it. Gu Duanku said that those who had witnessed the rebooting of the universe could not hide the immortal substance. Once they returned to the Nine Clouds universe, the immortal substance had to be handed over. In fact, even if there was the immortal substance, most people could not use it. However, the three in front of him could actually be used. Luin had not expected things to turn out this way. Qing Xing was Mi Jin Xiangyu's disciple, so it was normal for her to master the immortal battle technique. The great master controlled the Death Hill, so she should belong to the Blood Tower's Xiangyu's faction. However, she was the eldest sister of the Seven Fairies, so it was not impossible for her to master the immortal battle technique. But what about Dan Mu? Other than alchemy, he had never heard of her having any other battle skills. Could it be the alchemy method? You don't want the rest? Then why don't you give it to me? The master glanced at Luin. Luin unceremoniously collected the rest of the immortal substance. There were at least a few hundred of them, enough for him to grab for a while. The others weren't surprised that Luin could use the immortality substance. They understood each other quite well, and they also had a common understanding of Luin. Luin was the #1 person under immortality, and this was something that the great master had never denied. Even though they didn't understand how Luin cultivated. I'll leave this battle to all of you. Jingmen Xiangyu's expression was solemn. If it's really impossible, you can retreat decisively. The great master said, if we can't even kill an insect lord, then it will be really troublesome. Qing Xing threw away the wine bottle. Then we can consider escaping. My master has considered it before anyway. Jingmen Xiangyu looked at him. It's not time yet. The insect nest civilization won't let us escape. Luin sighed. Let's go. The one green lotus flew into the distance. Qing Xing and Dan Mu will be in charge of creating an absolutely unaffected environment. We can't let Seamless escape. Luin and I will be in charge of attacking, the great master said. Qing Xing and Dan Mu didn't refuse. The great master looked at Luin. Tell me about the moves Seamless used against you. Luin spoke slowly, and Qing Xing and Dan Mu's expressions turned serious. Everyone who comprehended time could use it differently. Things like speeding up time or stopping time were the most common, but Seamless use of time had opened their eyes. The 9th grid, in particular, could throw someone into another river of time, never to be reincarnated. It sounded terrifying. I haven't figured out what the 5th grid's ability is. At that time I used karma to injure it, Luin said. Return time, the great master said solemnly. Luin was surprised. Return time. The great master explained, everything you've experienced is time. Once time flows, it will never return. Seamless return the time you've experienced back to you. This is equivalent to saying that the current you has obtained the time you once had, causing your body to be squeezed. This is a kind of time contradiction. If your body's defense is weaker, you will be squeezed to pieces. Luin understood now. No wonder. Qing Xing was shocked. Time can be played like that? The great master said, there are many ways to play it. There are countless creatures in the universe, and how many humans have comprehended the Tao of time? There are too many in the universe, and every creature has a different grasp of time. It depends on who is better at it. What about you? Qing Xing asked. Luin also looked at the great master. Since she could immediately analyze the 5th grid's ability, it was clear that she surpassed him in the Tao of time. The great master said, I have my own way of playing it. She then looked at Luin. That Seamless time definitely has other techniques. I'll be the main attacker and you cooperate. Okay. It was great that someone was the main attacker. Most of the time, Luin was always at the front, not because he liked it but because no one could help him. However, things were different now. It was best for the great master to take the lead. There's one more thing. You haven't forgotten the conditions of the 7 fairies, right? Luin nodded. Have you thought of the conditions? The great master met Lu Yin's gaze. I want you to destroy Wangda. Luin was surprised. He had thought that the great master's condition would be related to the war between the hives, but it was actually related to Wangda. Wangda is hidden too deeply, and the threat is too great. I know, and I've been looking for Wangda. But if it was so easy to deal with, it would have ceased to exist a long time ago. Your conditions are too difficult. It wasn't easy in the past, but now there's one more person. Eternity? No one knows what this person's goal is. He betrayed humanity, Wangda, and even deathly silence. We don't know much about him, but you should know him well. The great master looked at Luin. That's why I gave you this condition. Whether eternity's existence is a blessing or a curse, it all depends on you. Luin smiled bitterly. You think too highly of me. Eternity is difficult to deal with. He probably thinks the same of you, the great master said, and then fell silent. The endless sea of insects was extremely spectacular, and it was much more than when it had first appeared. It was no wonder that so many people in the Ninafirmament's universe were uneasy. Danmu rushed out and threw out pills. These pills were formed by fusing spacetime. A universe had many parallel spacetimes and some were large while others were small. Danbai's method used spacetime to cast pills. Although it was called a pill, it was actually a compressed void. The people of the Ninafirmament's universe respected Danbai not only because of his strength, but also because this method of casting pills constantly consumed parallel spacetimes, allowing the Ninafirmament's universe to avoid the fate of being rebooted. Boom. The void was obliterated as the pills frantically destroyed the sea of insects. The sudden battle made the seamless time heave a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the humans couldn't hold back first. Dark green vines spread out from one point and covered the entire sky in an instant, sweeping towards the pills. It was xianxia, an unfamiliar xianxia. The pills bombarded the vines, and although they constantly shattered, the vines grew at an extremely fast speed and blocked the pills for a while. Behind the sea of insects, the seamless time and Bai were both there. Vines wrapped around them to protect them. All of a sudden, the vines protecting the time of Avicii were torn apart by a single finger. Qi currents surged into the sky, stirring the void. Qing Xing walked out from the chaotic ancient Qi art and tore apart the vines. She was met with the Ho's ruthless charge. The time of Avicii also jumped to the first grid, the timeline. Flowing light flashed and Luin pushed Qing Xing away. He held Bai's huge body with one hand and pointed at the seamless time with the other. Boom. Bai's body was sent flying and cracks appeared on its hard shell. It was shocked, not expecting Luin to suddenly appear. Lu Yin's other hand flicked out, and when the power collided with the seamless time, it was constantly worn down. Suddenly, the seamless time avoided its original position, and the karmic wheel swept past. Luin raised his brows. It knew how to escape. Just as he was about to attack again, he was stunned. The seamless times appeared above him and slammed down. Behave. Bang. The sound of metal resounded in his ears, and Luin stared blankly into the distance. The seamless time had been hit by the ore. There was an invisible barrier outside the sun and moon alternating cycle that encompassed the sun, moon, and needle. When the ore slammed down, visible black cracks appeared on the barrier. The seamless time's needle jumped to the 5th grid, and Luin, Qing Xing, and the master who had just slammed down were all suppressed by an invisible force. The needle's target wasn't just one person, but everyone. If Danho hadn't been so far away, she would have also been enveloped by the 5th grid. Time reversal? I don't want it, so don't try to force it on me. The master slammed the ore horizontally as if he was rowing a boat. There was no boat or water, but he seemed to be dragging something and throwing it towards the seamless time. In an instant, the pressure on Luin and Qing Xing disappeared. Luin was astonished. The master had actually dragged away the timeline that was supposed to be returned to them? The seamless time continued to retreat, probably not expecting such a thing to happen. The needle jumped to the 9th grid again. This time it wasn't targeting Luin but the master. The river of time appeared, and the needle wanted to drag the master into it. Even though Luin gave it pressure, it was visible pressure. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3969. The overlord was too strange. Not only could she attack it with her physical body, but she could also throw back time. This was beyond the time of Avicii's comprehension. This human's control over time was no less than its own. Luin now understood why the overlord wanted to attack. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't touch the time of Avicii at all. He would be delayed into nothingness by the time of Avicii. He had only been able to injure the time of Avicii because of the backlash from the river of time and the karmic wheel. In reality, he hadn't been able to injure the time of Avicii with his physical body. However, the overlord had managed to do it, and she slammed down with a paddle. The river of time appeared, and once someone was dragged into it, they would never be able to reincarnate. This was the river of time that belonged to the time of Avicii. Luin planted roots beneath his feet so he wouldn't be dragged over. The overlord was even stranger. She directly charged into the river of time, and under Lu Yin's shocked gaze, a boat appeared beneath her feet. Oh, ferryman. Luin stared blankly at this scene, which was very similar to the ferryman of time. Yes, this was the ferryman of the river of time. The overlord was definitely the ferryman of a certain river of time. It was no wonder that she didn't fear the power of time. Aside from eternal realm powerhouses, who could be more proficient in the Tao of time than the ferryman of time? Although the time of Avicii was strange, it couldn't surpass the ferryman of time. Qing Xing also understood that the overlord was the ferryman of the river of time. But which river of time? His master had said that there were several tributaries to the river of time in the universe, and every civilization could be considered a tributary. Human civilization's tributary should be in the Xuanhuan universe, but there was no reason for Luin not to know the ferryman of that tributary. The Nina Firmament's universe's understanding of Luin was growing, and they knew that he had once reversed time in the Xuanhuan universe. Without the ferryman of the river of time, how could it have reversed time? The overlord was definitely not the ferryman of human civilization. An invisible force swept over from behind, and Qing Xing waved a hand, causing the air to collide with the void and push back layer by layer. Now wasn't the time to think about this. The most important thing was to deal with the time of Avicii as soon as possible. Countless insects rushed over from all directions, and the overlord, Seamless, continuously retreated. It was truly shocked and had also seen through the great master's identity. It could be said that the ferryman of the long river of time was one of the rare existences that didn't fear life forms like it. It hadn't expected that the human civilization actually had one. However, he didn't know to what extent the ferryman of time could use the time domain. Luin, attack! The great master shouted fiercely. She stepped out from the great river of time. Seamless, the ninth square didn't affect her at all. She raised the oar and struck down. Luin did not hesitate, and just as he was about to unleash the karmic wheel, he heard the great master's voice again. Power. Enough power. Power? Luin was stunned. Physical attacks were completely useless against Seamless, but when he thought about how the great master had attacked, he clenched his fist and punched out. If you want power, then I'll give you power. Terrifying power swept across the starry sky, as if a huge monster was attacking Wujian. The oars were placed horizontally in front of Luin, and when the force collided with the oars, the great master took advantage of the momentum and swung it up. Luin watched in disbelief as the force was swept up. That's right, the force could actually be swept up. It was inconceivable, but it had actually happened. The force that was rolled up followed the oar and hit Wujian fiercely. The seamless time vanished and a gray color filled the heavens. It had moved time, and at this moment, not even Luin could tell whether it had stopped time or reversed it. The seamless time had its own river of time, and as long as it was within its control, it could do anything. It was practically a god. This was something that had not been shown in the previous battle with Luin. Otherwise, Luin would not have considered killing Seamless. Bang! Another sound of metal clashing could be heard. The void was torn apart, and Seamless appeared shakily as if it had been knocked unconscious. A huge crack appeared on the sun and moon, and a crack also appeared on the needle. Luin was stunned. He had hit it again? How had he hit it? Again. The great master sneered and raised the oar high. Luin clenched his fist, and the sealing heaven sequence particles spread out as he punched out. The power of this punch surpassed the previous one, and it was even more terrifying and exaggerated. Could he borrow power? It was similar to a consecutive palm strike, but it was also different. He wanted to see how much power the great master could withstand. The great master's expression changed slightly, and she was shocked by Lu Yin's strength, but it could still be used. The oar seemed to be caught in a tornado, and it was not as smooth as it had been before. However, it still swept up Lu Yin's strength and swung it out, viciously slamming it against Seamless. Seamless could not avoid this attack, and it could only use time to forcefully resist and wear down this force. However, the ore did not even have the time to touch it. The third time it smashed into its body, the metallic sound it produced was unprecedentedly loud. Seamless sun and moon alternated, and a huge crack appeared between the needle and the needle. No one doubted that Seamless would be smashed apart if it was hit again. Again. The Great Master was excited. Lu Yin stared at Seamless. If one of the 4 insect lords could be killed so easily, it would be too laughable. Before they had set off, the Stargate Lord had given them the substance of immortality because he knew that there were creatures that could use it without attaining immortality. The 4 insect lords might be one of them. After being beaten up to this point, it was time to use it. The Great Master seemed impulsive, but her expression never relaxed. She was also waiting for Seamless to use its trump card. Regardless of whether or not it had the substance of immortality, it definitely still had some tricks up its sleeve. It had withstood several attacks, and it might have been testing the strength of the human's attacks. Although the crack was huge, it might have been faked. Do not underestimate any creature. Dan Ho continued to bombard the sea of insects. Qing Xing blocked Ho, but it could also be said that Seamless had blocked Qing Xing. When Lu Yin faced Seamless, he clenched his right fist and punched out. Sealing heaven sequence particles spread out, and his consciousness reopened the 9 heavens. 9 heavens transformation. This punch was earth-shattering. This fist strike was far more powerful than the previous 2, and it was so powerful that even the Grand Lord was shocked. However, she knew that Lu Yin had done this on purpose to force Seamless to use its trump card. They were not naive enough to think that they could deal with Seamless before it used all its trump cards. The reason was that Luo Chan had yet to make a move. If Seamless really was in danger, the other 3 insect lords would definitely help. Seeing Lu Yin's strength being swung up again, the Great Master stared fixedly at Seamless. It's over. She then slammed her hand down. Seamless' needle jumped to the 12th square. But everything fell silent. The heavens froze. The swinging or Lu Yin Qing Xing, who was facing off against Ho, the endless sea of insects, and even Dan Ho, who was halfway through erupting, all froze. Beneath their feet, the river of time appeared. If the river of time that had appeared in the 9th square during Seamless was just a corner, then the river of time that had appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet was a true torrential river, just like the one in the Mirage domain. The Seamless time really dragged down a long river of time. Time froze like fog, like lightning, or like the wind. It gently swept past, but it was incomparably heavy. The weight of history pressed down, making it difficult to breathe. The Great Master shouted, "It wants to use the river of time to replace the current time and erase everything with an irreversible force." With that, a boat appeared beneath her feet and she rushed towards Lu Yin. "Get on the boat." Before she could finish speaking, the flowing light around Lu Yin also transformed into a boat, and he looked at the Great Master. The Great Master blinked. "Time? Space? What do you mean?" "Using space to chase time is to go against the flow of the river of time." The Great Master looked deeply at Lu Yin. "Your control is really strange." With that, she rushed towards Qing Xing. Lu Yin could withstand the erosion of time, but Qing Xing might not be able to. Dan Ho was slightly better off since she was further away, but she still had to get on the boat. After all, they had all lived for a long time and they had to avoid being washed to death. No one dared to be careless about time. Seamless stood at the source of the river of time and allowed it to pour down. The mighty force of time could be seen with the naked eye as it constantly washed away everything. Insects turned to ash one by one as their time was swept away and washed away. Using time as water to wash away the universe. Who had ever encountered this before? It would not have been difficult for Lu Yin and the others to retreat, as this river of time could not extend to the entire universe. This was a life-saving measure of Seamless that could force the enemy to leave. However, Lu Yin had the means to go against the flow of time, and the Great Master was the ferryman of the river of time. Even the 12th square of Seamless was not much of a threat to them. As long as they were not washed away by the river of time, they would not be swept away by time. However, it was not easy for Lu Yin to maintain the flow of time. The faster it washed away, the more pressure he would have to bear. Suddenly, he thought of something. Since this river of time was washing away their time, and their time originally belonged to the Tianyuan universe's river of time, did that mean that once their time was taken away, the river of time would have additional time that was not part of the original river of time? Or could it be that once their time was washed away, they would be integrated? No, if they could integrate, then the 9th square's ability would not exist. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He would know once he tried. The starry sky in his heart was released as Lu Yin used the sky palace. When he had broken through, the stream of light from the ancestral world had transformed into a small boat that had been able to withstand the flow of time. The reason it had been able to remain stable in the river of time was because the sky palace had not allowed time to pass. However, the sky palace had not been able to withstand the erosion of the river of time. Now it did not need to withstand the erosion of the river of time. The sky palace was like a fishing net, and the fish were the unmelted time in the river of time. When the starry sky in his heart came into contact with the river of time, Lu Yin's body shook and he almost lost his footing. He hurriedly retracted the starry sky in his heart. The erosion of time did not come from the time of seamless, which was only a catalyst. The true erosion of time came from the river of time. Lu Yin could parallel time, stop it, and even reverse it, but he could not stop the surging momentum of time. Since ancient times, time had been endless. How could he withstand it? Fortunately, he had only been testing the waters, but even so, he had almost fallen. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.